Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Virginia International Raceway. It is a gorgeous day to go racing here at the VIR SpeedTour, and we can't wait to get things started. We have a full day of racing. The absolute best in the business will be driving around this gorgeous racetrack here that is 3.27 miles in length and 17 turns long. So excellent stuff coming our way. We're going to kick everything off with the first race of International GT. They will have two here today, and then, of course, they'll have an Enduro on tomorrow. So without further ado, we're going to get it down to our pit reporter who knows everything about all of our very, very competitive drivers, Mr. Ben Sissel. Ben?
Well, thank you, Ken. Here we are, the VIR SpeedTour. As you can see, an absolutely beautiful day at Virginia. Now, let me give you a little bit of drama because we're probably about 8 to 9 minutes away from this IGT starting. We had to start late today because of fog, and I don't know if the announcement has gone out that we're back on time for IGT because a lot of drivers aren't here. Usually we see Tom Pank up here at the front, but this time his good friend Dr. Reg Williams got the better of him. What happened there, Tom?
Well, I had a good qualifying one, and the track was cool on the afternoon, but Lucas had broken, and we were gonna, his transmission looked fatal, so I said, okay, we'll share the car for the Enduro, but he hasn't driven my car. So I said, okay, Lucas, take my car out for the second qualifying. And Reggie got me by 0.005 of a second. That's okay, good for Reg.
Nice. Well, how about that? And this is Reg's home track, but we love coming to VIR. I hope that the International GT drivers kind of get the message out here. But as you can see, an absolutely beautiful day. I always just really love coming to Virginia International Raceway. Connie and her team with Kerrigan have really just put together one of the most fantastic, beautiful tracks. And then just being a Southerner myself, I always feel more comfortable where people say y'all. So I love that, but we got to check this out. He was with us at Road America a couple months ago, Musafar Ghafarov, and look at this car, just absolutely beautiful, kind of that SpeedTour blue. But I'm looking at the crews, and it seems like there aren't any drivers here. I was hoping to talk to Musafar. His grid, his paddock is right down there, but he's not quite here yet. Just a few years ago, the International GT Championship came down between Bob Weisen and Ted Giovannis to the last race. Bob Weisen has done almost every race here with us this year, one of my favorite drivers. So Bob Lyson here at VIR. Beautiful day. We're 5 minutes on the grid. What's your strategy when the green flag drops?
Go fast and try and win. I don't have a lot of good strategy at this point.
I don't have a lot of good strategy at this point. He says, go fast and try to win. So that's Bob Wyson here in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy. It looks like we've got a Subaru coming to grid, but I do want to come up here, back up here, George, if you don't mind, to Todd Treffert, I believe, in that shell car. This, if that Supra is coming in, this will be the first time in my memory that we've had a Japanese car in International GT, so that's quite exciting. Now check out this car right here. Unbelievable. The Coca-Cola car. Charles Wicht. Look at that helmet too. Charles, so we were behind, but we're going to start back on time, and a lot of your drivers aren't here. So what's your strategy when that green flag drops?
Green flag drops, send it.
Send it, huh? That's the best strategy. Now, that sounds like a NASCAR Cup car, not a Porsche Cup car attitude.
Well, you got to go for it, and but we will be safe and object to get to the finish line.
Nice. Well, check out this beautiful car. If we can get, you got to come around this thing. It looks great, unbelievable. I love seeing the Shell V-Power. And Juan Gonzalez, we really miss having you here. Love having you out here with us, but I understand you've got work to do, but we're here with the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy. And then we'll come over here. The number 69, beautiful car. This car is also, Gabriel Jesper, this car is also running an SGT in Trans Am. Absolutely fast car. He was with us a few years ago with Trans Am in the Trans Am class at Mid-Ohio. Just a really good driver all the way from New Jersey. So thank you so much for coming out. A lot of the drivers are kind of double, triple dipping. They can do SVRA Group 10, they can do International GT, and they can do Trans Am GT or SGT based on the cars that are set up. And then we'll come over here to the pole winner, Dr. Reg Williams. The eye doctor, Dr. Reg, we were talking, you're so excited. You're up here ahead of Tom Pank. You're at the sharp end of the field at your home track. That's got to feel good.
Well, we're looking forward to a good race. The traffic conditions, they look like they're great, and just looking for a clean start, and got to just drive my race. I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. How about that, Reg Williams? And then we'll come over here and talk to Ken Fangler, the man behind International GT. And it's, I believe, now 11th year. And Ken, you've got a really healthy field here of International GT competitors at the VIR SpeedTour. Also a lot of Stuttgart Cup cars. That's got to be exciting.
Yeah, it is. It's great to have the Cayman-based cars here and a great field. I think we have 8 3.8-liter cars, and they're within 5 of them are within a second of each other. So it'll be some fantastic racing on a beautiful day here at VIR, and we're very happy to be here on behalf of International GT.
Nice. Well, we're at 3 minutes on the grid. I'm seeing, you can see here, David Tuwati trying to come in right now, then Todd Treffert coming right behind him. We saw Todd Treffert joined us at Sebring, another beautiful car with the Brady and the 901 shop. So here's Todd Treffert coming in here in the 141. And you can see his crew, sorry to jump in front of you, George. You can see his crew working with him, but this is a GT4R. Speedtour beautiful car. Todd Treffert, his sister, his dad, both of his nephews race with us, and there's actually a very good SpeedTour presents stories from the paddock about his family. And then David Tuwati here with Fana. You can see David Tuwati, this beautiful TLM prepared car, and we're about 2 minutes on the grid. Ken, I am going to send it back to you up in the booth, and I'm going to join you as quickly as I can.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Appreciate all that. Nice job as well, by the way. Beautiful look there at David Tuwati's car. I had a chance to see that one a little bit earlier myself. It is absolutely stunning, both inside and out. Of course, all of these cars are just absolute works of art. They would be they'd be winners in any show, car show. So we'll put them all out here and let those guys rub on each other there just a little bit, fender to fender, as it were. and put these things to the test. This racetrack will certainly put them to the test up through the S's, and if everything's working right on the vehicles, they should be pretty much flat up through the S's, work their way through 10. They will also bring their way back around the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree Turn. We have a sponsor for the Oak Tree Turn, so we will refer to Bennett Bridge Hall throughout the event here all day long. And then, of course, down that long back straightaway, big speeds back there, incredibly fast, and into the left-hand or the roller coaster area as it's referred to here, and then typically would be what they would call the hog pen down through the last couple of turns, but this weekend we will call it the Cube 3, turn 17. So that will bring them back out onto the front straightaway here, which again is extremely fast as they make their way back into the Mission Foods turn number 1. It'll be a great field here. We have 25 qualified, as Ben talked about. Reg Williams qualified in the number 1 spot, 149.608, and as Tom Pank referenced, a 149.613. Yes, exactly 5 thousandths of a second between number 1 and number 2. Charles Wick in the number 3 spot at 150.164. And then it falls off there a little bit in the number 4 hole at Todd Truffert, 151.3, and then a 151.4 to David Tuati in that gorgeous car that we saw. He will be campaigning there, number 68. As we take a look at some of the results here over the course of the season, Tommy Ballister's had an incredible run here with 6 podiums, 3 wins along the way. Tom Pank has really killed it, though. A total of 12 podiums this season with 9 wins, and has been on a streak as of late with 6 consecutive wins. So it's been an incredible run here as of late for Tom Pank, and he's obviously hungry to get out here and tack another one in on the season. Ben mentioned Juan Gonzalez, unfortunately not with us here. We will miss him here today. He also has 4 podiums and a couple of wins. And Lucas Pank, son of Tom, of course, he mentioned that his car was broke, and Lucas has a couple of wins on the season, had a great run at Watkins Glen just a couple of events ago. A total of 5 podiums on the season. So those are the players there in the International GT category. And the Stuttgart Cup as well. We want to talk about Russ Poole, who's with us here this weekend. 6 podiums, including 3 wins. And Ben will join me here on the microphone as well. Nice job, Ben. We'll fire you up here, buddy. Spencer Proper, a little bit deeper down, comes in here 8th in the points, looking for his first podium along the way, and just might get it here today as things will line up nicely for him in terms of competition. And Rocco Canada down here a little bit deeper does have 3 third-place finishes on the season. So some beautiful cars out here will get on this track and put a little bit of heat inside of those tires. As I mentioned at the top, there will be a total of 3 races here for the IGT category. 2 sprints today. This will be 30 minutes in length, and they'll have another race that's 30 minutes long a little bit later on today. And then they will have their enduro race tomorrow, which I believe is an hour and 5 minutes, right in that general area. So look forward to that as we see our Ginetta pace car bringing them around. I believe that's through turns 5A and 5B. They'll work their way, obviously, up through the S's. A little bit of temp in those brakes, some temp in those tires. And then, of course, we'll pair them up side by side, and we will turn them loose in these gorgeous cars, and the fangs will come out.
I tell you what, Ken, I've been working with Ken Fangler and the International GT organization almost from the beginning. I think I came in year 2. And all of the drivers, the competition has really stepped up. But you can see here, the first row of cars all in the shot, just the preparedness of the cars and the drivers. These are some beautiful cars. There are a lot of professional racing organizations all over the world that wish they had a field that looked as good as this. And International GT, I always kind of tell people it's kind of between SVRA racing and Trans Am racing. They race really hard, have really good competition, but they don't want to make contact with each other. So they're out there to win trophies. They're out there to win their classes. This is mixed class racing. Like I said, we have our first Japanese car out there that I can remember in that Toyota Supra. But I can't think of a prettier racetrack to come out and showcase these International GT cars.
Yeah, they're absolutely gorgeous. I believe you were working your way back up to the booth, but I did have a chance to get down there and look at David Tuati's car inside and out. I mean, it's an absolute work of beauty. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. If you could put a dollar figure on, say, like a Tuati's car, what would it cost somebody to show up out here with a vehicle like that?
You know, I have no idea. I've never really looked into it, and there's, knowing Porsche, cars could look almost identical to the eye, and there could be a $150,000 difference in them.
It's very true.
But I know that a lot of these drivers kind of came from either club racing or vintage racing or IMSA, and they like, maybe your upfront cost is a little bit more than some of the other cars, but the reliability, the customer support that they get from the Porsche factory, it all makes up for it after about 2 or 3 weekends, because these Porsches, as you know, they just don't die. And they're really easy to work on. So David Tuati, he owns TLM out of Miami. And his team, I wish Stephen Hammond was here, but his team really, they do prepare some wonderful cars. Reg Williams, this is his home track. And he is also very fast here. But Tom Pank may be one of the best green flag racers to turn 1 that I've ever seen. So look for Tom Pank to try to take Reg Williams going into Mission Foods turn 1.
Yeah, you can see them starting to pair up here on the back straightaway as they've already made their way through the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn. And obviously the Oak Tree is not there anymore. If you're just joining us here and you wonder why they call it the Oak Tree turn, it was here forever and ever and ever. And matter of fact, I've not been to the Oak Tree Tavern, but there's a tavern back there I definitely want to stop by. I was here a few weeks ago with the IMSA races. I was spotting for the Corvette team, but before that, the Oak Tree was here. My son had an opportunity to win here in the SRO Pirelli World Challenge Series at the time, and everybody, you just referenced that turn as the Oak Tree turn, and it was a huge, massive oak tree that was down there on the inside of that turn. So that's why we refer to it as the Oak Tree turn.
In fact, I was here the last 2 years of the Oak Tree, and I was filming down there in super slow motion, and a huge breeze came through, blew a bunch of acorns on the track, which made for a totally interesting turn because totally
Speaking
different
of marbles,
conditions.
True
Yeah,
marbles.
exactly. It was totally different conditions. But here we go. Ken, you're going to take the first green flag call here of the weekend.
Reg Williams and Tom Pank on the front row. Charles Wick and Todd Treffert right there behind them in row number 2. They are paired up. We're looking for the green flag here. The pace is picking up. You can see the Caymans in the back of the back starting to close it up here as well. We'll look for that green flag and go racing here with the first international GT race of the weekend. Let's go here at VIR. Green flag, baby.
Ooh, Tom Pank falling way back. I totally misspoke. Commentators cursed Tom Pank. So sorry about that. But there we go. It's Reg Williams, Charles Wick, David Tuati, and Gofferoff there in the front 4. And Tom Pank, maybe he's getting it back to him as we see the Stuttgart Cup Caymans come around as they come into the NASCAR section, they call it at VIR.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take but just a small blip right there, and these guys will jump all over you. So if you had any sort of moment there at the start of this race, they'll make you pay for sure. But as you can see here, Reg Williams well on his way to creating a gap with it, given that opportunity. Then second, third, fourth, and fifth, all nose to tail up through the S's.
Yeah, and something must have happened because that's not like Todd Treffert there. We see him behind that bright neon green of Tom Pank. So something must have happened on the start with Tom Pank, which also held up Todd Treffert. Not sure what's going to happen. I'm sure we'll have a great explanation at the podium. But here they come up to that famous VIR turn you were talking about, the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn.
Yeah, and it's so important. You want to get a run off of that. Obviously, that leads onto the back straightaway. If you've lost a mile per hour there, it could cost you 5 at the end of that straightaway. And you can see it looks like Reg Williams right off the bat really nailed that thing. He was driving away.
Yeah, Dr. Reg Williams, like I said, always one of our best drivers. But Musavar Gofferoff came with us for the first time at Road America. And VIR and Road America have some similarities. He's a very fast driver, very well-prepared car there with Goldcrest. So we love having them out here. But I think right now, and I'm going to make you pick a favorite too. My favorite is that second place car there, Charles Wick. I kind of grew up in the Rick Mears era, so any kind of like shell-colored cars, I always love that. But and then the David Tuati car. I don't think Ken Fengler has put out a bulletin to make your cars as bright as possible, but that's just kind of what a lot of these drivers like to do, is we get this great static shot.
Yeah, a little side-by-side action a little bit deeper here in the pack as they're starting to shuffle around here. And, well, right there on the back bumper, you said no contact. These two didn't get the memo. And, matter of fact, off the track they're going to go. The number 68 car, David Tuati, we talked about him before, involved in that one there.
Yeah, that's the 898 of George Michael Merritt, and I'm going to give that one to George Michael Merritt. In IGT, it is your responsibility to make a safe pass. David Tuati was coming into Mission Foods Turn 1 into the braking zones and wasn't expecting that to happen. So I'm going to give that one right now, as I see it, to George Michael Merritt. But luckily, we are not the stewards of this class. But I'm hoping that Trish and the team at TLM look at David Tuati's hood. It's still doing that thing that we saw from Watkins Glen as Ken Fangler joins in. Just missed that contact there between George Michael Merritt and David Tuati, but he will talk about his contact rules here because we kind of call this flag football of racing. We love really hard, good, competitive racing, but we don't like to see any contact. So welcome, Ken Fangler.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity of being up here. I view that from a different vantage point than here. And I just saw, all as I could see, of course, from the camera angle, you had a much better view, but all as I saw was David going off. But 8-9, apparently 8-9 got in the back of
898.
898, yes. So, yeah, there'll be some conversations with our driving steward, Ron Zitza, as to penalty of that. But unfortunate.
I don't think, I think it's just cosmetic damage, but it did kind of take David Tuati out of this because the one thing about VIR, Ken Stout, as you know, is beautiful track, but if you go off track, it's almost always downhill to the tire wall, which makes for dangerous. And then also you can high center on these low cars getting back on the surface. So you have to be very careful where you get back on the surface. But here comes our points leader, Tommy Ballister, trying to overtake Tom Pank, but Tom Pank out-braking him into Mission Foods Turn 1.
Yeah, I watched the start, and Tom was way off song at the start. Matter of fact, about 4 or 5 cars. So he's got, I don't know if he's got a mechanical, which I know Lucas had a mechanical yesterday, but he was way off song right from the start, and which was too bad because we were looking forward to a real battle royale between him and Reg Williams, which were so close in qualifying. So Tom's got a lot of ground to make up.
It also held up the driver right behind him, Todd Treffert, who joined us at Sebring, and you can see Todd Treffert right behind Tommy Ballister. And Tommy Ballister, just one of my favorite guys in the International GT Speed Tour paddock, always has a lot of fun, and was with us in a different car. Oh, here we go. We've got a replay coming here. Ken, walk us through this replay. Ken,
yeah, well, as you were talking about before there, Merritt, the car behind here, is going to really close up the gap here in the brake zone. Then he gets on that left rear corner, and that tightens up the car for Tuati. Whenever you got somebody on a left rear corner like that, it's almost impossible to turn in. So he ends up going straight, and consequently, both of them going off the track.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The 898 car, you got to both get around the corner, and certainly that leaning on. It was fortunate it wasn't worse than it was, all right? They were both able to continue. That's the good news, but that's a bit unfortunate early.
Well, there's Gaffarov there, who joined us at Road America. Another beautiful car, man. Those Goldcrest cars look really good here this weekend.
Yeah, he's such an excitable guy. New driver, first year of driving, and as he said, Road America was my track, and he was dead on it. And he's a little bit behind the learning curve in comparison, but a very enthusiastic new young driver. And great to have him here as part of International GT with Goldcrest.
Now, if you're just joining us here on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us a comment where you're watching from. If we get a call wrong, this is your chance to yell at the commentators, and we will read your name and tell us what we got wrong, and give us your expertise here at the VIR SpeedTour. But yes, Peter, it is a beautiful day here at Virginia.
What a way to start for an International GT first race of the weekend. Yeah, this is good stuff.
Yeah, the temp's got to be like in the 70 degrees here. I mean, not a cloud in the sky. It's a beautiful day as they'll push these things right to the absolute limit. This 30-minute contest here and get everything out of these tires they possibly can. The cars are so efficient. You can see them. They're all but flat going up through the S's.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part going up through that S's thing. It's an area of just holding on, an area where you're not going to go side by side. And if you get behind someone who's a tick slower, you're just going to have to be patient. You know, there's no getting by.
But have you ever known Tom Pank to be patient? I don't know if he cycled through something electronically.
He is an excitable boy.
He looks like he's back on the pace there. Yep. And watch out for him, because in that S's, there's that turn. I don't remember what turn it is, but the cars do get super light through there.
Well, so I want to bring something up here. You're talking about Tom Pank there. His last lap, a 151.2. Reg William, a 151.3.
Yes.
So he is absolutely back up on pace, and I want to tell you 3 seconds quicker a lap than the 2 cars in front of him.
Yeah, he's definitely on it again. I don't know what happened in the beginning, but he is the fastest car on the track currently.
Yeah, obviously something happening at that start. Maybe it was a transmission issue between a couple of gears. Go ahead. Ben knows what happened.
Tom Pank and I have this thing where I say something mean to him, and he texts me afterwards. And I said, Tom Pank's one of the best starters we have in IGT.
There's a pass
and
right
then
there.
There we go. Yeah, coming into Mission Foods side by side. Charles Wick, very smart driver, sees Thomas. I'm sure his crew is radio, and Tom Pank's on your rear, and he's coming fast.
Yeah, not uncommon for him to have a couple of spotters located around here. Typically, the biggest spot is around turn 5A, 5B, and you can see all the way up through the S's, through 10, and then pick them up around the Mission Foods Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn. It's amazing how much you can see when you stand on that hill.
Gentlemanly driving right there. Charles Wick in that beautiful prepared car, but, giving Tom room there, going side by side in the corner. And, that's the sportsmanship we'd like to see. Is real. It makes for good racing.
Yeah, and Wick just a couple of tenths up the road there from him as well. So he should he'll close up here quickly on second place.
I'm looking for McGlynn in the number 8. Looks like he's moving up. The Michael Merritt has fallen down to 9th. David Tuati has gotten back around him. And then Tommy Ballister in 6th, Todd Trefford in 5th. And we're seeing all the Mission Foods GT Cup trophy cars, but we also have a great battle with the Stuttgart Cup, the cars that have the yellow banner across the windshield. And these Cayman, the Cayman class with these new Cayman 4.0s, they aren't too far behind these GT3 Cup trophy cars.
Yeah, let's take a look at that Stuttgart Cup battle, especially in the 3.8 liter. There was a concern. Our driving steward at International GT, Ron Zitza, said to me last night, I'm worried. He said they are so close in qualifying. We had 4 cars within a second. And so what was racing going to bring? And right now, Ross Poole, who's been quick all weekend, looks like he's in first in the 3.8 Cayman class, followed by Rocco Canada, new to this racetrack. We only see him at Watkins Glen. New here, has moved up quickly with Mike Gord in 3rd, Larry Wexler in 4th, Mark Cook in 4th. And, you can throw a blanket over those what we call the 2-minute, 1:59, 2-minute Stuttgart Cup Caymans.
And Musafar Ghafarov, he's got Todd Trefford right behind him. And Ken, you and I both know Todd Trefford from SVRA. He is a very good, skilled driver, and maybe has a little bit more car than Ghafarov, but this Ghafarov is really putting on a clinic here. That's right where they get light there, right in front of the camera. And for a second, the car is you basically go to zero gravity as they come around into the Bennett Bridge Hall section of Oak Tree. Now, Ken Stout, I know this is your introduction to International GT, but it just doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And you guys were talking about the Caymans as well. Super impressed, as I would expect. Ross Poole doing a great job here, leading in that category. However, it was Woody Richard who actually qualified the best in all of the Caymans. But Woody's not had a great start to this race here. I thought he might be able to hang up front and run with Ross, but it has not been the case as Ross Poole has driven up into the 13th position here, mid-pack. Yeah, overall, I should say, leading in the Caymans. And
Woody was leading in the front of qualifying with a 4-liter car over 3.8 liters. And so you would expect Woody to be up front there. But, qualifying's one thing, racing's another.
Yes, it is.
So let's stay with these cars here. We're seeing Todd Trefford there in the red with the white stripes, the 141. He got a better jump there out of the Cube 3 section, and he's getting right behind in the draft. He looked on the inside of the other driver of Ghafarov there at Mission Foods Turn 1. Let's see if he does the same thing. Yeah, he's going to try to outbrake him, go a little bit deeper, and then takes it there as he does Ken Stout into Mission Foods Turn 1. That's pretty good driving there from Todd Trefford.
Yeah, I mean, he's only a couple of positions away from a podium effort here, so running inside of the top 5, a great effort here for Trefford. Trying to make 4th, right? I mean, good effort.
going around. There's a slower car letting them over in the Stuttgart Cup, so we appreciate that. But there's Charles Wick and Todd Treffert coming around a tough place to pass. And like Ken Fengler was saying, now you've got until that bridge to try to out-drag race them. And then after that, you basically have to fall in line. You don't really want to make a pass because it'll really throw the car way off balance.
Yeah, and Todd does have a little more car in that, driving an R car. He does have the horsepower, so he should be able to open up a gap going down to that bridge.
Being a pirate that Todd Treffert is, he only drives cars that have an R in them.
The other R car I was looking at on the grid, just was curious where he is. 7th place overall, 5th in the R car. Jay Smith, Jay's renowned. Okay, if he's on the podium, when he gets out of the car, notice what he's wearing. I'll call him the Preston Hen of IGT because he's always wearing cowboy boots. All right, anybody who remembers Preston Hen from the swap shop, he was famous. That's where he stuffed most of his money. I was paid for some services out of the boot.
I'm hearing that we're going to have a replay of this overtake. So Ken Stout, walk us through it.
Again, we'll take a look at this, and nose or tail here, and has a good run on the inside, moves over. You talked about it before, just a really respectful move as well. So the 141 of Todd Treffert picking up the spot there. Nice job.
Yeah, great move. Todd Treffert has won a lot of championships with us in SVRA and the other great vintage groups out there in Porsche 911s and a crazy turbo Porsche that they have. And now here's Tommy Ballister coming up into Mission Foods Turn 1 with his good friend David Tuati, the preparer of this car, also behind him. But I'm not mistaken when I say Tommy Ballister's leading us in the points right now?
Yes, he absolutely is. Yes, he absolutely is.
So he's got the pressure on him to finish this race. And a great race. You go back and watch our YouTube, we can see a great fight with Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods and Tommy Ballister. I don't think they ever got more than 50 feet away from each other at Sonoma this year. So just an unbelievable competitor is Tommy Ballister.
Yeah, Tommy with 3 wins on the season, 6 total podiums. He's finished second twice, third once just recently here, a couple of events ago when we were at Road America. So very solid across the board.
And that was Jay Smith ahead of him. That's who you were talking about with
yes.
the...
Yep.
He's not going to get out of the car in cowboy boots, is he?
He is.
Oh, man. Are they race-approved FIA? I didn't know FIA certified cowboy boots.
2 pairs of socks.
I was going to say, he's wearing socks.
2 pairs of socks, yeah, that's right. In the 3.8, Tommy Ballister's going very well. His main competition, Robert Weisen and Tom McGlynn, who they qualified within a tick of each other, but he's almost 2 seconds faster, which is way up on Tom McGlynn and Robert Weisen. I thought, and of course they got George, I'll call him George Michael, and George, just because it's easier for me. Yeah, exactly. And in between them, so he's keeping the distance and, at running a 54.7, where Robert Weisen is a 56.6, so a full 2 seconds ahead.
And then, what's up, people? David Tuati behind Ballister, and I would expect David Tuati to try to get around him here at turn 1, but he's just maybe not quite close enough. But David Tuati, he's in a 4-liter, correct?
Yes, he is, and he's in a 4 running in the R class. He's the only 4-liter that bumped up and run in the R class, and if he didn't have that incident, he'd be up there with the 4Rs. But he's 2 seconds a lap faster than Ballister.
He still has that hood. I talked to him after we did the Watkins Glen race, and another series that he races in, they don't let him put the helicopter tape over the hood, and he can feel it. It is a little bit distracting. But with International GT, they're allowed to, but I think they might have overlooked that. But you can see it on the straightaway. It kind of flaps like that, and I guess that's a problem with this generation of Porsches.
Yeah, I think they went a little bit too light on the carbon fiber on that, and a little more reinforcement. And we used to see hoods that many times it would just totally concave. It would compress due to the downforce. And this one does a lot of flapping around.
Side by side here as they go around. Now, Ken,
team orders.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if he's running exhibition, but that's the first Japanese car I've seen in International GT.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we haven't had an NSX, which would be the other Japanese race car make car that I would think of. But yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and the Supers are very accomplished. They're doing a great job over on the IMSA side and SRO side as well. So for him to bring that platform over here, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's Charlton Holmes.
Right. I spoke with his coach, Grant Mayman, last evening, and he said the car needs a good sorting. He's not, and matter of fact, Grant drove the car, and he went a couple seconds faster, but he said it was a bit unnerving.
All right, Ken Fangler, walk us through. Here's that Stuttgart. Camera operators have picked up this great Stuttgart battle. 4 cars right there. Who are we looking at here, Ken?
Well, let's see what we got. It's the train going along, and it's still Ross Poole ahead.
I believe Robert Wyson was in there. Wyson had to hit the brakes and check up just a little bit, and he lost a little bit of ground.
So these are the Stuttgarts. And I was talking to Mike Skeen, who is a TA2 champion, and he is going to be co-driving with Ross Poole in our Enduro if everything works out strategy-wise as these 4 Stuttgart cars come into the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree.
Yeah, that's a good race there. And Woody Richard has got up on it. He's moved up ahead of Rocco Ginetta. You know, you say it's only 10, 11 laps, but let me tell you, it seems like an eternity when you're behind the wheel and you've got somebody filling your mirrors. You're like, can we throw the checkered flag now and let's end this? So they got some work to do yet.
And look at how equally yoked these cars are as they come up to the top of what is called the roller coaster, and you will see why, because it is basically like going down a roller coaster all the way into that Cube 3 section of the track.
Yeah, it's a huge commitment part of the track. Big elevation change. When things go wrong over in that area of the track, they go way wrong.
So that's Rocco Ginetta and Larry Wexler and Mark Cook there coming up through. I love the looks of that green Stuttgart Cup, I believe, of Mark Cook. As they come into basically right in front of the starter stand here is this static camera that we have looking at the start zone for Trans Am as they come into Mission Foods turn 1. But very equally yoked is the Stuttgart Cup. Don't sleep on the Stuttgart Cup because there's some really great driving and good battles in this.
Yeah, and you mentioned that duo that was, with Woody Richard and that team could be
White flag.
very, very competitive. Overall, as we know, where a yellow may come out has a lot to do with, because the driver of record, the owner, must run the first 50% of the race. So they got to run the first 30 minutes before they come in. So if that yellow comes out around that time, they've got a good run at it. If it comes out before then, they really going to put them at a disadvantage.
So here is Dr. Reg Williams coming up here, the leader of the last lap, and you can see Tom Pank just behind him, about 12 seconds. Tom is closing in, but probably would need about 5 more laps to catch Reg Williams. And now can Reg Williams keep his wits about him? And I don't think he's going to make it to this traffic ahead of him, Ken, but can he come in to finish this race in front of Tom Pank, which he will be super excited about?
No doubt. His home track, and I think this is one of his bucket list goals in life, is to beat Tom Pank at his home track. So much so he came here and tested last week with the coach, okay? And
nice.
So he'll be very excited about this, and he's doing well. He got down to a 55. He took back the fastest lap ahead of Tom. So he's able to do what needs to be done at this point. So at this point, Tom has probably said, "Reg, good run, well played, but I'll see you at race 2."
Well, Ken Stout, take us into the first checker flag of the VIR Speed Tour.
Just had to manage the back part of this lap, makes his way through the Q3 turn 17. Down the straightaway to pick up the checkered flag, will be the winner here in this first run for the IGT category. Congratulations to Reg Williams. Knocked it out of the park here. Qualified on the pole, got a great start. Here comes Tom Pank as well. Tom Pank, who had a rough start, fell back a number of positions, but dug deep to come back up here, finish on the podium in second place.
Fastest lap was Tom Pank.
Equal lap times here as well, and he did run the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. Very impressive.
And then Wick, and then Todd Treffert. Good battle there with Wick holding off Todd Treffert, and then Gofferoff and Tuwadi, and here comes our Stuttgart cars. Well, guys, I have to run. I'm going to go cover some of this beautiful Haggerty Cars and Caffeine car show. Ken, I know you have to go to Winner's Circle, but what a great start to the weekend.
Yeah, we'd like to thank our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli Tires, longtime marketing partners, our sponsors. Fixie Wheels, Sunoco Race Fuels, Detroit Watch Company, and our official vendors, Stand 21, Speedcom Communications. Thank you all for your participation, your longtime support of International GT. Thanks, guys. So I'm going to head to the winner's circle, and we look forward. This has been a great race 1, and we look forward to race 2 this afternoon.
Thanks a lot, Ken. Appreciate it. Great job as always. Ken Fangler and Ben Sissel joining me in the booth, and I'm very thankful for that, for sure, as those guys are very knowledgeable about this this particular category. Great to watch the Porsches come out here and have some fun. By the way, I believe it. Look up here and try to get a handle on the Cayman here, and it was Woody Richard, by the way, who grabs the win here. Looks like on the last lap there was able to get around Ross Poole. So congratulations to Woody, then Ross Poole. And Larry Wexler, I believe, will round out the podium in the Stuttgart Cup. So our first race of the weekend in the books here, a 30-minute sprint. And we're going to show you some race highlights as we kick things off here. Keep in mind, these competitors will race here a little bit later on today. And we're going to show you what things look like here right from the very start. Reg Williams on the pole. Right alongside was Tom Pank. But Tom Pank, as you can see in that green car, struggled on the outside and fell back a number of positions. Tuati and the 898 of Merritt got together. Both cars ended up off of the track. Tom Pank was making a charge back up through the pack after getting things sorted there from the start and worked his way eventually back up into second place. So a great rebound there for Tom Pank. But by the time he got up to second, Reg Williams was checked out, man. He was gone. Just had to manage that last lap. Great to see the 141 of Todd Trefford also pick up a position there. And, of course, the 008 of Reg Williams bringing it home. Just doing a very nice job there back behind some of the Stuttgart Cup cars on that last lap. Kept his nose out of trouble and grabs the checkered flag to win the first event here of the weekend at Virginia International Raceway. And we'll take a look at how they crossed the stripe. Great battle here as expected in both categories. These cars do such a nice job around this very trying track. It's great to watch them. And if you get an opportunity to come out to one of these events and take a look at these cars up close and personal, as we talked about, they're just works of art. They're absolutely gorgeous. And as Ben was referring to as well, I mean, the Caymans are very, very capable cars. They don't have quite the horsepower, of course, but in terms of handling, they are right there. As we take a look at the rest of the list here, you can take down there in the 13th position. That is Woody Richard. First one in the Stuttgart Cup, so congratulations to him, just ahead of Ross Poole. Good battle there. And Larry Wexler rounding out the podium there for the Stuttgart Cup. So that'll wrap things up here with the IGT category. We'll get Ben down there to our podium. We'll talk to the winner whenever we get back, or our winners, I should say. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here, pay some bills, and we'll be back with more racing here at the VIR SpeedTour.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is the South Paddock of VIRginia International Raceway. The chalets are just over there. They're building some new chalets. Unbelievable. But we're here at the VIR SpeedTour, and now we're going to highlight the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. But this is a car show that's a little bit different. We do not discriminate, and we also don't categorize people like normal car shows because we think every car is special. So here we've got a Hemi RT Challenger right here, beautiful, with this flat black hood next to a ash wood framed Morgan here. And he's got his proper British touring hat on. So you come out here, you guys are a little bit big for a Morgan.
Yeah, we weigh like a third of what the car does, so it's fun.
But this is kind of the fun part of car culture, because here you've got a Mini back there, but a Corvette. We've got a Porsche here, some S2000s. But this is what makes it fun, is everybody has a little bit of a niche in their car show. I tend to lean a little bit more British cars, as probably do you.
Love them, love them. Got a Mini Cooper, got this, MGA, MGBs.
Nice. See, yeah, it is a sickness, the British car thing. Total sickness. But then we come back here, we've got a beautiful Corvette Stingray, a little red Corvette, as Prince would say, with the matching shirt. That's got to be pretty fun.
Yes, it is. It's a good day for being out down here.
And now you're about to go out in your Corvette on the world-famous VIRginia International Raceway. Are you excited?
Yes, I am. It's my first time down here.
Welcome. I love it. Then we've got a bunch of hippies over here in their VW van. So you're about to go out in the passenger seat of this beautiful Westphalia van. How's that feel?
It feels good. And I want to give all the praise to Connie, the president here. Thank you. And to Greg Crandall, Stephen Crandall, who built this thing. Thank you. And to our TV crew, we love you. In Jesus' name. Let's have some fun, VR.
Man, a little bit of evangelism here from the people in the VW. And look at this, the beautiful, I love the German greens. I love having them out here. So cool. It's really cool to have. We've got some Miatas out here, 2 in a row, actually. One of my favorites, the Honda S2000. But this is what's so cool, is you never know what you're going to get. And in fact, I drove by the car show. We got to come over here. The thing I love about coming to our SpeedTour events, I've been a car person my whole life, and there's always some cars that I don't know what in the world it is. It's not this beautiful Lola T70. That's a very historic car. But where is the owner of this thing? Everybody's pointing to somebody. You're the owner? Oh, you got to come over here, because I have no idea, wouldn't even guess. What in the world is this thing?
It's an Ultima RS. It's a kit car from England. Uses a Chevy engine, Porsche transaxle. I've got an LS7 with a custom cam.
So a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
You've got some American, some British, some German in here. Is it fun to drive?
Yeah.
Well, unbelievable. I love the color paint on here. Really cool. But then, ladies and gentlemen, also, you're allowed to bring just a regular-looking Chevy Silverado, which is what I drive, because we do not discriminate. If you sign up for the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show, you can come in anything. We've got a beautiful Corvette here. But one thing I do want to make here they are right here. I wanted to show the car. Ladies and gentlemen, gather around. We have an absolute motorsports legend here. I watched him show up in a Nissan, which is very fitting, because this man right here helped put Datsun Nissan on the map in America, racing his Datsun 510s, then his 240s, then his 300ZXs. This guy was a thorn in the side of Paul Newman for his whole career. He and Paul Newman went back-to-back. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Leitzinger. I've known Bob as a driver around the track. I've got footage of you driving your cars around here at VIR, but today you're doing the car show.
Deneen wanted to go on the track. Yes, but I love this track. This is just one of the best tracks in the world. And now I moved. I'm only an hour away from here. So it's just great for me.
Now, it's fitting that I see you drive up in a Nissan. So what is that machine you're driving?
That's a GTR.
Unbelievable. Because you were a Nissan Lotus dealer back in the day in Pennsylvania. Is that correct?
In Mercedes, yes.
Nice.
So.
Well, man, welcome back. It's awesome to see you here. It's super special to have you back behind the wheel. Or are you going to let Deneen drive?
Oh, no.
You're driving? Oh, so she's just riding passenger. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause. Absolute legend right here, Bob Leitzinger. And then check this out, a beautiful air-cooled Porsche 356. I absolutely love these cars. So much fun to drive. Then we've got here, my very first car was a 1991 Ford Ranger. So I have a special place in my heart for the Rangers. This thing looks a little bit like it's hopped up a little bit, but probably the car that really caught my eye here. Check this out. Toyota Tercel wagon. I was born in 1975, so this is what we arrived to school in, this beautiful car. Where's the owner of this? Right here. Come here. You got to be a little bit crazy to be coming out here, still keeping this thing running. You've got the bike rack. I saw it with the hood up, and you had some kind of special rack on there, but tell us about this Toyota Tercel.
Well, my dad bought it new, and I picked it up with him at the dealership in '86 in Durham. And so it's been in the family since it was brand new. I actually took the first ride home in it from the dealership.
No way. How old were you then?
Let's see. I was about 18.
Wow. Unbelievable. So check this out. Basically a one-owner car, been in the family the whole time. The 80s Toyota Tercel. Unbelievable. Then we come over here to a very famous car, the Nash Metropolitan. Is this your car right here, sir, with the Virginia Tech? And I saw him in the passenger seat. So you're about to go out on the track. Are you excited for that?
Yes, I'm so excited.
Nice. Man, you need to be hosting this TV show. So tell us about this Metropolitan Nash. Unbelievable car.
Well, my first car back in the mid-'60s was a black and white Nash Metropolitan, and always wanted another one. So about 5 or 6 months ago, my wife finally relented and said, okay. So I got this, and I've been in the process of restoring it. This is its first big trip.
Now, it's one of those things, like you said, a black and white Metropolitan was your first. But this is what when I picture a Metropolitan Nash, this is the color combination, the two-tone, that kind of baby blue with the white. That's how I picture it. So you brought a Metropolitan Nash, probably what they would have put on their posters and brochures. So thank you so much for bringing that out. Then we've got these Lotuses, and Lotus, longtime car company. We were talking about that with Bob Leitzinger. He might have brought these cars into the country. Why are you guys leaving if you own these cars? But this is a rare one. This is an Elan 2+2, meaning it's got the back seats in it. Not many Lotuses have back seats, and I don't know if you could consider that a back seat. I think if you're over 5'8", not quite a back seat. Then you've got the Europa. Anybody around here with the Europa? Any owners of the Europa? I love these cars. The mid-engine, super light car. I know some of them came with a Renault engine, and then I don't know the other, so leave us a comment. Tell us then. Now, we've got some really cool cars, some very fast cars, but the most famous getaway car in American history is right here, the O.J. Simpson white Bronco. So it would be fitting if the police were following here through the parade laps, but the Bronco XL, unbelievable car. But let's come over here and talk to Will. Will put this thing together. Will Huxtable, running the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You were saying you've got about 100 cars about to hit the track?
That is correct. We got about 100 cars, and as been showing, there is an amazing eclectic collection of cars out here. And so thank you to everybody that brought their cars out. Thank you to Haggerty for their sponsorship. Thank you, and enjoy the SpeedTour show.
Nice. I love it. Well, there you go. Thank you, Will. They're about to go out, hopefully behave. Beautiful fastback Mustang right here, but I got to come over here to this Plymouth. Where's the Plymouth people? Where is any of the owners? Nobody's claiming their own cars. I think they're all walking around. Well, oh, you're fine. No, you're fine. But look at this car, the detail here, the hot rod. I just love, and I wish we would go back to making these curved metal cars like this where they all stand out, the beautiful hood ornaments. This is just kind of a moment in time in car culture that really is just lost, all the custom work that they would do. Then we've got another beautiful Camaro here. Check out this Camaro. This was the official pace car of the 1993 Indianapolis 500 in pristine condition, I might add. But you got to look at these like power late 80s, early 90s interior. George, if you can get a shot of that, the neon colors and I don't know whose idea that was or what they were drinking when they thought of that, but you got to love it. Another moment in time. Then we come over here, the Subaru, one of my favorite cars, the BRZs and the Toyotas that are like this, and there's an actual race series. But this is the car I was talking about. This is what Bob Leitzinger was out here in, this beautiful Nissan GTR. Really cool to see. Look at the brakes on that thing. So again, the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show, an eclectic mix of cars. There's an MG up there. Those always catch my eye. Some great fans. Hey, fans, let's hear you. How about for the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show? We're all having fun out here. They're about to get out on the track, but I gotta point out this thing. I love this beautiful blue M2. Check this out. I love the M2s, but this beautiful blue, I've never seen this before in person. Unbelievable, but it's got the hint of the M with the blue and the red interior and a manual transmission. How cool is this? Your car right here? All right, tell us about this, because you know, you don't see many new cars with the manual transmissions. It seems like BMW, Porsche, and the Subarus and Toyotas are kind of the last to be doing that.
Right, yeah. That was one of the reasons why I actually ordered that car, was because it was a modern BMW that still had the option to get the 6-speed manual in it. So you get the modern amenities of a new car, but also get the retro shifting by yourself kind of thing. It gives you more control over the car and everything. So that was a big attractor for me and everything in regards to that. So
I love it. And you can hear how precise he talks. That is such a German car guy thing to do. British car guy of me, I'm just all over the place and needing some more Adderall, but very nice. I love how precise that is, but look at this beautiful car. And then we've got another official Indianapolis pace car from 1986. So, ladies and gentlemen, a huge eclectic mix of cars here at the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You need to come to one of these. Our next one is at COTA, Austin, Texas. You need to be a part, go around that Formula One circuit. But Ken Stout, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Bittersweet though, because I'm missing my better half. I want to do this because this is something me and Dave had done for years. We did it together as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. Well, my husband's bright idea. When he told me he wanted to race in the ALMS, I rolled my eyes. I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. So then he said, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes. I said, Dave, you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it. We were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be my Dave's anniversary. So it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving, and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so. I hope so.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's going to do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zillich in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. You know, just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, you know, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, you know, making my my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, you know, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. You know, being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So, you know, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, you know, leading the pack on that. Yeah, you know, right now just doing some sports car racing. Going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the VIRginia Super Trofeo Series in IMSA this year. So going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun racing sports cars again. Try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And you know, we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
And away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, oh no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA as he has so many times.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So.
Five of us. I have my dad, my brother, and my two boys.
We had an MGA that we bought, and I started racing that 20-some years ago. And then I ran that, and then my son got an MGA, and we ran those, and then he picked up a Porsche, and my daughter inherited an MGA. And I bought the Corvette, and then she inherited that, and now she's in a Porsche.
My kids have gotten the bug. I think it's a genetic defect. So they have the need for speed as well. We'd like to have them have some skin in the game, so my dad set them up with cars.
It's probably one of the craziest family hobbies you can get into. So it's really cool. It's been bringing our family together since we were kids, but finally we got to get into cars about 4 years ago. So having the whole family at the racetrack on one single weekend, getting everybody together, you can't beat it.
It is a little concerning for me. Both my boys are in a very similar car, very similar setup, and their times, they're always right next to each other.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So it's bound to happen.
I don't generally like to watch. I watch Race Monitor, and then when it's over, you know, clap.
Yeah, Grandpa loves it when we're winning races. He makes it so that we can have really fast, fun cars. But, you know, he's got my mom on the podium this weekend. He's really proud. Todd's always on the podium. He's pretty upset if he's not.
My dad is still maintaining, he does all the mechanicals on his own car. He's got an old Corvette, and so, but he you know, he's got nothing else to do. He likes to manage all his car stuff. So it's a great family team. It's fun. You get together at the end of the day and rehash stories.
They're good guys, good kids, and they're very, very blessed to be able to do it.
good race weekend is rolling the cars back on the trailers and not having to do too much work for the next race.
This is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races. We started really good with P1 in both practices. There's always room to improve. It's a good step forward from what I have been doing. So yeah, I'm ready to keep pushing. Well, my inspiration was my brother, my father. My brother did at F1 test. He was a driver in Formula cars, and my dad is a rally driver. So I wanted to be like them. When I was 8 years old, I started to tell them, like, okay, maybe I should try racing because I love cars so much. But they didn't let me until I was 17 years old. So that was a lot of years of me fighting for what I wanted because they didn't want me to race because of the dangers of the sports. You know, they put me into tennis, piano, nothing to do with racing. When I was 17, I met Fernando Alonso, the F1 driver, and I told him, like, okay, I want to be a driver, I want to be like you. And he told me, work hard. It's just that, work hard. So that made a click on my mind to tell my parents, like, why my brother can do it and I cannot. So they give me the chance, and we are here. First, I did 1.5 years of karting back in Uruguay, my hometown. I did a vice championship on my first karting championship, and then I started to step up into Formula cars, Formula 4 in Uruguay with some podiums. Then I went here for the F4 US championship, this one, and then I jumped into F1 Academy, and we are here. Thanks to the F1 Academy, I'm still racing because last year I didn't have the chance to get the budget for doing a championship. So really the F1 Academy opened the door for me. It was a big jump for the little experience that I had to go to Europe with a high level that the other girls had, but it made me improve a lot. We'll see now that I'm P1 on practice, so definitely it worked. Did the F1 Academy, the girls only can do like 2 years of the championship. So I said, okay, I want to fight for the first places. So I need to make more experience, prepare myself for the second year. So yeah, this is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races, and US is like my home also. I feel it like that. So it's a great way to prepare myself for the F1 Academy. Well, it's really fun. There's a lot of corners with different directions. It's really technical NOLA, and I enjoy it very much being the first race weekend of the championship. Really is to carry momentum, you know. Momentum is a lot, and drive it nice. Momentum with a lot of softness and smoothness, let's say, is what you need. I'm hoping to get a podium at least. We have been working really hard with the team, and now it's the objective. No, seriously, the good thing is to get a lot of points for the championship. That is the main goal for this, and keep pushing, improve myself lap by lap. Yeah, I don't know. They always make comments and they laugh about everything. So, but I have the support that I'm P1, so. well, hopefully racing in one of the highest categories, Formula One, IndyCar. That's my dream, really. I want to become a professional race car driver. That is my ultimate dream. When I was 8 years old, and I'm really grateful to be doing it right now, because starting at 17 years old, this is not common. Usually guys and girls start with 6, 7 years old, so starting for me so late and being here, getting the chance, it's really a dream come true. So just I appreciate to be here, but I look for more.
All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. It's a long story. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after kicking around doing labor and stuff, so I went to college. I was 28 before I started the college, and I decided I wanted to teach because I thought the students needed better teachers in certain cases. After college, I started teaching automotive technology, and I didn't have anything for the students to do, but I was already working on race teams and stuff. So I just started teaching them how to take a car apart and put it together in race form, build the roll cages, build everything. The whole cars would come into the shop, and the students would take them all the way down to a tub and rebuild everything. Oh yeah, it was far better than being in an academic classroom. And it was an easy car to work on because it's really simple. So they didn't have to learn a lot of computer stuff right off the bat. They pretty much learned how to handle the tools and take a simple car apart and put it back together, just like I learned. I taught about 25 years and about 60 students a year. They did this car right here, named Dorothy, and the orange one back there, named Trixie. This particular car's been on the track since 2000. That's the Golden Shifter Award. We have a group of guys who all drive one of these with identical equipment in it. There's a formula to pick a winner for the year. The interesting thing about it is the winner from that year has to display it at every race for the next year. And we also encourage them to make modifications to it. So if you look at the trophy, it started out just as a shifter off of a Sprite, and then things have been added to it, like there's an airplane, new sparkly paint, a turntable. This year's winner will get the trophy and will feel obligated to modify it in some portion. The plan for my race car is not to break and not to crash and not to go off the track into the mud. No, not really. I'd like to keep doing it as long as I physically can. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't good. I started racing at SVRA events maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I like the organization. I like how I'm treated, and I like the opportunity to race at different tracks where I haven't raced before, and not to spread hate and discontent in the pits.
Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. I have a Corvette restoration facility called Corvette Repair Incorporated in Valley Stream, Long Island, New York. But my passion is cars with race history, cars that went to Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, and so on. So I've been very fortunate. That was Roger Penske's first race car as a team owner. The car is the only C2 Corvette that back-to-back wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1966. He was overwhelmed when he first saw the car. We spent some time together. I met him once at one event, showed him my scrapbook, and then I met him again at the Simeon Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and spent about 20 minutes with him, went over the whole car, and he looked inside the interior. He goes, Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. So he was a hands-on kind of guy. Oh, he's one of my biggest heroes. I pinch myself every morning when I look in my collection in my garage, and I went after the very best cars I can afford. Oh, I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. They asked me to bring the car down here. We brought out a couple other cars. We brought a couple of cars that also raced at Sebring in 1960. It was owned by Briggs Cunningham himself. But knowing that the cars were here in 1960, these guys were here, 50, 60 years ago. This is unbelievable that we're a part of history. So we're going to preserve it and tell the story as much as we possibly can and let people get an education on what we're doing here. So it's been fun. His goal was to win Le Mans. He went back there in 1960 with a guy named Azora Dunthoff, who was the father of Corvette. He special ordered 3 Corvettes out of a place called Harryman Chevrolet in New York City. They got very, very special treatment behind closed doors. Got special motors and special heavy-duty features and double sway bars and the whole 9 yards. And he went over there, and actually, the record held for over 40-plus years. The number 3 car actually was 8th overall and first in class. And the car's here today. All 3 Cunningham cars have survived.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The COTA Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas, Austin, Texas, November 1st through the 3rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association and their national championship, International GT, Formula Regional Americas, F4 US Championship, and the Ligier JSF4, PSSA, and Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the COTA Speed Tour, November 1st through the 3rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
you've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful VIRginia International Raceway, affectionately known as VIR. We've been coming here for 16 consecutive years with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. But if you want to go back to the first time we were here, well, you'd have to go back to 1966. That's right, Trans Am's inaugural season. Well, I'm Ken Stout. The tall man standing right alongside me, that is championship-winning sports car driver Mr. Mike Skeen, and our good friend Mr. Ben Sissel will be in the pits here with us today. Gentlemen, we have to talk about round 11 here. This is the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, and what a series it has been. Rafa Matos comes in here with a 120-point lead. If he can lead with 110 of those points, he wins his third championship here in this class. It would be the first time in TA history that somebody has won 3 championships. But, gentlemen, a lot of racing to do. And as we know, anything can go wrong, and 1 year ago, he finished all but last.
Yeah, there's a lot of young guns here. They're fighting for good wins, and they might not be in the championship hunt, but they want to get some victories and podiums. And, he's not at the front of the field, but he's near the front of the field. I'm sure he's going to be thinking long range, and he's got to come out of here with some good points.
We'll find out how that shakes down. Ben, you're going to take us down through the grid here on our grid walk, but there's a lot of stories, and one of them is going to be right at the very back.
Yeah, Connor Zilich, who was racing in the truck race last night, had Talladega Nights last night, got here early in the morning, but he's very fast. We saw him win from the back 2 or 3 times last year, so expect for Connor Zilich to move up in that Silver Hair Racing Camaro.
Yeah, and of course he made history here last year as the first driver to win in both TA2 and TA, so we're looking for exciting things from him. I'll hand you the microphone. Have fun, my friend. We're going to head up to the booth. It's time to go racing, baby.
Nice, I love it. And we've got an expert here. Let me just brag on Mike Skeen. He won here from the back in 2021, so he knows VIR, and he's a TA2 champion. So we've got an expert going up to the booth. Also, he helped instruct this next driver, Connor Zilich, going the transition from karts to cars. Look at this. I love having to navigate. No, I love it, guys. Sorry about that. I like navigating through crowds. But I got to say, Connor Zilich, I'm so sorry about that, but I am so proud of you, man, to see what's happened. You've got 2 watches, to win at Daytona, to win at Sebring, just dominating at Watkins Glen, but so happy to have you back here in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, and I know you love VIR.
Yeah, this place is awesome. It's good to be back here in the Trans Am Series. It's been since Sebring. We won last time we were out, and we won the last time we raced here too. So hopefully we can repeat history and get ourselves another win.
Nice, and maybe some celebratory ice cream again. Connor Zilich up here. Then we've got Jim Gallagher and Keith Prochek starting from the back. We had kind of a different kind of qualifying. Now Connor is starting from the back because he didn't put the car on track all weekend because he was at Talladega in the truck race. But Keith Prochuk, Jim Gallagher, I think they both had some problems out there. Then we've got Thomas Ellis here with the Franklin Road Apparel. Averett Chevy Camaro with Team SLR. He's been with us quite a bit. Tom Sheehan with the VixenCycleCompany.com Ford Mustang. Beautiful car. I love having that car here. And then Barry Bowes. Now, Tom Sheehan, Barry Bowes going at it in the Pro-Am, and you can see the Osseo data. Megan's got her race day pants on, so you know Barry's going to have some good luck out there. We love it. And then we've got Julian DaCosta, who's been doing really well. I need to mention the Austin Hatcher Foundation for Pediatric Cancer and the Powered by Hickson Chevy Camaro. He's going to be out there in this beautiful number 17 Team SLR. Now, I hate to play favorites, but I think the prettiest car out there is this HendrickCars.com Boris Said Jr. Silver Hair Racing Chevrolet Camaro. Just an absolutely beautiful car. Love having that out here. And then Nathan Hearn. I absolutely love the TA2 Australia Series. This is a TA2 Australia legend, but he came and raced with us last year with Cube 3. So happy to have him out here. Absolutely dominant in TA2 Australia, so look for him to move up. Then we've got Austin Green, who's kind of come in and out of the series. Looks like he's pretty chill and relaxed right now. He's just with us in the Xfinity Series with Mike Skeen. Great job with 3dimensionals.com. Then Josh Hurley. Look out for Josh Hurley in this green light simulation Moonlight Ford Mustang with BC Race Cars. Getting filmed right now by Kevin Mooney here. Ben Mayer. Look at this, a new one. The Honda Marine. Ben Mayer car with Nitro Motorsports. 2 pole awards for Ben Mayer. We had race wins, so nice job from Ben Mayer. Unbelievable. Then we go to Tristan McKee. I'm going to interview Tristan McKee up here. Tristan McKee, you've been in and out of a TA2 car all season. You joined us at Gateway, but in SVRA because you weren't old enough. But now you are now old enough to be in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. How's it feel?
Feels good. Now that I'm finally old enough, this will be my first official TA2 race. I did a race with Scott Speed in the Pro-Am deal at Lime Rock, so that was pretty fun. I think we have some good speed, so we'll see what plays out, see how it plays out. I think it's going to be a good race. I think we're pretty good, so I guess we'll just have to see. I'm pretty nervous a little bit, so I'm just going to have to see. First time at this track racing anything, first TA2 race, so it's going to be a learning curve.
Nice. I love it. Well, you got to give Chevrolet some love there for Tristan McKee. First time in the TA2 Series with the Cube 3 Architecture. Then we've got Rafa Matos here, our leader. But, Rafa, I'd love to talk to you, but I've got to move up here to the pole. Adrian Lostowski, don't make a liar out of me. I said at Sebring on the broadcast you're going to be on the podium this year, and you got 2 more chances. Don't make a liar out of me. Then Thomas Merrill here, also in the hunt for the championship. He's got to have a really strong, good finish here. One of the most beautiful cars here is this Cube 3 Architecture Chevy Camaro with Silver Hair Racing. And we've got Jake Drew there. Jake Drew's grandparents are here watching this weekend. But our pole sitter, because of practice times, not qualifying times, Thomas Annunziata, that's got to feel good.
Feels really good. I mean, this year's been ups and downs, more downs than ups, but we've had the pace the whole year, and feels good for something to go our way. So take advantage, and we have a really fast Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustang, so I'm super excited.
Nice, and we're going to see him back-to-back racing tomorrow. Today with ChrisWellFord.com in this beautiful Nitro car. Tomorrow with Criswell Chevrolet in a TA Monster. But right now, I'm going to go to my friend Bill Knox for the invocation.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to you today, Father, we ask that you hold all the victims of the hurricane, their families, and their towns in your almighty hands, Father. Help them through this time of their need. And Father, we ask that you also hold the drivers, the crews, the spectators, the officials in those same almighty hands, Father. Bless them, keep them safe, and Father, watch over our EMS, our safety workers, and our police, and our military. Father, that they too may come home on a daily basis to their families that they love. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. George, if you don't mind, get a great shot of the Dan River High School Junior ROTC as Christy Wilkins, I've heard all kinds of stories about how great your voice is, leads us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Christy, thank you so much. Absolutely beautiful. Dan River High School Junior ROTC, thank you guys so much. I'm going to send it up to you, Ken, to walk us through this grid.
Thanks a lot, Ben. We appreciate that. Mike Skeen sitting right alongside as well. So, hey, Mike, while we're setting up this grid here, let's talk about what happened in qualifying, because it ended up far from normal. We had a couple of what they call black flags here in this series. Any other series typically would refer to it as a red flag, but the entire field had to come to the stop is the point. So consequently, they never really got a lap in.
Yeah, absolutely. They divide the qualifying session into two groups and separate the two halves of the field. The first faster half had the issue, only had a couple of laps and really mixed up the order, and so they ended up going back to practice times from our practice session on Friday, and it's really mixed up the grid for us today.
Yeah, absolutely right. So consequently, back to that practice session. And we welcome everybody on MAV TV here to beautiful Virginia International Raceway, affectionately known as VIR. This is the VIR SpeedTour and the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Time now for our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series event. It is round number 11. We will race here, and then we will close the season out at COTA, Circuit of the Americas. I'm Ken Stout. Mike Skeen has joined me here in the booth. Multi-time, a number of wins out here in TA2. Is it 11 wins, I think, something or in that area?
Sounds about right.
Yep, obviously championship-winning sports car driver. As we take a look at some of the drivers, that's young Thomas Annunziata. Actually announced his father as a drag racer way back in the day when he ran with the NMCA. So great to have Thomas out here. And Thomas is going to start on the pole. He's been very fast. And another young gun is Jake Drew, who will be right alongside him. We were talking earlier, qualifying got scrubbed because the entire field that was split into two groups never got a full lap in. So they went back to a practice session. It was Jake Drew that actually had qualified on the pole. That's what it had looked like. And there's bonus points there. That's very important here, keeping in mind he's chasing Rookie of the Year honors.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe he's also in the Young Guns fight. And, to lose those points for pole position, I'm sure is disappointing, but he still finds himself in a pretty solid position here near the front of the field to race today for a win. And I'm sure he's hoping to bring Silver Hair home in their home race here at VIR with a solid finish.
Yeah, so there's a look at our starting grid, and Thomas Annunziata is the #1 qualifier on the pole. Yes, on the right-hand side, because the first turn here is the Mission Foods. Turn 1 is a right-hander, so they'll start off the inside row there behind Thomas Annunziata. Adrian Lastowski, then Thomas Merrill, who's in the hunt for this championship, 120 points behind Rafa Matos, who's right behind him. Tristan McGee on the outside of Rafa Matos. Josh Hurley also chasing Rookie of the Year honors. And you mentioned young guns. Young Ben Mayer is a very accomplished racer at a very young age. He will be a threat out here today. He is very, very fast. Nathan Hearn out here with us one more time. He's only had a couple of starts, but when he shows up, he's extremely fast. And Austin Green as well. We look forward to big things from Austin Green. First races at Mid-Ohio, finished 3rd, then went to Watkins Glen and finished 2nd. As we look at the back part of the field, we'll also work in some of our Pro-Ams as well, as Julian DaCosta will line up alongside Boris Said Jr. Yes, legendary Boris Said. This is his son, so we hope to see good things out of Boris as well. And we look down through our Pro-Ams as well. It will be a great battle here throughout the entire pack. Some 30 cars qualified out here. We'll take a look at the back half of the field here. Keith Prochek back in there alongside Jim Gallagher and Gian Buffamonte. Great story there as well, making his debut. Third-generation racer, but his father, Tony, won the championship back in 2016. And, of course, you have to look down there at the last row. Connor Zilich, who is the reigning champ out here from a year ago in both categories and one night ago, was running in the Craftsman Truck Series. There's a look at Jake Drew. Looking for good things here today. We'll be starting on that front row. He will have a great shot at it. We'll see how he does here on the start. Anything can go for sure, but he'll be on the outside as they enter Mission Foods turn #1. With that said, we're going to send it back down to Ben Sissel because he is standing next to the person that's going to deliver those famous words. Ben?
All right, I am here with Nick Middleton, my friend, longtime sponsor in the TA2 Series, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. First time as a series sponsor. I think in the 3 years he's only missed one race. Been to all the races this season. So happy to have the founder and CEO of Cube 3 Architecture in the series. How does this feel to be at beautiful VIR?
This is actually a spectacular day. You couldn't ask for better conditions. Everybody's excited. We've had a bit of a challenging weekend, but we've got a full grid. One of the biggest grids we've had all season, you know, being one of the oldest racing series in the United States. It's great to see everybody here. Good luck to all the drivers out there. It's going to be a phenomenal day, and I look forward to seeing everybody after the race and on the podium later. So this will be a fun day.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is like a series dream to have Nick Middleton come in as the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series sponsor, because he absolutely loves this series, knows all the drivers, but also the crew, the truck drivers, our officials, the staff. You love this, and also you're helping some of these drivers like a Jake Drew or Thomas Annunziata, the Connor Zilich, to try to move up the ladder a little bit because it's just a passion.
Very much so. The younger drivers, it's 10% driving, 90% business, so helping them out across the board here, but also helping out the entire Trans Am paddock here, making sure that this becomes a really successful series in the United States, and looking forward to the next season. Looking forward to seeing the announcements, what we're going to be doing next year. So hang tight, and we'll make some big announcements in COTA.
Well, I hope we can entice you to stay for the 2025 season, because you have made such a difference in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. We are about to have a great race, so Nick, take it away.
Well, good luck to everybody. Drivers, start your engines.
And the sweet sound of the 550 horsepower producing LS3 power plants underneath the hood of the TA2 cars. Incredible stuff here. These cars are very capable, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these cars are very quick, faster than some of the GT4, GT3 cars that you might see in the IMSA weekends here. You know, very capable in lap times. You know, very tight field. They'll be racing super close, but also at the same time, you can battle really hard because they don't have some of the aero wash that some of the sports cars that we see here sometimes have. So it should be a really exciting show.
Saw a good look there of Thomas Merrill. There's a look at the grid as well. We will go on board with Adrian Listowski. Give us a great shot there. Beautiful shot looking across the car there at the driver as well as out of the front. That's what the outside of the vehicle looks like up close and personal. Wish him the best out here. He's going to have a great starting position up there towards the front as well. We'll also go on board with Barry Bowes. Barry Bowes in the number 27 car. As we'll look out of the windshield of that, they pull away to head out on their pace lap here, get a little temperature put inside of the tires, inside of the brakes as well. Two different categories out here. We will have the TA2 and the TA2 Pro-Am Challenge. Barry Bowes leading in that TA2 Pro-Am Challenge. Cut a tire on lap 1 at Watkins Glen and then drove back through the field to grab the win. Actually made the pass, I believe it was on the very last lap. So had a really good run up through the field. And there's a great onboard shot there. As we talked about before, on board with Adrian Listowski, we'll find out how things shake down with him. Hungry for that first podium. We'll also go on board with Jake Drew. I'll get it right. Third time's the charm, as they say. And we talked about him, too, being in the hunt. He is leading in Rookie of the Year points. Does have a couple of podiums on the season, 3 of them, in fact, including a pole. Julian DaCosta will also give us an onboard look here, and the number 17. And the number 99 for Cale Phillips as well. Oh, we'll lay out, and we're going to give you a good look at this racetrack. Hang on, it's fun.
This is Tony Buffamani, 2016 TA2 champion, taking you on a lap at VIRginia International Raceway. Excited to be here, bringing my son Gian for his first pro race. It's a 3.27 mile track. Go down into turn 1, hard braking. First gear corner, exiting this corner, got to get a good drive off of there, all the way through the twisty bits to the famous climbing S's here at VIR. You can see great action as these TA2 cars bound over the curbs at over 150 miles an hour. Down to turn 10, into 11 and 12, famous oak tree turn. Got to get out of here, good. This takes you all the way down Madison Avenue. Use all the road on the exit, up through the gears, 163 plus miles an hour, uphill braking. You get into 14 with hard braking. Right-hand corner, trying to go get good drive off this corner as we go all the way down to Hog Pen. 2 hard right-handers that take you right onto the front straightaway, and that's a lap at VIRginia International Raceway.
Mike, you've got a ton of laps around here. What's the most challenging part of this track?
Most people would tell you the uphill S's in turn 10. It's very fast, intimidating, lots of elevation change going through there. All these guys, will find it to be a very difficult place to pass, but it's really critical to get you close as you approach Oak Tree and try to set up something on the back straightaway here at VIR.
So now on the back straightaway, at the end of that back straightaway, as you hit the roller coaster, eventually into the Cube 3, turn 17, final turn. All of those turns back there, big elevation changes. The car gets a little bit light, and it's full commitment. It's big speed.
Yeah, absolutely. The highest point of the track here we're coming up to on the onboard on the back straightaway here with Jake Drew, right at the turn 12 crest of the hill, coming down into the end of the brake zone. And so all the way down to the end of the straightaway at pit in is downhill all the way through roller coaster. You're making big commitments down into Hog Pen, over the curbing, and trying to set up some fast maneuvers into turn 1.
We saw that points board there for the TA2 Pro-Am Challenge with Barry Bowes up top, Tom Sheehan, Jared Odrick inside of the top 3, and Keith Prochek as well. Coming around through the roller coaster there, then in the fast left-hander, we'll come back to that next right-hander. That is the Cube 3 turn 17 turn, and then they will line up on this front straightaway, and we'll bring them back to the green flag. Round 11 here, getting ready to turn these monsters loose. Jake Drew up on the front row alongside Thomas Annunziata. We're at VIRginia International Raceway. Time for round 11. The Cube 3, already a little bit of contact right there. I saw some tire smoke, but it is the Cube 3 TA2 Series here at VIR. Throwing the green flag. They're on the gas. It's time to go racing. Let's go! Down into turn number 1. Mission Foods, turn number 1, and they're already jockeying for position.
Looks like a nice clean start so far, keeping it clean into turn 1.
On the inside, Annunziata is going to have the drive out. Thomas Merrill trying to follow him through. He is all the way up beside Jake Drew. Jake Drew's going to have to, looks like he's able to close that deal off and hang on to second place. Great battle right there. Annunziata, Drew, and then Merrill in the hunt for this championship. He said, man, I just got to go out and take care of business here. He said it really makes it kind of easy when the point spread is this far apart. You go out and just try to win as we go on board there with Lostowski.
So far, it looks like everybody doing a fine job as it funneled down through turns 4 and 5, headed up to those uphill S's, flying over those curves, up the hill to turn 10 at South Bend. Riding on board with Barry Bowes. I believe he's still leading the Pro-Am class here at the start.
This left-hander right here also very, very fast. You really got to carry a lot of speed to get that lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Minimum speeds around 100 miles an hour going through there at South Bend, and then down here to Oak Tree and back onto Madison Avenue.
And for our fans at home, if you're not familiar with why we call that Oak Tree, in this particular case, the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn, for many, many years, there was a massive oak tree back there on a couple of years ago, but it will forever be known as Oak Tree Turn. Up through the roller coaster there, you can see that big elevation change.
Now we go down the hill from 15 to 16 into Hog Pen. The guys are leading back onto the front straightaway here, and Annunziata's going to lead the first lap and keep us all the way into turn 1. Guys throughout the field doing a fine job to keep us clean on this first lap.
And for our friends at home on MAV TV, as you joined us, we had already talked about qualifying here. Qualifying was scrubbed. There were a couple of red flag incidents. They call them black flags here in the Trans Am Series, but effectively the entire field had to come to a stop a couple of times, and they split the groups. They split them into 2 groups, so everybody did not have a chance at one clean lap. So the rule book dictates that they go back to the previous practice session, and that's how we lined them up here today. It did change things up just a bit. After lap number 1, it looks like everybody's staying about the same. McGee up there inside of the top 5. Matos, Ben Mayer started off in 7th, still in 7th, and Hearn inside of the top 10. Josh Hurley chasing Rookie of the Year honors. Kind of funny to say Josh Hurley chasing Rookie of the Year honors is such an accomplished driver, but he's a rookie out here in Trans Am.
Yep, and then we see Austin Green for Peterson Racing, Three-Dimensional Services, finishing out our top 10, keeping it clean. I'm sure he'll be fighting to get us back up towards the front here. There we see Adrian Wastowski into turn 12, back onto the back straightaway, keeping that car clean, nice up in the top 4. It'd be nice to see him get a good finish, representative of that team for this season.
Starting to stretch out here just a little bit. This is a 75-minute contest. We'll see how things shake down here, but let's talk about these cars. They produce a lot of horsepower, 550 horsepower, probably 160 miles an hour down here through the back stretch as we go on board with the number 99 of Cale Phillips. Great to have Cale out here with us as well. But how much are they going to have to manage these cars, tires, and brakes?
Yeah, fortunately, ever since the series has gone to the Pirelli tire here in the Trans Am Series, they've been super consistent, very durable, very fast. So there's not as much saving of the tire as you would have previously had to do. A little bit maybe with the braking. Several hard brake zones here at VIR, bringing it down from near 160 miles an hour, as you said. So definitely a lot of energy going into those and some heat management required. But the teams up at the front with a really good equipment will have pretty good consistent brakes all throughout the race.
On board here with Jake Drew, his first year in TA2, as we talked about him leading in Rookie of the Year points, has over 20 ARCA starts, just missed the championship in ARCA West, I should say, in 2021, actually won it in 2022, has competed in NASCAR Craftsman Truck, driving the number 66 Ford F-150 championship winning team Thor Sport Racing, also a Toyota Tundra as well for Hatari. So he's done a lot of racing outside of Trans Am, very accomplished, a lot of karting as well, kind of how he started his career. Again, as you take a look at the number 15 there as well. So this field very, very deep.
lots of talented drivers. Even as we get down through the top 15, you guys see guys like Sheehan, most experienced TA2 driver, running second in the Pro-Am class right now. Cale Phillips, Jared Odrick, Ellis, lots of good names down through here. Zilich working himself up into the top 20 already. I can imagine we'll see him fighting in the top 10 before long.
On board with Barry Bowes. I believe Barry is leading the Pro-Am category here. As we look down on time and scoring there to the left-hand side, Barry out front there in that particular category and leading in the points as well. H pattern here. I love that.
Yeah, no driver aids to help you here. No ABS, no traction control, no automatic paddle shift gearboxes. You got to work for the speed in these cars.
I believe that was Austin Green that we were looking at there. That is Austin Green and that bright yellow car there. And so used to Rafa Matos being in that yellow car for many years, but now he is not. His car is white now. Again, back on board with Julian DaCosta.
Yeah, he's right up there behind Boris Said Jr., keeping that HendrickCars.com Chevrolet Camaro up there near the top 10. I'm sure he's going to follow Austin Green here and try to get up into that top 10 quickly.
Everybody's staying pretty close here. I mean, a little bit of breathing room to keep up pace, to keep the drive up, but everybody's staying very close, and that's the beauty of this class. It is so competitive here. There's a look at Boris Said Jr., the number 75 car. And again, right out of the windshield for Julian DaCosta. We are racing here at Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us. We'll be back with more from Trans Am. And on board once again is Julian DaCosta, not giving up anything there to Boris Said Jr.
Yeah, absolutely. Some strong battles here already. A little bit strung out, but so far everybody keeping it clean. No yellows, no off-course excursions of any major issue. So hopefully we can see this guy's race green for a long time here.
It's funny you bring that up because it seems like every session people have been off course. They've had to stop the session. This race has been great here so far. 4 complete laps. It's a big circuit at 3.27 miles in length, 17 turns. So there's a lot of opportunity there to have things happen, not to mention full-on race as Annunziata now starting to stretch it out here, has a near 1 second lead.
Yeah, absolutely. He keeps clicking off some very fast lap times. We see Zilich up now to 16th, running also very quick. But so far, everybody keeps pulling away out of front. And we see some battles here with Josh Hurley. We have somebody in the pits, looks like maybe the Gallagher, this number 16 car from Mike Cope Racing, trying to get the hood off or back on. I can't tell yet here. Some overheating with steam spraying out the top. Looks like he had some contact there on the side with the exhaust, but I think he's going to be able to rejoin the race here.
Yeah, that is Jim Gallagher.
There we see the 20 of Josh Hurley leading into the uphill S's ahead of Austin Green. Just P9 and 10 right there. Some beautiful elevation change here going by the villas up at South Bend.
Yeah, Josh Hurley, a very accomplished driver as we take a look there once again at Boris Said Jr. He's in the Hendricks back machine. And we welcome you back here to Virginia International Raceway. And caution flag is out here. We left you with an onboard. We picked you back up here with an onboard, but the caution has come out the first one of the race. About 4.5 laps into this contest here. Expecting, I believe, about 31 laps if everything went the distance. Clearly, that's not going to happen here. You'd have to stay green to get all of those laps in on this large course. Welcome back to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This is the VIR SpeedTour, and we're watching the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series.
Not what Thomas Annunziata was looking for as he was pulling out a lead there, but definitely what Connor Zilich is looking for. He got up to P16 there, and now this yellow will help pack him back up to that lead pack and let him fight towards the top 10.
Yeah, you've been in a situation where something goes wrong. In his particular case, nothing went wrong. He just wasn't here to qualify or practice one day ago. So consequently, Zilic had to start in the back of the pack. But you've got to have a couple of those caution flags to close up some of that massive real estate that gets strung out.
Absolutely. With the really strong field here, good car count, there's a lot of people to get by and make your way up. You can see from that last onboard at turn 3, an incident with the tow trucks out there servicing it, and now riding on board with the 99, Cale Phillips, coming towards turn 3. Maybe we get another look at who is out there. But already it looks like the tow truck's starting to clear out, so hopefully we can get back to green relatively quickly here.
Yeah, was not able to catch who that was as we go on board here with Cale Phillips. Cale competing in the Pro-Am Challenge. And a great place for somebody to come out here and cut their teeth on a big full-body car. A great bang for the buck as well in terms of Trans Am racing. I mean, to try and compete in a GT4 or a GT3, man, you got to have a lot of bananas, man.
Yeah, absolutely. You're bringing a lot of budget to the table to run one of those cars, and these cars are in that relative lap time, really good racing, but much more economical. The cars are more attainable. Even a guy, can run it out of his own garage, run it with his own single car trailer, come here and be competitive because of the cost cap nature of this series. Certainly, there's some high level teams that have come here and are really, moving along the development and, making these cars very quick. But it has really brought a high level of competition at an affordable price.
Yeah, I think we have to talk about Silver Hair Racing. They've done a masterful job of bringing in some really, really good young talent, and it's a great development series. They want them to get this seat time. It's if you want to make your way up the Cup, you've got to have some road racing experience, and no better place to come out here and do it than this.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of young NASCAR talent coming this way. Connor Zilic being a perfect example, but we've seen that talent not just behind the wheel, but also in the shops. A lot of the guys with NASCAR experience now running some of these teams, both at Nitro, Team SLR, and of course Silver Hair Racing. So we see a lot of that skill transfer and really moving along the development of these cars and making some really strong programs.
And once again, we will take a quick break here, and when we come back, hopefully they throw that green flag. As you can see, Adrian not doing bad here at all, having a good day so far, currently in 4th place, just one spot out of a podium position. A pretty tough player right there in front of him to get around, but you hang around, and you never know what might happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas Merrill there running in 3rd position, former series champion, super strong driver, lots of experience, under his belt, and it's going to be tough for Adrian to get around him, but, there's some guys here that want to fight hard for a win and get themselves a podium finish, maybe like Adrian that hasn't been on the podium yet this season, but would be great to see a nice clean battle here at the front as we see Ty Young just rejoining the field from pit lane in front of the pace car. Hopefully he can keep his lap, but yeah, we're going to be in a great position for a good battle here when we go green.
Ginetta pace car out there keeping everybody at pace. Thought we might go back green this lap, but lights are still on. So it looks like we will go one more time around here.
I'm wondering if our yellow might have been from Barry Bowes. He had been leading the Pro-Am just outside the top 10 overall. He's down to 23 now. Thomas Sheehan leading Pro-Am class. Cale Phillips and Jared Odrick in 2nd and 3rd. So hopefully we can see Barry fight his way back up.
Yeah, and actually when we were on board with him, I heard him pull one of those gears. It sounded like it crunched a little bit. I wondered if something was going on there.
Copy that. Yeah, it seems like we might have also had an issue with the 22 of Ty Young. He's rejoined the field after the Mike Coke guys have been able to service the car. Hopefully he can get a strong finish here too.
So they'll send them back around here one more time as they work their way up through the S's, round 11 here. Getting close to the end of this season. And welcome back to VIR. This is the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Unfortunately, we've had a caution flag here. We hear for the number 22 of Ty Young, unfortunately for him. Atlanta, Georgia driver with some issues. We did not see that. So we are hearing that we're coming back to green this time. one of our Pro-Am drivers here, giving us an onboard shot. A good bit different look back here than it is up in the front, but these are passing opportunities, as you talked about. We mentioned Connor Zilic starting off at the very back of this pack, as he was not here yesterday at all. He was competing in the NASCAR Truck Series, where he qualified. I believe he qualified 12th, but unfortunately got caught up in an incident there. Showed up here today, had to start in the back of the pack, 30th, and already up to 13th.
Yeah, no doubt. Everybody expected him to be in the hunt, even for a win here, coming from the back. Already well up into 13th, and I'm sure with this yellow coming back to green on this lap, we'll see him fighting forward into the top 10 and beyond that quickly. We've seen Austin Green, unfortunately, drop back out of the top 10, along with Barry Bowes, who was up there. So, a big mix-up here, but hopefully we can see some clean racing, green flag runs to the end.
A lot of racing yet to go inside of this contest. Once again, on board with Jake Drew. Started off on the front row in the outside pole. Was able to hang on to second from a very hard-charging Thomas Merrill. And Merrill takes no prisoners, man. Elbows up. Very accomplished driver. SRO, IMSA. He has battled with the big dogs for sure. And if you show any flinch at all, he will make you pay. Now, with that said, we talked about Jake Drew and his battles in ARCA, and it's the same way there. So he is used to it. Two talented drivers here. The two up in front are young guns. Jake Drew, 24 years of age. Annunziata very, very fast here, looking for the green flag. Was in second place at Watkins Glen. They blew up a motor. He's also going to make his TA debut here this weekend.
Thomas Annunziata with a good jump here, and Thomas Merrill putting the pressure on Jake Drew as we come down to turn 1. He has a look to the inside, but I think he's going to have him covered. Adrian Wastowski following there in 4th. So far clean. A little bit of drift from Rafa Matos coming off of turn 1 as they're 2 or 3 wide back there.
Yeah, we haven't talked about our points leader, Rafa Matos, at all. Started off in the 5th position. Yeah, Merrill all over Drew. Good heads-up move there by Drew. That is experience of being in ARCA and racing out here to protect the bottom there as they went into that Mission Foods turn number 1.
Absolutely, and as they got down towards turns 4 and 5, it really narrows up, tightens up. We see a car off there. That's one of the Team SLRs, maybe McGee going through the grass, and they rejoin. So far, everybody pointing in the right direction. I think that was DaCosta, actually, in the 17. He's going to have to be careful to watch his temperature. You can see grass in the grill coming out over the windshield there. It's dirt. Oh, as Wastowski's off, that's Adrian rejoining. Again, look at that grass in the grill. He's going to have to watch his temperatures and try to get that off really quickly.
Look at everybody trying to make him pay, running around the outside. Forrestead Jr. able to get around the outside of him right there. Here comes
the 57 of Zilic already getting up there, probably just into the top 10 now with that excitement off of turn 5 and then.
They always tell you to straighten out the turns. I don't think that was the idea, though.
Not quite, yeah. Here at VIR, it's really common to get off and get grass in the grill, and even if it doesn't damage the car with some body work or anything, you got plenty of runoff to slide around, but you got to be careful of all that grass accumulating in the front.
And we'll see if we can get you a replay of that as well. Let's take a look at what happened to Adrian here. You run up through those S's, just one small mistake, or did he get a little bit of help? That would be the question. Oh, man, way wide on the exit there.
Yeah, and he hit the front side of that curb, a big hole there, probably going to damage that splitter. You can see it pretty high on that right front there. Hopefully that car will stay together and the nose will stay on it. Here we're riding on board as he comes into turn 10. A little bit of a challenge coming from behind. He left the door open, and I see the car go airborne.
Looked to me
over
like
that
the initial turn in, it wanted to get loose, and he had to try and save it, and that sent him out there.
Yeah, I think he saw that car behind sticking the nose in, and he wanted to leave a little bit of a gap and just found himself getting out in the marbles a little bit wide there in turn 10. Really tough place to make a pass happen, as it's usually pretty single file through there.
Oh, so critical when you're coming out of 5B to make sure you're lined up and hitting your marks. Otherwise, it ruins the whole rest of this area.
Yeah, absolutely. That straightaway just leads all the way up to the S's and 10. If you get a little bit slow off of 5B, then you find yourself under pressure up at 10. There we see Thomas Merrill sliding through, putting the pressure on Jake Drew right up under the nose. He's going to try to get a good run off of 12 here and see if he can draft his way into a challenging position at turn 13.
And these Pirellis are tough. You talk to a few of the drivers, they say, man, we really don't worry about tire deg with these tires. They're great from start to finish. So he's definitely putting them through their paces, no doubt about that, as once again we go on board with Julian DaCosta.
Yep, DaCosta here behind Sheehan, putting the pressure on. We've got Audric there sitting in P2. There's Ty Young with more damage, and Gallagher also sitting on pit lane. Unfortunate for those Mike Cope guys with 2 cars behind the wall.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk with Mike Cope yesterday. He also has a secret player underneath that tent, some guy named Butch Miller. How about a legendary Hall of Famer, and of course oval track racing, but so incredibly talented, and what a wealth of knowledge to work and mentor their young drivers. On board with Barry Bowes, you talked about him falling way back as well, and now scrapping back out there again to try and pick up some spots. He is in 22nd, and he was leading in the Pro-Am division. So a lot of work here to do for Barry Bowes. Unfortunately, just having a moment out there.
You can see him here following Keith Prochek down into turn 1.
Now sticking the nose underneath Prochek as well. We'll be right back. Stay with us here at VIR. And a good look here at Barry Bowes, really leaning hard on the back bumper.
Yep, absolutely. Putting the pressure on Prochek there in the HB Tuners car with Mike Cope Racing, putting the battle on at turn 1. Now we see Adrian Lostowski going under the bridge up towards the uphill. S is recovering after that off at turn 10. So far, car seems to be going well, but he's hustling to regain some positions.
Yeah, he was up in 4th place, so it was a pretty costly mistake there for him. Now back in 10th. We're hearing that Nathan Hearn jumped the restart, so I believe he's going to get a penalty here. We'll follow up on that as it happens. Nathan Hearn currently in 5th.
It looks like we're under caution again. Unfortunately, not going to stay green for very long on this run. Good to see the grill on Lostowski's car there going into 12. Looked nice and clean. They had a good bent grill over the radiator opening, so that grass was able to escape and get out. And so hopefully he can stay on track and not have to visit pit lane to clear out that grill. Let himself move back up into position here.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Of course, I think everybody thinks of just the engine overheating whenever it packs them up with grass like that, but it's not. It's also the transmission as well. I mean, the temperatures climb very, very quickly, and the gearbox just doesn't shift right anymore. It affects a lot of things.
Yeah. Also the brake ducts. You got brake ducts up there, and as you talked about, these are a little bit marginal on these cars, especially when we get those long green flag runs. So if you still have grass up in the grill of the brake ducting, we could have some issues with brakes in the long run.
Great opportunity here to cool everything back down, though. I've often wondered how much the tire temperature actually changes between full speed and obviously here on a pace lap. Hey, our good friend Ben Sissel has been radio silent lately, but he's ready to go now. Hey, Ben, what do you got, buddy?
All right, I'm here with Billy Harrison with Fast Auto. You can keep talking if you need to, Billy, but just in a little bit, Adrian Lostowski just went off riding really fast, but went off in the Bennett Bridge Hall, but rejoined, but maybe lost 6 or 7 positions. And then I've heard that Nathan Hearn has to serve a drive-through penalty. What's going on here?
We're not sure about this pass-through. He did not jump it, he says, so we're going to see. We're going to fight that if we can. Adrian went off. The car's a little bit loose on the restart. Don't seem that it hurt it. Maybe a little bit of, maybe running hot a little, but we're going to see what happens.
Sometimes when you go off here at VIR, you collect a lot of grass on your front grill. Did you get a visual on that and make sure no grass is there?
Yeah, we've got a catcher on the front to try to keep that clear.
Exactly. So, Mike Skeen, maybe your expertise can point to people of why, and there's different front grills and different setups to keep that grass off, because that becomes super important here, especially in this heat. Back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I would ask, too, can you explain what a catcher is?
Yeah, so he's talking about the grill. They've got kind of a triangular shaped grill that sticks out in front of the bumper. And so that just makes it so it's not a perfectly flat perpendicular face as the car is going into the air. And that lets a little bit of air get behind the sides of that grill, and also keeps an angle that makes the grass kind of spill off the side a little bit. We did see most of that radiator opening looked open, but some of the grass had spilled off into the side ducts over there by the brake ducts. Hopefully not too bad, but there's a good look at that triangular grill that pokes out a little bit, hopefully saving Adrian's race here. I saw him a little bit tucked up under the 75 bumper here under yellow, trying to clear off. Another thing you can do is just get right up under the bumper, and that dirty air coming off underneath that car ahead will kind of blow off the, from the turbulence, clear off some of that grass.
Had a chance to talk to the 71 car, Eric Caton, who lives in the Indianapolis area, works for Ray Skillman's Automotive Group, a service director there, chasing his dream, always wanted to get up here, typically a club racer, but has now managed to get up in here. Of course, Ray Skillman, legendary racer back in the day as well, so it's great to see him and Bill support their director here and get him out here. But chatting with him, he said we're a little behind on aero, and what I've heard throughout the paddock is the radiator game has come into play in a large way here in the TA2 category.
Yeah, absolutely. People are chasing every advantage they possibly can. How the radiator, flows air through and how it escapes from under the front end in the engine compartment. How the air escapes out of the bottom of the floor throughout the rest of the distance of the car moving backwards. So guys are really putting in the research, going to wind tunnels, doing the research. With in some cases the NASCAR manufacturer helps. Now that they're getting some support for these young guns that are moving up. They want to see their young guys do well, and so they're getting support from above with some of that NASCAR expertise. But we've definitely seen some of these teams, go into wind tunnels and shaker rigs and KNC rigs, trying to get the most potential out of these cars.
Yeah, I also heard they run high pressure systems, so they'll run a lot of temperature as well to get everything out of these things as possible. And that's what it always is. It just continues to develop. So not a lot of electronics inside of these cars, like this Gian Buffamonte here making his debut. As we talked about before, his father, a former champion going back to 2016. So they've come in here clearly with some sort of mechanical.
Yeah, I can't quite tell what they're looking for here. It looks like the tires are up, but they're looking underneath, maybe a transmission issue. They're in that area, maybe looking for a shifter malfunction, might be stuck in gear or something of that nature. You can also see just barely inside the wheels there the brake fans that help extract some of the air out of these cars. Also clearing off some grass from the grill like we've been talking about. But yeah, trying to get this car to the finish and get a strong run for Gian Buffamonte.
He's been running FCCA Super Tour this season, currently second in the GT2 class standings. Great to have him out here. At first it didn't sound like he was in first gear, but it finally picked back up and sounded normal.
Yeah,
another one up there in pit road as well.
Yeah, I believe that was the 22 of Ty Young revisiting pit road. Yep. Some damage on the front end there, but glad to see him get back into the race here.
Connor Zilic up to 8th.
Yeah, he's definitely moving his way up steadily, playing it smart. Just 10 laps there, or 11 laps in now under yellow. So lots of time still for Connor to make it up to the front. Hassle these guys for the lead. See Thomas Annunziata there ahead, leading under the pace car, trying to keep those tires clean and warm. You were asking about the tire temperature before when we go to yellow. It's really easy when you cool down here and you're not running as hard to pick up rubber and debris from the road. Even driving online, you're kind of peeling up the rubber that has been laid down there. So these guys have to be careful to really scrub these tires, try to keep them clean so when we get to a restart they can battle hard.
Throw a little love to the 66 car of Amir Halim as well, making their first career start here this weekend. The healing-backed car, saw that thing. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, they also have a beautiful Porsche GT3R they're running in the Trans Am race tomorrow.
Brian Locke, it's IMSA GT3 spec. It's a rocket ship.
Yep, absolutely. It's exciting to see another GT3 car coming to the field. We've got some with the Mercedes-AMG GT3s with Lowry and Griffin. But it should be exciting to see those guys battle it out tomorrow.
Yeah, cool to have them out here. They were excited to be out here as well. And Barry Buzz, as we were talking about him, had that moment, not sure what happened to him, had fallen back to 23rd, now back up to 19th.
Yeah, we see a big stack of Pro-Am cars up in front of him, so he's going to be trying to move forward on the podium, but lights are out on that Ginetta pace car. I believe April Curtis driving that pace car for us this weekend, local favorite of the racetrack, but we're going to see these guys go back to green here shortly.
Yeah, Bo's currently 6th in that PA category, but 4 cars sitting right in front of him for position, so we'll see if he can take advantage of that now that we've had this caution flag. Annunziata has been out front since the drop of the initial green flag, and Drew right behind him. Merrill has been all over the back bumper of Drew, trying to take advantage of these restarts here. We'll see if he can make it work here. They come back by on the throttle here early. Annunziata takes off, headed down towards Mission Foods, turn number 1. Again, Merrill now is going to take a look at the outside. Drew goes down to the bottom to protect. Here comes Merrill. Drew down to the bottom on Annunziata. Has to check up a little bit. Here comes Merrill on the outside. Can he make it stick? He would have the inside position here. And he's trying to hang on. Drew trying to get back up in there. Can Merrill keep the nose? And he does.
Excellent move to hang it around the outside there for Thomas Merrill. Gives him position with a great drive off of 1 to get up alongside into 2 and 3. Nice, clean racing. Love to see that.
Man, what an incredible move. That is so difficult to do around the outside and just keep that nose stuffed down in there.
Yep. And, you know, great shout out to Jake Drew, too, for running him clean, letting that pass happen. You know, still relatively early in the race. He knows he's got a quick car. He can fight back to the front here and try to give the Silver Hair Racing guys a win. But still in podium position, so great job.
Yeah, and talking to Jake, there's no real love lost between these two. So they've had a couple of moments together here throughout the year. But he did drive him clean right there, and that's what we love to see.
McKee's still running strong there. Young guy running for Team SLR, keeping it up in 4th position, watching these guys battle it out hard and keeping himself in a strong position to battle hard. We see Zilich running up into the back of this lead pack and threatening Rafa Matos there.
Yeah, that silver and yellow car there for Zilich, Silver Hair Racing Chevrolet Camaro. And threatening now. 13 of 31 laps here complete working. So a lot of racing yet to go. It's a good chance this will come back to time, which would be 75 minutes. And if that happens, of course, you'll be able to see that at the top of time and scoring board there as well. That's one more time. Let's go back and take a look at this replay here of this pass between Merrill and Jake Drew. Excellent job here on this restart. Walk us through it, Mike.
Yeah, you see he tried it on the inside on the last restart. He said, all right, we're going to try it on the outside now. Jake Drew's got to check it up a little bit to not get into the back of Annunziata, and so Merrill runs it around the outside, does a great job to get some power down, keep a little bit of overlap, and force Jake Drew to leave that window open through turn 2, and he can finish it off braking down into turn 3.
And of course, while those guys were racing as hard as they were, that allowed Annunziata to get away just a little bit, but now the arrow should get him back up in there. There's a look at the completion of the pass. So solid effort there. A great move, to say the least.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of pace Merrill has now that he's gotten the clean air a little bit out from behind Jake Drew. Yesterday in qualifying, he actually had provisional pole early in the session, I believe, and so he has some pace here. And now that he's got clean air, we'll see if he can run down Annunziata and give him a fight.
Connor Zilich now, and Connor Zilich picking off another one. He is coming to the front here, getting up close to the top 5. The 60 car is going to be up here in front of him in just a moment. And another full course yellow.
Yeah, we see the 15 of Nathan Hearn not putting up much of a fight there to Connor Zilich. Knows he's quick, lets him through smartly, and lives to fight another day. Let's see if we can see what happened here. That 07, it looks like hard into the wall with Doug Peterson. Looks like Doug's climbing out the passenger side of that car. Hope everybody's okay here.
So, and I had mentioned before that Zilich should be coming up on the 60 car. He's already around Rafa Matos in that 60 car. So Zilich making his way to the front to see if he can grab a win. He is the defending race winner from 1 year ago here. We haven't talked too much about Rafa Matos. 151.34, quick lap there. I mean, the car seems pretty solid. With that said, Jake Drew has put a 151 flat up there, so 150.4 for Annunziata. So maybe a bit off the pace here for Matos. Just maybe doesn't have the car to play with those guys, or just hasn't had clean traffic. Nonetheless, I'm sure he's also playing this thing smart. If he can stay up inside of the top 5, top 7, somewhere in there, and just ride this out, he should win this championship rather than trying to chase it and lock it up here today.
Yeah, I imagine that's what he's going for. I'm sure the Nitro Motorsports guys have given him a strong car. He's been battling in that field, and he's just trying to keep it safe.
We'll be right back.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
No show. And back on board here with Jake Drew, who is currently in third place now behind Merrill. Didn't get much of a run there on that restart before we had another caution flag. Tough go of it there with Al Rowland in the 07, and I believe you mentioned it before with Peterson as well. So two got together and got out into the tire wall. So again, a chance to reset here. Everything cooled back down. Time-wise, approaching the halfway point. And we welcome everybody back here to Virginia International Raceway, as we refer to it as VIR. Just a spectacular day out here to go racing with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. And with more, let's get it down to pit road and Ben Sissel.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the Silver Hair crew, and a lot has happened in the break. I'm just hearing right now that Borisset Jr. is telling his dad, Borisset Sr., to take pictures of the hot girls that Borisset Jr. sees up on the hill of the track while he's behind the wheel of a race car. Gil Martin and I are over here talking about the talent and the history that we are seeing with Connor Zillage, starting from the near tail of the pack all the way up to 5th place right now, and through a very talented field. Gil, this is kind of a once-in-a-generation kind of talent.
It really is. I mean, it's amazing. Every time he gets in a car, it's just so special what he can do. He just becomes so comfortable in the car and all the things that he can do in it. So we're extremely proud of him. But all of our silver hair guys today are doing great. I mean, Boris is doing good. Our HendrickCars.com. We've got Franklin Road Academy on Franklin Road Apparel on Jake Drew. He's doing an awesome job right now. And then Chevrolet obviously is behind Connor. So we're looking forward to a good day right now with them all in the top 10.
I love it. Now, we do like to have fun here in the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series. And speaking of that, I met the parents of Ben, and they said, hey, make sure you put our son on TV. So, Ben, you got to look around, wave. And now, Ben, Jake Drew is out there. Wait, you're Ben. Oh, man, two guys with the beard. All right, now you wave. And, you know, this is your long-lost son, the other Ben, I guess. And my name's Ben. So let's talk about this. Jake Drew, unbelievable talent. His grandparents are here. His grandparents have been supporting his career up there right now in a podium position. That's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jake has been an awesome add to our season and to our team. And every time he's gotten in the car, he's proved us, proved to be at the front of the field. So fast and reliable. So hopefully we'll get a win here.
I love the support from Maurice Hall, Laura, awesome with Waukegan Farms. But let's talk about that Borisset thing. Is the thing that I said on TV, is that basically true?
That's what I was hearing from some of my crew guys, but I can't confirm any rumors.
Now, you know that a driver's relaxed when he's talking about things like that on the radio, and you can see how relaxed the Silver Hair crew is here. So things must be going well here in the Silver Hair paddock with Waukegan Farms quarter horses. All right, back to you, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Having too much fun down there. There's a look at Forrest Jr. in the HendricksCars.com sponsored number 75. Beautiful looking car. Kind of cool when you're that relaxed. You can have kind of that conversation on the radio with somebody in the box.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's a great team in the paddock. Maurice and Laura Hull run a great program and obviously keep it lighthearted. They like to have fun with their program, but at the same time, very serious, running extremely fast cars here. And it's exciting to see Zilich already up into the top 5 with this restart. He's going to definitely have a threat on the podium or a win here. And they've got Jake True already in position for a podium.
Talked about Zilich, of course, winning here in both categories a year ago. 2021 made his TA debut at 15 years of age. Youngest to start on a pole and lead a lap here. First in history to win both TA and TA2. That happened here last year. Won 5 of 7 starts in ARCA. Earned a pole in NASCAR truck and Xfinity debut. Won his first ever Xfinity race. One of only 7 people on the planet to do that. That is quite an accomplishment. And I don't know if I'm too early to say this or not, but I've heard the comparisons said by a few people already of a Kyle Larson being a younger version of a Kyle Larson. I got a little bit to do to prove that one just yet, but there's no question the kid has been fast in every single thing that he's been in. Nearly won the championship in Mazda MX-5 Cup. In all honesty, really should have won it. Backed off a little bit because he thought Jared Thomas, actually right here, they end the season. Oh, no, it was at Road Atlanta. But Jared Thomas had been in the tire wall. He was in the thick of it in the top 6 in Mazda MX-5 Cup. As you know, it's a dogfight up there. And they told him to back out of it and get out of that mess so he didn't crash the car, potentially crash the car. And because he gave up a couple of spots, Jared Thomas came forward. And then right at the very end, one of the drivers was penalized. It gave Jared Thomas one more spot, and Zilich lost the championship. That was 2022, I believe it was. But in all honesty, drove good enough to win that. As you know, it's an extremely competitive and tough category to win a championship in.
Yeah, absolutely. A super competitive championship. And we've really seen Connor, break out this year in a multitude of races. You mentioned all the stock car history, but also in IMSA, they won the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour. They've been on fire in the LMP2 program there with Aero Motorsports. And, just a couple weeks ago, like you said, winning his Xfinity debut up at Watkins Glen. He's got a lot of great people behind him, a lot of great support. I've known his family for quite a few years from when he made the transition from kart racing to cars, and it's exciting to see what position he's in now with an excellent career opportunity.
Yeah, incredible. And, of course, those doors are opening up here as he signed a multi-year deal with Trackhouse, and I believe also picked up as a Red Bull athlete as well. So he's not going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to hear a lot about that young driver. Beautiful overhead shot there of the facility here where everybody parks. That's looking out over there at turns 3, 4, 5A and 5B, and they head up through the initial part of the S's. Great spotting area as well. I touched on that a little bit earlier. My guess is you've been out here spotting from time to time as well, but I was here for the IMSA weekend, and we stand over there around that area on the hill, and you can see all the way up. You can see them in the turn 1 and all the way up through the S's through Oak Tree Turn. It's pretty amazing what you can get from that one spot. All right, once again, we will go back down to Ben Sissel on pit road.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm now here with Little Bowser. I don't know how many of these Bowsers there are, but he's talking to Thomas Merrill. Moved his way up to second, doing really well to keep in the points race, and we know it came down to the last bit, and it all kind of started here at VIR. What's Thomas Merrill saying on the radio?
He's really not saying much. He said the car seems pretty good. We're just going to take what we can get here, hopefully come out on top step, but second place, well, if that's what we got, that's what we got. I just want to say hi real quick to my mom and dad at home and my dog Emma. I'll be home soon. But yeah, no, Thomas is saying the car's doing really good. He's had a good car all weekend. We had a starter problem yesterday and kind of cut our qualifying short, but we bounced back a little bit, and I think we got a car to win.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Trans Am first. A hi to a dog, Emma, right there from Little Bowser. Gentlemen, back up to you.
And unfortunately, Jared Odrick has retired their car. Apparently some radiator issues as we continue to fix the wall here. Annunziata still up front. And we welcome everybody here from MAV TV, our audience there, to VIR. You're watching the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series. This is the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, all part of the VIR SpeedTour. Unfortunately, we are under caution. As you can see, a lot of safety vehicles out there, repair vehicles as well. A couple of cars into the wall, so they're doing some wall repair here.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that incident with the 07 and the 87 of Doug Peterson. Don't like to see those guys fall out early, but some beautiful pictures of this facility. As you said, a lot going on here with the VIR SpeedTour event. Some guys running around at the Optimus Streetcar Challenge over there on the Patriot course. Lots of campers, beautiful weather here. Excited to see all the fans that have shown up here. There you see going down into Hog Pen, a few campers off to the right. But yeah, it's been a great event. Lots of guys running around the paddock taking in all the beautiful cars here. Wide breadth of equipment that you can come see at these events.
Just a spectacular day out here at this time of year in this area of the country to go racing. Unfortunately, we're hearing that Jared Odrick out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, the 00 car under the Nitro Motorsports tent Ford Mustang has retired. Apparently some radiator issues there. So sorry to hear that as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see Jared drop out. He was definitely fighting for a podium there in the Pro-Am. I know he's up there in the points also, trying to move himself up. He's had this is his first year with the black underwear car there in Nitro Motorsports, and he's made a lot of progression. Exciting to see him, and unfortunate to see him out of this race.
Yeah, he's only 33 points behind Tom Sheehan in terms of that for the TA2 Pro-Am Challenge. He has a little bit of breathing room over Keith Prochek. 801 points is what he came in here with, and Prochek was 700 points coming in. So he's got a little bit of wiggle room there as they head off to Circuit of the Americas, where the final event will be held. As you sit inside of these cars, I see the drivers. They have cool suits. Maybe we should talk about that. I saw Keith Grant climb out of his TA car yesterday after a practice session, and I mean, dude, beet red, sweat running off, and it's not a brutal hot weekend here. You know, temperatures in the 70s. So it's not brutal, but it can get really warm inside of these cars. So consequently, they do run these cool suits.
Yeah, absolutely. These are some of the hottest cars I drive, and you know, they're tough for sure, especially these longer races. You know, up to 75 minutes, it can be a long one. It's nice a little bit to get these breaks, but when you have less air flowing through the car, sometimes it's even warmer, even though the car is not getting as hot itself. You don't get that cool air breeze. But here you can see on Cale Phillips, he's got that air hose going at the top of his helmet blower, giving him some fresh air there. Can't see whether he's got the cool shirt going, but lots of these guys do, trying to run some cool water through the shirt under their suit and keep the core temperature down.
And one more time, we're going to kick it down to Ben. And unfortunately, it looks like we have some technical issues there, so we'll try to get it back down there to Ben. Obviously, as we had just talked about, Jared Odrick has retired that 00 car, so we'll see if we can get things fixed back up there, and we'll get it back down to him in the meantime. As you were talking about those cool suits, just to follow up on that, there is a downside to that, and it is a little bit of weight. How much weight does it add to the car? 10 pounds or so? And where do you put it? You know, I mean, it's always critical where you put that.
Yeah, a lot of times, you know, you put them in the passenger side over there. If it's a cooler, it can be quite heavy. Some of the guys run a chill out system, which runs a coolant system, and it can be a little bit smaller capacity, so it's a little bit lighter. But I think we might have audio back down there with Ben. We'll see if we can give him a shot.
Ben, did we get things fixed up down there with Ben? Did not. So unfortunately, it is not working just yet. So if you've just joined us here, Thomas Annunziata up front has been up there since the drop of the green flag, has been very solid with the Nitro Motorsports team. Bayshore Mortgage Ford Mustang was in second at Watkins Glen and had a mechanical, blew things up, man. You can see the sparks underneath it, and had a great run going, ended up in the bus stop, and unfortunately put a little bit of oil on the track as well. And a number of drivers doing a great job to stay clear of that at that time. But fourth year a year ago, 3 national karting titles for Thomas Annunziata. Won the $75,000 Mazda Motorsports Shootout Scholarship and grabbed a TA2 win in 2023. Competed in the Mazda MX-5 Cup Series, as we were speaking about before, and winning the Move of the Year award. That's always a big deal there for that series because there's no shortage of big moves. Has a couple of pro late model wins, 4 starts in ARCA with a couple of top 5s there and some top 10s. So Thomas Annunziata well on his way. Had a chance to speak with him. He said, man, we've just been snake bit this year. The car's been really fast. I've been solid. I felt good, but it just seems like something always pops up to bite me.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a lot of speed. You can tell here today he's pulled away each time we've gone green, so he's got a lot of pace. You can see these guys as we ride along with Jake Drew that he's starting to warm the tires pretty aggressively. We're getting word that they're going green this time by, so these guys are trying to get those tires clean, get them warmed back up, use the brakes to generate some heat again, and hopefully we can get a good long run here and see some good battles.
Yeah, I'm sure this will turn into a timed race, and if what I'm looking at here is correct, we should have about 25 minutes or so left inside of this one. We'll see what that turns into in laps. It's 3.27 miles around here, taking them a bit, it takes a bit to get around here. It's about if you've got a fast car, you're in the 150s, so low 150s. But as a string of cars here, as they're coming back around, we're hearing that they're going to go green this time, and we're looking forward to that. Thank you to the crew for fixing up the tire wall over there. A couple of cars, and inside of that one at speed can do some real damage. By the way, these cars, while they look big and hefty, they actually are pretty nimble and a fairly light 2,830 pounds.
That's right. Most people think of these cars as big, heavy brutes, but they're tube frame with fiberglass bodies. They're not that heavy. Lightweight aluminum V8 motor, pretty simple drivetrain under these things. So actually pretty capable, nimble cars.
Yep, based off the LS3 power plant. 4-speed, dog ring, H pattern. Great to watch him row that lever as well. Again, on Jake Drew here. And Jared Odrick has joined us here in the booth. Unfortunately, we heard that you lost a radiator.
Yeah, lost a radiator. Had a few touches out there. It was, we all got really friendly and got to know each other pretty well. As we
I don't know if you're the guy I want to run into, man.
Yeah, well, I hear that a lot, but I still get touched, Maybe I should stop being so
when
nice.
When they put the helmet on, things change, dude.
It really does. It really does. But no, it's good racing out there.
Oh, about to go green here. The lights out on the pace car. Of course, you spent some time in the NFL. Everybody makes that analogy all the time. You're back out here battling in a different capacity, just as intense.
Yeah, just as intense. It's a different type of capacity, but it's very intense, and I'm so appreciative of it because I feel it developing me as a man and overall. So it's really a great competitive series, and I really like all the competitors that are in it.
We're talking about that intensity. We're rolling up to the green flag right now. Annunziata going to lead us away to turn 1 again, and we'll see how it goes.
They stand on the gas. We are green here one more time at VIR. Annunziata will feel the wrath now of a Thomas Merrill who really loves his restarts, really charged hard, picked up a position. But look at Annunziata. Drives away from him on that restart. And here comes Connor Zilic up around the outside, inside of the top 5, trying to get another spot. Can he get it done? And he goes right up into the top 4. Excellent stuff there. Zilic making his presence known here. Right behind Jake Drew now. Jake Drew currently in 3rd place. Great restart for Annunziata, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. We still see Thomas Merrill really putting on the pressure. Seems like Jake Drew's car takes a little while to fire off on these restarts. He's had a little bit of trouble keeping the gap. See everybody using all the track in the dirt and more as we track out from 5B. A little bit of a gap for Annunziata to Merrill as we go into the uphill S's, but Thomas is certainly there to relieve the pressure.
Yeah, there's a look at Zilic, and you know what this is all about. You see Merrill squeeze back into that throttle, man. He got a little sideways, knocked the back tires off of it a little bit, and it's because his brain's ahead of that car. He's like, man, I got to get back to full throttle right here, right now. Might have been a tick too early.
Yeah, he knows that starts our straightaway up to South Bend. He's got to get a good run, try to close the gap all the way to Oak Tree so that he can get this drive on the back straightaway and keep the pressure on Annunziata. He doesn't want to lose the draft. He's got to stay close enough within a couple of car lengths to keep some of that dirty air and try to get a run up on him on the back straightaway here.
Talk to me about those restarts, Jared. How exciting are they when you're in the car?
Super exciting because, you know, you're thinking you have this great opportunity to kind of make up for whatever happened right before it. Once you get around to like 5B, that tends to be the litmus test for me of what kind of tire I have and see what we can do for the rest of the laps.
Yeah, you got to make sure you stay in line to some degree, too. I mean, maybe the opportunity's there, but if you get offline too far, you get in the marbles, then you're really in trouble.
Yeah, everybody out there is trying to take what you give them, so you can't give up anything.
Speaking of which, we saw Zilich running the outside of turn 1 on that restart. Dropped back a little bit, but now he's quickly closed the gap. He's getting right up behind Jake Drew, threatening for a podium position. It'd be interesting to see how those silver hair guys work out. Who's going to go for the podium here?
And so you followed right up with that. Do you think he got some pickup on the tires when he went around the outside there, and that's why he fell off just a little bit?
Yeah, certainly could have. You know, it's definitely a wide line to run and very dirty. Most people are not using it the rest of the race, so a wide line and just slower for those couple of corners where they're running 2x2, but now he's closing right back up. Matos trying to hang with him and see if he can get some good solid points and, you know, capitalize on anything that might happen up in front of him here.
That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Yeah, you bring up Matos. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Currently in 5th, just hanging right there. He'll learn some good points within a couple of positions of Thomas Merrill, who he's battling with for this championship. I don't think we talked about it here on MAV TV, but he comes in here with a 120-point lead. If he can leave with 110 of those, he would lock up the championship here in TA2. It would be the first time anybody has won 3 championships in the history of Trans Am in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. So with that said, there's no point in pushing. With a margin that large going into Dakota, all he has to do is really the same thing he's doing right now.
Yeah, you know, he's got enough of experience here that he's lost those championships making the moves, trying to get the race win or the podium when he didn't necessarily need to. And he's learned that, you know, he's got to play the long game here. He's got to score the points, go to Dakota with a comfortable margin so that he can secure that 3rd championship.
Exactly what he said to me, too. He said, man, we just have to finish. As long as we finish, we'll be up towards the front. Fortunately for him, having a much better year than he had here a year ago when he finished 33rd out of 34 cars. So clearly, things going better here today. He started off in the back of the pack there a year ago, and things just went wrong. But Jake Drew's been hanging on. He was in 2nd for the longest time, started on the outside pole. Merrill was able to get around him on the outside and eventually underneath him right here going into turns 3. So he was able to do that on a restart. Since then, Jake Drew's been hanging on to this position, but now has a hungry Connor Zilich right there behind him. And Drew now applying pressure here to Thomas Merrill as well. Great racing action here at VIR. You do not want to miss the conclusion of this event. Make sure you join us and come back here in just a moment. Incredible racing action here. You talked about it before. It looks like Drew's got a hot rod.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, now that he's warmed up off that restart, the car's coming in, probably running a little bit lower tire pressure maybe to some of these other guys, so it takes him a little bit of time to get back up into the fight. But he's definitely putting on the pressure to Thomas Merrill, who can't quite hang on with Annunziata there. That Nitro Motorsports number 90 with Annunziata has been super strong on all these restarts, continues to gap the field. Doesn't seem to have a whole lot of pressure, but we look back a little bit further, we see this battle with Adrian Wastowski following Austin Green. These guys are kind of stacked up behind Josh Hurley and Boris Jr. Tight little battle here just at the bottom of the top 10.
Jared, when you were driving around this track here, 5 podiums on the season, by the way, congratulations. Really solid effort, including a win. Very, very awesome in the Pro-Am category. But when you were driving around this track, was there a particular area where you wanted to set somebody up to make a pass?
Yeah, in the 1. You know, we really worked all weekend to try to get a good run out of Hog Pen, and that sets you up for the front straight going into 1. So just thinking ahead to turn 1 and really digging and getting out of turn 1 and into 3 is where I was really looking to make a lot of moves, and we did.
And running up the Essens, do you ever think about running side by side with anybody, or you just kind of tuck in line and get a run?
I had a thought or two, but the right side of my hood was too far up for me to see the other side. So,
as a driving coach, Mike, what would you say?
Yeah, probably not the best area of the track to go side by side.
It'd be exciting, though. It's great TV.
Yeah,
we'd watch you. Good stuff, man, for sure. Annunziata now starting to stretch that lead out. We were wondering if Merrill was going to have anything for him. We have our answer, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. That number 90 of Annunziata is just too strong. He's gapping the field every time we go back to green. Thomas Merrill doing a good job to hold on with that Mike Cope car, but definitely getting the pressure from Jake Drew.
Drew's car definitely looks solid. It is not falling off here. And once again, welcome back here to VIR for the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series. This is all part of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. As you watch the TA2 cars here, I believe we left you with an onboard. We welcome you back with Jake Drew, who's currently in third place. That is Thomas Merrill just ahead of him, second in the points. Merrill with an aggressive car, and we were curious if he was going to have anything for our leader, Thomas Annunziata. I think we have our answer now, as he's just not been able to close the gap. And once again, Annunziata starts to stretch things out here, about 4 to 5 tenths of a second quicker than him as they typically run here each and every lap.
Yeah, very impressive pace. We just continue to see Merrill getting pressure from Jake Drew, and Zilich, rushed up there into the top 5, was really aggressive getting there, and then got right up to Jake Drew, but hasn't really been able to keep the pressure on. I don't know if he used up his tires or he's just trying to play the team, point of view and stay safe there, but he's dropping off the back of Jake Drew, actually falling into the hands of Rafa Matos again. So it would be interesting to see how these guys play the end of the race.
We'll see how things shake out here. I believe 9 to 10 laps left inside of this contest. So a lot of racing time here yet to do. I mean, you still can't throw all caution to the wind, but as you talked about before, I mean, if you've taken good care of your car, and certainly with the cautions here, you can probably go about as hard as that car's got in it.
Yeah, absolutely. You can be really aggressive on these Pirelli tires, and same with the brakes. We haven't had a chance with a long enough green flag run to really wear those things out. So these guys are going all in. They are definitely giving it every bit they've got. Also looking back into that Pro-Am category, we see Bose has recovered well from his early off-course excursion, running P2 there, got around Prochek in the last lap or two. Sheehan's still running strong there, trying to get back on the podium, and Gail Phillips leading in that category.
Phillips having a great run here. Every time I say the name Cale, I can't help but think of Yarborough.
That's right.
Especially this part of the country here as well. So as you get down towards the south, of course, legendary racer, and one off the course here, comes right back on in front of him. Is that Zilich?
Yeah, that's the 57 of Connor Zilich. So I think he has been fighting some kind of problem. I wonder if he lost power steering or something like that. Unusual characteristic for seeing Connor off track in the race.
See a big moment for Barry Bose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right past Connor Zilich.
Yep. You can see him checking the mirror, making sure he's clear. He's moving back over the right. So definitely got around Connor and looking forward. Lots of clean air in front of that car now. We'll see if he can run down Cale Phillips.
So talk to us, Jared, talk to us about shifting these cars inside. No clutch at all, right? You're just pulling the lever?
No, just pulling the lever, trying not to rip this thing off with these arms here. But, it's a totally different sport where you need some finesse, at least from being a lineman. So, yeah, a lot of finesse and a lot of timing. But luckily I have good coaches like Tyler Casera and Mike Skeen here.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. We're going to take a look at a replay here and see if we can find out what happened to Connor Zilich. Had a great run from dead last up through the pack. Just behind the 7 car. Here he goes. And he's got in there hot.
Yeah, looks
like
a little
too much curb.
Locked the rears up probably coming down in there. Maybe a little bit small blip for a downshift and just chattered the rears a little bit. Lost the back end. But he rejoins here. Hopefully the car is okay and he can keep it clean, get a finish for his silver hair here.
Obviously, that was Bose going around him, as we called that live a few moments ago. And that's kind of why I brought that up with you, Jared, because you can downshift, you can pull a gear too early and it'll lock up the rears and you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. And, luckily we had a lot of practice here and we didn't do that at all. And, that's something that I ran into very early on when I got into this series, was really trying to figure out the car. And, Mike was there for that. I started the season off with CB Motorsports and I knew I needed a lot of help. And so I tried to have open ears and open eyes and learn as much as I can. And I feel really comfortable inside the car. And I'm really looking forward to closing out the year strong.
Yeah, you made a statement, try not to break the lever with those arms. And for the fans at home, I know you can't see him here on camera, but yeah, he's got some guns. It looks like most people's legs. but he's got some big arms on him. So I'm sure if you got excited in that thing, you could probably get a whole bunch of that shift lever and bend it. But something like you said, I mean, a little bit of finesse. It has to be firm. It has to be a nice, crisp shift, but not too hard either.
No, of course. I mean, I compliment Rafa Matos on that all the time. He has a very specific release with his fingers where he kind of flashes his fingers out. I watch everything he and every other fast guy does to try to learn as much as I can.
Good battle right here. That is Borset Jr. taking a look underneath Austin Green, and something else that we have to talk about while we're talking about shifting these cars. You know this, Mike. It can cost you a lot of time at the end of a lap. If a shift, like a normal H-pattern shift, not one of these where if you have to use a clutch, I would say a shift somewhere around 2.5, 3/10 of a second, something in that general area, where if you have a driver that's making 4 and 5/10 shifts, he's losing a ton of time at the end of the lap.
Yeah, absolutely. The shifts are a little bit quicker with these dog boxes, just barely a little breathe of the throttle. As you can see here, looking at the data on Barry Bowe's car, just a little flicker off that throttle as he goes to the shift. But not a lot of time lost per shift, but if you're doing a lot extra or messing up downshifts, you can certainly lose a lot of time in braking just by not being quite as smooth and upsetting the car on those downshifts.
Yeah, I loved it, especially like the Mazda MX-5 Cup Series, and when it was an H pattern, there was a lot of heel-toe downshifting, an art that's quickly disappearing with the ability that with the technical advancements, I should say, of these cars. But I love it when they really have to work the brake and downshift at the same time. It brings another element to the race.
See another battle here with Adrian Lostowski. He just got passed by DaCosta on the last lap, but he's trying to fight back here, keep it up near the top end, see if they can chase down this battle ahead with Austin Green and Borset Jr.
He had fallen to 10th, worked his way back up to 8th, and now in the thick of it, he was up into 4th place. He was inside of the top 5 early on in the race. Talking about Lostowski, and as you talked about, just was passed by DaCosta. So he's been scrapping to try and finish this one up.
Ben Mayer staying there, keeping him honest, trying to move himself up. He's inside the top 10, but he would love to get around these couple of guys, see if he can threaten for a top 5 finish here.
Boy, Ben Mayer is somebody that we have not spoke of at all. 11 national karting championships. He's only 15 years old. Very talented. I believe he is on the verge of making a big announcement as well. Don't want to get ahead of myself on that one, but he's another talented, very young driver. 2-time Team USA karting member, youngest ever Superkarts USA Summer Nationals winner. He's done a lot of racing, Nitro Rallycross with Travis Pastrana, also Robbie Gordon in the Stadium Super Trucks. Ben Mayer, extremely talented young driver, so we wish him the best as he charges forward in his career. I know his father, his parents have been heavily involved as well, working hard to try and get him there. As we go on board with DaCosta, taking a little dirt up back behind him, had just made that pass on Lostowski. So damage to Jake Drew's car. Don't know exactly what that is just yet, but clearly I thought that was just dust coming out of the back where he had gone off track, but it looked to be like a light trail of smoke at this point.
Yeah, it looks like Matos was catching up to him. He's definitely early off the throttle going down into hogpen, so he's fighting something there, either losing power steering or something along those lines. He's definitely dropped off of the back of Merrill, and Matos is tasting blood in the water, looking for a podium and more points here to finish out the season.
It's so funny to me. You can see somebody like Merrill scrapping, I mean fighting for every inch of racetrack he can get. And then you watch somebody like Matos, who comes in with a whole different mindset. Matos' door hanging down. Yeah. Is that worthy of a black flag? I'm curious.
Probably not. Those things are usually attached pretty well at the bottom there. It's just swung loose on the hinge, but we see a replay here. Jake Drew off at South Bend on the exit. Ooh, big bumps there. So he's probably knocked loose a radiator or oil cooler or something at the front. And that's what we're seeing, that continued smoke there. Might have lost the power steering line from that. Hopefully all those temperatures in that car will stay stable and finish out this race. But he's definitely messed up the front a little bit there, and he's trying to hold it all together and keep Matos behind him.
But back to what I was saying, Matos comes in here with the mindset of let's just finish the race, and it just continues to come to him.
Absolutely. And we see Jake Drew still using all the road out of 10 there, trying to keep the pressure behind him at bay. but he's working hard inside that silver hair car, trying to get this thing to the finish and get a podium. Zilich isn't there to clean up and get the podium if he falls away, so he's going to try to do this team proud and get them a podium finish.
Jake with 3 podiums on the season, looking to make it 4 here, has yet to get a win, but did qualify on the pole. Nearly had a pole here. Matter of fact, he went through Tech. They thought he was going to be on pole here. Boy, he is for sure fighting that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Annunziata still just keep pulling away, gapping these guys. He's running the only guy down at low 51. Almost everybody else in the top 10 running 52s on the last lap. So he's still got a strong car to finish out this race. Matos there, that door hanging loose. Shouldn't really affect him too much. Actually might cool him off a little bit, get a little extra air in the cockpit of that car, but not too much extra drag. Shouldn't affect him too much, and he's going to be pushing hard to get back on that podium.
Closing laps here for sure. Jared, as you approach this point in a race, are you saying, please throw that white flag? I just want to see the white flag. Or are you hungry for more laps?
Depends on where you're at, right? But, speaking of that open door on Matos, that's something I had to deal with at CTMP up in Canada. And it really doesn't do much to the car. But if you do have any front end, kind of like Jake Drew, unfortunately up in Canada, I had both the door and front end. So I think that's what you're seeing with Jake Drew. If he has any front end damage, it'll really tell you, it'll really say hello at turn 10 when you're really trying to go around that corner about 106 to 110 miles an hour.
And Mike, talk about that. It's really not a safety issue at all.
No, certainly not a safety issue. I think it'll stay attached, but even if it does, it's a pretty lightweight fiberglass piece. It'll probably slide off to the edge of the road.
Oh!
Yeah, loose going through 11. He's 2 wheels in the dirt at the turn into 12. We're going to see him under pressure from Matos here, I bet, coming off of 12 down to turn 14.
And, of course, Jake fighting for that Rookie of the Year honors, as we talked about before there. He's leading in that over Josh Hurley. We haven't talked too much about Josh Hurley today. Thought Josh would have a really good run out here. Effectively his favorite track, and always solid out here, but has not been able to get up towards the front. Ben Mayer leading, and the young guns followed up by Thomas Annunziata. So Annunziata is going to close that up. By the way, they were tied up in the points for the young guns coming in here. So as it stands right now, Thomas Annunziata would take over sole position of that. Even though Ben Mayer does have a win, Thomas would gather his first here if he can hang on to it.
Here we see Jake under big pressure from Rafa Matos. Rafa got a great run off a hog pen. He's pressuring on the outside here down into turn 1. We'll see if he can do what Merrill did on a restart and run that outside lane. Can't quite keep overlap, it looks like. I think Jake will probably close the door, keep the position for now, but he's certainly feeling the pressure, making a few mistakes here in the last couple laps. Running that tight line, entry to 3, to be a little bit protective, turning down to 4, trying to block and hold track position, just trying to hold on for the finish here.
This is where I think the talent really shines. The people like yourself, you have a lot of experience. You're driving a car that is not happy and somehow manage to still pull the speed out of it. Of course, Matos is probably faster, but it's one thing to catch him, it's another thing to pass him.
Yeah, also, we keep talking about the points for Rafa. If he was fighting for the win, maybe that would be up for grabs and he'd be a little bit more aggressive, but he's probably thinking a little bit more conservatively here than he might normally. It's not a super critical position for him. He's in good position points-wise. Not the end of the world if he can't make up to third.
Tristan McKee, we have to talk about him. He just put 7/10 on Matos, and because Jake Drew is a bit off the pace, it's allowing McKee to get up here into this battle. He might not be so patient.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tight 3-way battle now. Rafa's going to be looking out the mirror and out the windshield as we see Jake Drew sliding wide in turn 14. He's battling down here, coming to the very end of the race, seeing inside from Rafa, putting the pressure on as we come to the white flag.
White flag flies for our race leader, Thomas Annunziata. Started off on the pole, first time this season, looking for his first career TA2 win. We'll see if he can accomplish that. He has one more lap to go. No real pressure. A lot of crazy things can happen out here. It's not over till it's over, but he can manage this lap, that's for sure. Wow, another big move out of Drew's car. Matos knows that he's got a hungry driver in McGee right behind him. Doesn't want to lose another spot and more points to Thomas Merrill. This is setting up to be quite a battle here for second place.
Yeah, we see the front end of
Third
McKee
place.
also.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, the front end of McKee's car also already with some damage, so he's not afraid to use the bumper here. Matos is going to be looking behind, thinking, I got to be a little bit careful, not let this young kid get too close. You know, he's not running for points. He doesn't care where he finishes if it's not moving forward. So these guys are definitely fighting to get on the podium here. Jake Drew gets a little bit of breathing room as they go up into the uphill S's, so he doesn't have to watch the mirrors to Matos quite as closely. We ride on board here, going through South Bend, nice and clean, using all the road, but keeping it on the track. He's going to try to get out of turn 12 with that couple of 2-3 car length gap so he doesn't feel the pressure into 14 for Matos. We see a little bit of wheel spin up over the curve on exit of 12 for Matos, and McKee's getting a good run. Jake's trying to break the draft, moving across the straightaway so he doesn't get those guys running up behind him.
Final time around Bennett, Bridge Hall, Oak Tree turn as they make their way to the back portion of this course. Thomas Annunziata looking to make his way through Cube 3, turn 17, and back onto the front straightaway. It has been a special run for Thomas Annunziata. The talented young gun puts one together out here, yet to even make it to 20 years old. Checkered flag flies. He grabs his first career TA2 win. Congratulations to Thomas Annunziata. Spectacular run from him. Nobody had anything for him today. Thomas Merrill with a hard-charging second place, and somehow, some way, Jake Drew hangs on to third place.
Yeah, absolutely. Exciting battle there. Congratulations to Annunziata. That's the way you want to do that first win, dominant fashion.
Jared, I want to thank you for coming up here, man. Sorry you had a mechanical there, but best of luck when you get the coda.
No, thank you very much. A lot of support from Black Underwear to finish the season, so we're going to stay cool in those Black Underwear.
Awesome, man. Great job. Thank you very much for coming up. So Jared Oderick, unfortunately, out of this one a little bit too early, but he'll be back at it at the final event of the year. There is Josh Merrill and Jake Drew, of course, giving each other a little bit of love. But there's a look at your winner. Congratulations to the number 90 car, Nitro Motorsports Bayshore Mortgage Ford Mustang. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment. So what a great race here for Annunziata, man. I mean, that is picture perfect, flag to flag. He had a hot rod today. He had one of the best in the business, a former champ, and Thomas Merrill right behind him on those restarts, and had nothing for him, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He withstood the pressure, got great restarts, kept it clean. He knew he had a hot rod. Nitro Motorsports giving him a great piece to go win this race. As we talked about, we've seen great speed out of him this season, over the last couple years, really. And it's good to see him execute. Those guys have a good, solid car and not get tangled up in anything messy. Like I said, just a dominant day for him. That's the way you want to take your first win.
You sending me a message there. Maybe the cameraman, eat clean, bro.
That's right.
What a great feeling, man. What's it like to be inside of the car after you win one of these races and you're on this cool-down lap?
It feels awesome, you know, thanking the guys on the radio, you know, appreciating the moment, trying to take it all in, and looking where to do the burnout, you know, or how to do some celebrations. You know, you're excited in there, you want to get out and enjoy it with the team, and it's nice seeing these guys come up, send some congratulations, and looking strong here.
By the way, as we look at timing and scoring, we have to say congratulations to the number 28 car, Tristan McGee. Passes Rafa Matos in the last corner and finishes up in the 4th position. That was a great effort for him. Very smart racing.
Yeah, great finish there for the Team SLR guys, and a strong run for that young driver.
So down onto pit road, of course, and we'll get provisional results here. Everybody's got to make their way through tech, and you always on pins and needles when you go through tech?
Yeah, there's always a little bit of nervous energy, wondering how that's going to go. But, you know, when you're getting out of the car, you're going to the podium, it's all about celebration. You put that out of your mind and worry about that later.
And once again, we welcome you back here to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This is the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. And Jake Drew battled really hard to hang on to a car that clearly was struggling at the end, but he was able to get it done. And who was he chasing? Well, he was chasing this guy pretty much the entire race as we go down to the Jim Weed winner's circle there. Thomas Annunziata really putting together a great effort here today. His father, Tommy, will be so excited. His father, Tommy, did a lot of racing in the drag racing world. He stopped his career to dedicate all the effort towards his son, and now it looks like it is absolutely paying off. So let's get it down to the Jim Weed winner's circle with Ben Sissel.
All right, we're going to wait for Thomas Annunziata to take his helmet off. This is his second win in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. First win of the season as Thomas Annunziata and Thomas Merrill coming over to give the congratulations. A TA2 champion himself, Thomas Merrill. Thomas Annunziata, we need you to take that helmet off so we can talk to you. Take that helmet off, I want to talk to you, man. But this Criswell Ford Mustang of Nitro Motorsports, unbelievable show. And man, after that last restart, he just absolutely took off as we see Cale Phillips, our Pro-Am winner, come in. Thomas Annunziata, you've had so many of the Nitro crew come over and give you a big hug. This has got to feel good.
It feels amazing. I mean, us as a group know we should have at least 3 wins by now through the season. So it's just been unfortunate circumstances that have taken us out. But this Nitro Motorsports crew has worked so hard. Ronnie, Mike, Nick Tucker work their butts off, and sometimes it doesn't work, but we always bring a fast car, and they all deserve this. So I'm so happy to not end the season yet, but end it at least with 1 win. We'll try to get for 2 at COTA, but unbelievable. This Criswell Ford, Bayshore Mortgage Funding, Chip Boys, Ford Mustang was fast. So I'm thankful.
Congratulations. We're going to come over here real quick because I want to talk to unbelievable job for holding off, making the podium spot. Kind of the local racer for Maurice and Laura Hull because they're just right down the street. But Jake Drew, your grandparents are here. Cube 3's on the car. That's got to feel good.
It feels amazing to have so many great people on board this car. Cube 3 Architecture, Franklin Road, and of course Silver Hair Racing, Maurice and Laura. They've made my dreams come true, and it's super cool to be on the podium here at VIR. My first time here, and it was a tough race for sure. Started having some issues there at the end, but just super thankful to have friends and family here and supporters of Maurice and Laura and this whole team, and just really happy to be here right now.
All season long, I don't know if you know this, he's been in Maurice's suit, and now maybe this is good luck. Maybe we don't want to get you a new suit. Is that what's going on?
I hope not. I would love to get a suit that fits, but all fun.
Yeah, we're trying to have some fun here. Let me come over and talk to Cale Phillips, our Pro-Am winner. Let's come over here, Cale Phillips. Cale, number 1, right? You're 2, second place Pro-Am. Sorry, I was trying to pay attention, but this is your first time on the podium in Pro-Am. I know you've been fighting hard. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I've been really close a couple times this year, only running a part schedule, so it's been tough. But feels good to finally get up there. It's my last race of the year, so it's a good way to end this season.
Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, thank Mincy's Graphics. They've been on with me all year, helping me out. They're right down the road here in Durham, North Carolina. So I'd like to thank them, and all my family have been supporting me the whole season.
Yeah, I saw your family getting super excited for you. See, look, you got to get a shot of this right here, George. Come on now, how about Cale Phillips? There we go. Nice job, Cale. Ken, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, congratulations to Cale. Great effort there as well. And we were talking about Barry Bowes all along the way. He was up there leading, then fell down to 23rd, scraps his way back up to 11th, and ends up winning in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, quite the run for Bowes, getting back up into the battle there. Great Team SLR Mustang. We saw the speed out of McKee under that same tent. Those guys under Scott Lagacy getting great M1 race cars and driving it back up to the front.
All right, we're going to bring you some highlights here of our race. Round 11, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series taking place here at VIR today. We'll show you how things got going. It was an exciting race for sure. Unfortunately, a couple of caution flags along the way slowed things down, but once the flag blew green, it was on. Thomas Annunziata on the inside there started off on the pole, and Jake Drew was right alongside as those two battled. Unfortunately, as mentioned there, a couple of yellow flags, so we had some exciting restarts here as well.
Yeah, big off there for Adrian Lasowski as he was running fourth. Happy to see him finish. We got a wreck with Doug Peterson, another yellow. We saw Zilic get up to the front, go off. Jared Odrick not finishing it out, unfortunately, but joining us in the booth to call the race. There's Zilic blocking up the rears, coming to the end.
Yeah, had worked his way up to fourth from 30th, so Zilic was having a great run, but right there at the very end, much like Jake Drew right there, went for a big ride, but Jake Drew able to hang on, had some pressure from Rafa Matos, but Matos stayed back behind him, and it was Thomas Annunziata who grabs the win, his second career. And we will bring you the results here presented by Pirelli, our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series results with Annunziata up top. Congratulations to him. Thomas Merrill didn't get the win, but closed that points gap up just a little bit here. Jake Drew in third. Tristan McGee, as we talked about before, around Rafa Matos there on the last turn of the last lap, but Rafa Matos doing what he needs to do to chase and secure that championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Running a nice, strong race, scoring those points, bringing it home nice and clean.
Ben Mayer a little bit deeper. We're going to also show you our cool move of the race. Adrian Lastowski had worked his way up to fourth and fell back down a little bit. There's a look at our leader for the Pro-Am category, Barry Bowes. Congratulations to him after Zilic's off-track excursion falls down to 12th. Cale Phillips, who we just heard from in the podium area, congrats on a great run. And Keith Prochek doing a good job as well in that PA category. Gian Buffamonte ends up in 16th in his career start. Eric Caden, congratulations to him. Really a club racer. Come here out of Indianapolis, driving for Race Skillman Auto Group. Nice job there for him as well. Mentioned Josh Hurley as well, chasing Rookie of the Year status, even though he's a very seasoned driver, but new out here to Trans Am. Tom Shaheen having a rough day. Josh Hurley both having a rough day. Two very, very good drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough to see those guys struggling and finishing down towards the bottom of the top 20, but exciting to see Amir Halim in there finishing inside the top 20 in his first start with the series. Those beautiful helium cars, and we'll see their car go back out tomorrow for the Trans Am race with that Porsche. Doug Peterson down there in 26. We saw them in the wreck. Jared Odrick, some of these guys really struggling today. Some fast cars down here at the bottom.
Yeah, Nathan Hearn was up inside of the top five early on in this race as well. Has shown really well when he does show. Unfortunately, he had some sort of issue, as you can see there, finishing up deep here in the pack. So a great run. Another beautiful field of 30 cars inside of this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category.
Yeah, strong field for sure. Lots of battles all throughout, and some exciting racing for us to watch.
So here we go with our cool box, cool move of the race. Let's see what they've chosen for us here. Great camera shot right there. And Jake Drew, busy holding off the two-time champ and current points leader in an ill-handling car, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. We could definitely see him struggling in the waning laps of this race, but he was able to hold on, keep cool, and stay ahead of these guys, putting the pressure on him and bring it home on the podium for silver hair.
Yeah, we thank Coolbox for this cool move of the race sponsorship as well. But Jake Drew really driving hard here the last probably 4 to 5 laps, man. He had an off-track excursion there as things were starting to go away, and these cars are feeling the pain at the end of one of these 75-minute races. And, yeah, as we didn't talk about here on the highlights or towards the end, if you just joined us here a little bit late, Rafa Matos did have that side panel coming off as well, or released. That's how they get in and out of the cars. It creates just a little bit more room there in the window area. So one more time, Ben Sissel has been busy down there. You can take a look at the overhead shot of Winner's Circle. So let's get it down there to Ben, who's in the middle of all of it.
That was an unbelievable Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race here at VIR. We have been racing here on and off since the series started in 1966 with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli and the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. What a fight, what a crowd. Come on, VIR, let's get loud. Nice. I'm loving this. All right, we are going to start with the Pro-Am. In third place, the HP Tuners, Mike Cope Race Cars Pro-Am, all the way from Chicago. Let's hear it. Keith Prochek. Wait, she can stay up here. That's fine. I didn't know she was driving. Keith, nice job. Where'd she go? She can host this with us. She's not shy. I love that. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, his first time on the podium, his last race of the year. Let's hear it. Cale Phillips here with us in the Pro-Am TA2 Series, Cube 3 Architecture. Nick Middleton, the founder and CEO of Cube 3 Architectures. Nick, unbelievable race. That was really fun to watch. I know that you're on one of these cars, but man, what a race.
That was a great race. Congratulations to everybody that's here on the podium, and awesome job to all the crews and all the staff that actually put this together. We couldn't do it without everybody here today. And thanks to all the fans here today. This is awesome to see everybody. So thank you, VIR. Appreciate it.
Nice. I love it. First place, ladies and gentlemen, ASIO data from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Let's hear it. Barry Bowes, first place Pro-Am. And then I think the rumor is Barry Bowes leaves straight from here to go race in the runoffs at Road America. Is that correct?
Actually, I'm skipping the runoffs this year, so, yep.
Huh? All right, well, nice. Well, you can relax. Come on up here in front. All right, how about that? Keith Prochuk, that was a lot of fun out there. And, man, you had to fight hard for that one.
Yeah, we were fixing the car very late. We missed the grid, so we started last. But great race out there. Cale drove a great race, and then Barry just had it on another level. I mean, he just drove away clean. We had a whole bunch of side-by-side action. I think he actually might have clinched the championship today. Very close.
Provisionally.
7 wins, I think it is this year. He's pretty good. But great job to these guys. It was a great race.
Keith Prochuk, ladies and gentlemen. Then now his family's here too. Cale Phillips, this is your first time on the podium with us in the Pro-Am, right? How about that, VIR? How was it out there?
Yeah, it was really good. I was thought I was sitting pretty good there on the final restart leading. Barry had good pace there at the end. Then I just got super loose. I was hanging on for dear life those last few laps. I saw Keith was gaining on me. So, yeah, really good race. VIR is my home track, my favorite track, so it feels good to be on the podium here.
Nice. His home track, VIR. I love it. And then Barry Bowes, we've spent most weekends together this year, so nice job back on the top step.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I made a mistake kind of early in the race, went to the back of the pack. It reminded me how incredibly good every driver in this field is. From the back, it's the very first pass. You got to work for it, and and it just gets harder and harder as you go up. But I was able to make my way back up, and it feels fantastic.
Anybody you want to thank?
Absolutely. My primary sponsor, ASIO Data, SLR, and M1 Race Cars. Megan and her race pants. Well, when she shows up, I do a lot more winning.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Come on now, VIR, get loud. Keith Prochuk, Cale Phillips, Barry Bowes, hold those trophies up. And now they might, if you're loud, they might even throw those hats out to you. There we go. Oh, you got this. Nice, nice. Man, they got some good arms and good catches out there. Do we want to give them hats too, Eric? Hold those cubes out. Hold those up for the photographer. Yeah, nice. Did you get that, Chris? Okay. VIR, keep up this energy. We are loving this. Keep it up now. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, and there is Jim Weed right up here from Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Ladies and gentlemen, you're free to come up here and get one. I know the competitors want one, but how about that one more time? Come on now, let's get loud. Keith Prochuk, Cale Phillips, Barry Bowes. Nice job. Look out, Nick Middleton. All right, come on now, VIR. They've got their champagne. Let's see what they're going to do. Keith Prochuk, Cale Phillips, Barry Bowes going after it. Right in the eyeballs. How about that? I love it. Gentlemen, nice job. How about one more round of applause? There we go. The Pro-Am Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Congratulations, guys. Cale, nice job. Sure, man. Have at it. You can also take a bag of chips up here, too, the mission chips, and they're shaped like race cars. Nick Middleton, your cubes are a big hit up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series National Series. You guys have at it, man. I like it. Ooh, you've got some signatures on that hat. In third place, Franklin Road Apparel, Cube 3 Architecture, Waukegan Farm Quarter Horses. Just down the road, there's a sign coming in that they adopted the highway. They're right here, ladies and gentlemen, your neighbors. Let's hear it. Jake Drew with Silverhair Racing. Quite a fight up there. Unbelievable. In second place, our 2022 TA2 champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. HP Tuners, Mike Cope Race Cars, Thomas Merrill, second place. In first place, Chriswell Ford, Nitro Motorsports, Chip Boy's car, this beautiful green car, his second win in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. He's also racing tomorrow in TA. Let's hear it for Thomas Annunziata. Jake Drew, I know you've had long-time support from your family, your grandparents. They're here this weekend. This is your team's kind of home track. This has to feel extra special. Not only that, you were holding off Rafa Matos behind you. I don't know how you did it. What a race.
Yeah, it was a tough race out there for sure, but super thankful to have my family here and some friends. Maurice and Laura, they make my dreams come true with Silverhair Racing. All the guys work so hard. And super huge thanks to Cube 3 Architecture and Franklin Road for coming on board and helping me finish this year strong, and looking forward to the last round in COTA. Always tough racing with all these guys, and especially trying to hold off Rafa. It was a blast, and looking forward to the next one.
All right, Virginia. Where's Virginia, Jim? There they are. There's the grandparents right here, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? Round of applause. Jake Drew out here. They came all the way from California to see this. Speaking of California, Thomas Merrill from Salinas, California. Back up on the podium here at VIR. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I always love coming to VIR. It's a great racetrack. Always have a lot of fun here. And our Cope car is always super strong. And glad to see our HP Tuners teammate Keith Prochuk up on the Pro-Am podium. That was really cool too. But big congratulations to Thomas. He drove a great race. He's had this win's a long time coming this year, and he did a really good job. Totally dominated class of the field. Congratulations to Nitro as well. Well done.
Nice. How about that? The camaraderie in the TA2 Series. Thomas Merrill now to Thomas Annunziata. You've been working and working the whole year. You're finally on the top step. That's got to feel good.
Like I said, it feels great. These guys deserve at least a few wins this year. We've had that speed all year, but silly things happen, but that's racing. But it's a bit emotional. This is my first win with Nick Tucker being my crew chief. And I've been with Nick and Nitro for a while. I grew up karting with them and came up the ranks and developed with them into cars. So we have a cool program going on, but it's definitely a little emotional. Ronnie and Mike deserved it as well. We've been working so hard. So, I mean, everyone's super happy. I'm super happy to have Bayshore Mortgage Funding, Chriswell Ford, Chip Boys, Eat Clean Bro, all in the race car this weekend as well. Car's beautiful. And yeah, congratulations to Thomas Merrill and Jake Drew and all the fans here. You guys are awesome.
Nice. How about that? Now, not to add extra pressure, and Chris Dyson is right there, but last year's TA2 winner here went on to win in the Sunday's TA race. That was Connor Zilich. Can you do that tomorrow? And remember, Chris Dyson with Jim Wheat is right there.
Yeah, I mean, our Burton race car is fast. The TA cars are fast in general. Definitely made the TA2 cars a little bit easier for me to drive and understand. But yeah, we have a super fast car. We're struggling a little bit with some issues right now, but I'm sure we'll get it sorted for qualifying and win the race tomorrow.
We'll see him tomorrow too, ladies and gentlemen. Get loud. Jim Weed winner's circle. Jake Drew, Thomas Merrill, Thomas Annunziata. Laura Maurice, nice job. Great race. All right, now hold up those Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series stress cubes. And then we're going to see, oh, you can come up there and grab that. You can get that. Let's see who's got the best arm now. Come on now. Let's see who's got the distance. Oh, there we go. Nobody's. Oh, Jake Drew's got the distance. Look at that. The guy with the silver hair shirt couldn't catch it, though. What's your deal there? All right, here we go. The hats. All right, now VIR SpeedTour. Get loud. Come on now. Jake Drew, Thomas Merrill, Thomas Annunziata. I like those checkerboard socks there, too. Very nice. All right, guys. Now, the coveted Pirelli teddy bears. You can keep them. You can, wait. Oh, you can throw them out. The hat came off of that one. Thomas Merrill. Oh, there you go. Jake Drew. There we go. Now, somebody's got one without a hat. Who needs this hat? One of the teddy bears missing a hat. There we go. All right, now Jim Weed going out to everybody. I love that. Look at that, Chris. You got that? Hold those up for the photos. All right, come on now. Let's go. Okay, so I think we're taking off the trophies, bringing up the champagne. Watch out, kids. Don't get this in your eyes. I believe, wait, Annunziata, you're not of age? Oh, he's not even of age, ladies and gentlemen. So they're going right after his eyes because Annunziata can't spray anything. There we go. Look at Merrill. Merrill doing Dyson a little bit of a favor there for tomorrow, just right into the eyes. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Jake Drew, Thomas Merrill, Thomas Annunziata. Thomas, you need help getting off? You can't see, or can you? That burns, ladies and gentlemen. I know that the hard way. Nice job, Jake. Nice job. That is fun, but hold on now. We've got the Omologato fastest lap goes to Thomas Annunziata. Back up here, man. Come on up here. How about that? Come on now. Get loud. Thomas Annunziata, the fastest lap, has this beauty. Now, he won't throw this out. He's not going to throw this out. This is a very valuable Omologato timepiece there. You got that, Chris? Nice, Thomas. Thank you so much for coming up. Michelle will help you out. You need help getting down. You got eyesight yet? Nice job. Be careful. And our cool move of the race, the coolest move of the race, goes to Jake Drew, ladies and gentlemen. Silver Hair Racing, Cube 3 Architecture, Franklin Road Apparel, Waukegan Quarter Horses. He comes with a cool box shirt. And this is the first time I can remember the coolest move was for defending a pass from our two-time champion here, Rafa Matos. Right there, our most winning driver in TA2. That is very difficult to do. And Rafa Matos actually runs a cool box system. So Jake Drew, nice job. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for all our competitors, teams, sponsors. Come up here and get these last two cubes, ladies and gentlemen. But that does it for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series here at the VIR SpeedTour this year. We will be back here next year. We'll also be racing here tomorrow at Jim Weed Winner's Circle in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Thomas Annunziata's in a car, so make sure you come back tomorrow. It's going to be just as good today. Thank you guys for coming out. Come up here and get some Jim Weed from Jim Weed's Winner's Circle.
Great job down there, Ben. As always, a very busy Winner's Circle there with a couple different classes and specialty awards as well. Hey, let's show you what's coming up here as well. Our Cube 3 Architecture's TA2 Series on October 10th, 8 p.m. You can keep an eye on the highlight show there. And then we'll also bring you another highlight show from the TA race, XGT, SGT, and GT on Thursday, October 10th at 9 p.m. So back-to-back. Make sure you mark that one down on the calendar. Set your DVRs and you can watch that stuff here on MAV TV. It's a great race, Mike. Unfortunately, we had a couple of caution flags in there, but the caution flags create a little controversy, create some opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. It draws some interest in, gives those guys a chance to recuperate, close back up, give us some good battles and some exciting restarts. So always, exciting here in TA2.
Yeah, it was a great run. I thought Thomas Merrill might have something there for Thomas Annunziata. 5th on the all-time win list, but did not add to it today. Congratulations to Thomas Annunziata for closing this one out, his second career Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series win. It was a great run from the pole. So we'll wrap things up here from beautiful VIRginia International Raceway. It was a gorgeous day to run round number 11 here from the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. For Mike Skeen and Ben Sissel, I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you next time as the series travels to Circuit of the Americas.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
And once again, we welcome you back here to Virginia International Raceway. This is the VIR SpeedTour. Ken Stout here as we get ready to call Class 10 and the Ginetta category. Andrew Heffring will join me here in the booth, along with some guy named Ben Sissel. Great job, my friend. Awesome out there. A lot of running around. Kind of warm out there.
Yeah, it's so fun, though. And that was a great Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. But my heart is in vintage racing. I absolutely love the vintage racing. This is our Group 10 GT4. I'll run through, actually what I'll do is I'll run through the SVRA group, and then Andrew will run through the Ginetta group. So starting in first, we've got Charles Wicht in a Porsche GT3R, then George Michael Merritt in a Porsche GT3 Cup 911.2, William Brewster third in a Trans Am GT1. You see them there in the blue car. And then you got Woody Witchard in the Porsche GT4 RS, Scott Kissinger in a Porsche GT3, Scott Frazier in the Dodge Charger. I believe that's the Dodge Charger, like car of tomorrow Dodge Charger. We'll see it coming into view here. Yeah, right there, the red car. Scott Frazier is a 5-time Group 1 champion that just moved up to stock car. Then we've got Bobby Brown, Porsche GT3 Cup. I've never seen Bobby Brown in a GT3 Cup car. That should be fun. Gerald Spittler the fourth in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo. One of my favorite names in vintage racing, and it's got to be in a stock car, is Ricky Knuckles. Like, you don't want to mess with Ricky Knuckles. Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS. Paul Bacon, Porsche GT3 Cup. Phil Lasco in a Ford Mustang GT4. Then we go to the split group of the Ginettas. So take it away, Andrew.
Yeah, so starting on pole is going to be Seth Henry. It is going to be possibly, if I remember correctly, it is his sixth pole of the year. Second in place is Richard Thomas. It's his first race with us. He's coming back after a 6-year hiatus of racing, so good to see him back out there. Dave Lecco, he's in third after he had an incident on practice on Friday, but he got his car back together, and he's back up into third. Peter Heffring is in fourth. Preston Peeble starting in fifth, his first top 5 start in the Ginetta Challenge. Christian Shield, he's up. He's returning to us after his last race was at Hyperfest in May. He's in sixth. Gregory Arsenault in the black and yellow, tennis ball yellow car up there is he's starting in seventh, and then Eric Arms in the Soul Leaf Ginetta is in eighth. Mark Swain in ninth in the Tiffany Swan Realty car. Bo Jones in the Data first. This is his first SVRA race with us. He's in 10th. Ray Huell, who had a fantastic weekend out in Watkins Glen with us, is in 11th. Steven Smith, who's new to the series as well, he's in 12th. And then Aiden Dorvey in the number 13 will be starting from the pit lane after a technical infraction. And so, he actually qualified fourth, but he's going to have to with the technical infraction, he's going to have to start from the pit lane and catch back up. So it should be a really good race.
Yeah, a lot of new entries here in the Ginetta category this weekend, so it's great to see the growth there inside of that series. The car is super cool, based off a GT4 car, correct?
Correct. So it's the same as the Ginetta GT4 chassis. So the chassis and the safety equipment are all the same, but this time it's a little bit dumbed down for the horsepower, and so the costs keep down, and you can, and there's no ABS or traction control, so the car itself is more about a driver versus using all of the tools that are available to you.
Yeah, great category, great class to jump into if you're cutting your teeth and you want to get out here and do some sports car racing, something like, as you mentioned before, affordable car, proper race car, 50-50 weight balance. They're not slugs by any stretch of the imagination. I know you said kind of dumbed down a little bit, but these cars still approaching 135, 140 miles an hour down the back straightaway. They can get it done.
Yep, 136 on the nose. That's as far as the limiter goes for us. So.
Yeah, great stuff here. And the last 2 races of the 2024 season for the Ginetta Series. So they'll be crowning champions here. You mentioned Seth Henry. He's had a great season for sure. In fact, he's won the last 4 consecutive, 5 overall, a total of 7 podiums. David Lecco has been right there with him, man. Those two have battled tooth and nail as they line them up side by side here, Ben. Getting ready to take the green flag.
Yeah, so excited to see. And do not adjust your television sets, ladies and gentlemen. This is how pretty Virginia International Raceway is as Charles Wick comes down to take the green flag with George Michael Merritt right beside him as they come down. Here comes the green, a late green, which I absolutely love. Here's Charles Wick, Merritt right beside him. Looks like Wick is going to have it going into Mission Foods Turn 1, and it looks like that TA GT1 car is holding way back there. That's William Brewster. Not sure if he missed a shift, but hopefully we can get a shot of this Ginetta start as well. But William Brewster falling way back from third place.
Yeah, it looks like he may actually have a problem because that car, I know that car actually personally, and it's a very quick car. And you can see this Ginetta taking a start in the back. Here comes Seth Henry and Richard Thomas. That's that, door to door going into turn 1. Dave Lecco right behind, and Peter Heffring in 4th. Preston Peebles still holding on 5th, and Greg Arsenault has actually made up a place. Now he's up into 6th. Christian Shields falling off 2 places. Mark Swain's already up to 7th, which is quite impressive. Here's Charles Witch taking a nice smooth line up to the Lesses in that beautiful 911 GT3R. Gorgeous car.
And Ken, he was saying door to door, but we had Ginetta with us.
Oh, there's a big spin.
Spin there is Merritt coming off. That's a really hard place to get your balance. And not sure the tires were there, but what I was saying, Ken, is the Ginetta Challenge at Watkins Glen just a few weeks ago. At the start, they were racing so door-to-door that they moved each other's mirrors.
Yes, it's a common thing. They also do that in Mazda MX-5. It was almost a tactic if you could knock somebody's mirror back the wrong way and they couldn't reach it to straighten it back out. But, man, that spin right there by that Porsche shows you just how fast they're going, because a lot of times we lose perspective of how fast they're going, but this one shows it.
There's the replay. George Michael Merritt off there, and that is a weird turn because you can't go off balance. It's at the crest of the hill, and you go down into the grass, but a lot of people try to overcorrect, and then they hit the wall at driver's left. So he did a good job of just trying to keep it steady. Now let's see if he can work his way back up through the field.
Yeah, a little bit of contact, too, as I recall in the IGT race.
Yep. Yeah.
And the good thing, too, is right before he went to the replay, we saw him moving and getting back onto the track. So he's obviously continued, so that means there should be no yellow flag coming out. We should have some good green flag racing.
That's Scott Kissinger there in the 222 Porsche GT3. Beautiful car. I'm loving these Porsche GT3s. And the funny thing is if you run like XGT and Trans Am, you can enter that car in International GT and in SVRA Group 10. So some of these drivers are out there for 3-4 hours a day in their Porsche Cup cars.
How cool is that? It's it's awesome. It's a great bang for your buck when you can get a crossover like that.
Yeah, and there's Charles Wicht right there in first place coming under the bridge, these beautiful VIRSs. And then Scott Frazier. It does look a little bit weird. 2 different kinds of Cup cars there. You got the Porsche Cup cars and a NASCAR Cup car. And then there's the Super Trofeo of Gerald Spittler IV. Beautiful car.
We'll bring you another replay here. A little action going on back there with the Ginettas. Woo! The 04 car right there trying to hang on to that one. That's Gregory Arsenault. And finally did spin it back around, but no contact. You got lucky on that one.
Yeah, that was very close. Good job from the people behind him just to avoid him. That would have been a very nasty incident if it ended up happening.
We call that corner South Bend, and we had an oil down there in the Trans Am race, so I'm hoping that they got that fully cleaned up because it's odd to see 2 in the first couple laps in the same place. So hopefully we've got that cleared up, but that is a place where the cars do get off balance.
Henry leading in the Ginetta follow. Sorry about that, Andrew. Followed up by Lecco and Heffring. Heffring being your father?
Yeah, it's my father. And I was actually looking at something that's kind of interesting. Is I don't see Richard Thomas, who started on second. He was started second, and then he is now fallen out of the top 5. It's Henry, Lecco, Heffring, Swain, Peebles, and then Shield. So I'm not sure where car number 38 went. So maybe he's off track somewhere, had a spin or something like that. But I have not seen him in a couple laps now. But yeah, no. So it's interesting too because with Greg Arsenault, he's been pushing. He came to the series 1 weekend later than everybody else, so he's been trying to catch up. And unfortunately, when you push a little bit hard, that is the case. It could happen. But I do think you're right. There may maybe still be a little bit of oil or something down because 2 cars in the identical spot. You just really don't see that. That's not that very common even on the first lap.
Bobby Brown trying to get around that very wide Super Trofeo there of Spittler, but you can see Bobby Brown's, and this car will be a little bit more nimble, and one of the most experienced race car drivers we have in SVRA is Bobby Brown, desperately trying to get around that Lamborghini. But man, if you've ever seen one of those from the rear, they get real wide on a racetrack.
That's when the spotters come in and they say, 1 back, half back, make her fat, make her fat. Try to keep that thing from getting around you, behind you. I love these Cup cars as well, man. Look at the 14 car right there. These things sound so sweet when they go by at full song. They are incredible. Phil Lasco, by the way.
What's interesting, too, about that Lamborghini is you actually can't get too close behind it on a downshift because it shoots 5, 7, 8 foot flames out the exhaust. So if you're in a car, you can burn your windshield. If you're in an open cockpit car, maybe you singe off your eyebrows. You have no idea. So you have to be a little bit careful when you're behind one of those cars, because they are like to shoot out some big old fireballs out the exhaust.
Look at that thing shoot down the straightaway. Definitely has some horsepower. Porsche closes right up on it, the entry of the turn. Back there in the roller coaster.
Yeah, that Lamborghini is a Super Trofeo Evo 1. So it's a 2018-2019 chassis, so a little bit more aero than the Gen 1 cars, but not quite as much as the Gen 2. But they still have a full 670 horsepower, so they've got a lot of grunt.
Good look there. I believe that is
Paul Bacon.
The 161 of Paul Bacon.
You know, he's been running that car here for so many years, and he actually he helps with the shop up at Quantum Speedworks up just outside of the paddock here, and you know, they're a wonderful shop. If you have a problem or you want to maintain your car, they can help you out. He's been with them for a while.
This is the leader, correct?
Yep.
The Ginetta. So talk to us about this.
So that's Seth Henry. He's the leader of the Ginetta Challenge right now. He just came back from racing at Brands Hatch in the UK with the Pro Tire GT Championship at Ginetta, coming off a fifth place finish. And it's interesting with them that if you're a guest driver, you have to add 75 kilos of weight to the car. Just so because, you know, there's the championships going on, but that's the penalty as being a quote-unquote guest driver. You have to add 75 kilos of weight. So he finished fifth.
I don't even know what that is in American.
That's about 150 pounds.
Oh,
that's a lot of weight.
That's a big disadvantage.
That's like putting me in the passenger seat with him, and then a little bit more. It's crazy. It's a lot. It's a lot to have in the car. That's Dave Lecco. So after he had his small incident on Friday morning, he got the car back together. He's out there now. He's running P2. Making his team proud. After putting all the effort in for him. So he's running really well. He is second in the championship, and he's trying to get past Seth, because if he can beat Seth in the race today, he can start to try to get back.
Seth did get held up behind that Porsche going up the S's, which is basically a one-lane road. And so he's able to close that gap as these two go at it around Oak Tree.
There goes Peter Heffering and Mark Swain. Mark Swain had gotten by him, but it looks like Peter got him back. So that's a wonderful run. As long as Peter can get a good run out of Oak Tree, then Mark should not be able to get him down the back straight, as long as he does a nice defensive move going into, going into the top of the roller coaster.
And he created a little bit of gap there. I thought you can see the arrow now taking effect, though, at the top end. And they're going to be side by side as they enter. He backs off.
Yeah, he backs up. He's not quite there. These cars, they limit at 136 miles an hour on the top end, and so kind of unless you get a really good hard run up next to them, they're just you have to be side by side. You're not going to be able to outbrake them that much. And for us, the best passing zone on the track is into Mission Foods Turn 1. There's Christian Shield coming back in the Rich Brow beer car. He raced in the BMW CCA race earlier in the day, and unfortunately had contact, and so he decided not to race today. But so he's out here making sure that he can get a good race in today before he goes back and takes a break essentially from racing for a couple of months.
We talked about the championship being settled here this weekend. $7,500 to first place, $5,000 to second, and the overall challenge winner awarded a free weekend in a Ginetta G56 GTA car during the 2025 British race season, so that'll be cool.
Yeah, it should be. The plan is to have one of our drivers go back over to the UK and race at Silverstone, and then maybe take a couple more of our drivers as well to go have a nice extra large field. The GTA, maybe the GTA car, we may actually end up moving into the new GTP8, which is the next level of car that they have. And so whatever we end up deciding is going to be a good battle for them. Should be really fun. That's Ray Hewell and Aiden Dorvey, who's he started from the pit lane. He's already making up. Oh, sorry, that's Steven Smith actually. Steven Smith and Ray Hewell having a great battle. So hopefully, they're both two relatively new drivers to racing.
Is that Steve Smith, the drummer of Journey?
I don't believe so, but I actually haven't asked him. So he could be here under disguise.
Don't stop believing.
Don't stop believing. There's Bo Jones and the Data First Silverback Ginetta. If you look really closely, he has a giant monkey on the hood of his car. It is. We all love it because it is kind of funny, and we also like seeing cars that are not just white based. It's a fully black livery car, so it's quite exciting to have a different one out there.
And there goes Merritt around. So he's got his car back up and running there as he went around at South Bend. You know, I don't think collecting grass in a Porsche is just as drastic as it is in a TA2 car, but he's back around and trying to make the time back, but he basically lost a half a lap there by going off at South Bend and then trying to collect himself.
You know, he might actually be lucky that he went off backwards because he didn't pick up any of the grass coming into any of the radiators or covering any of the vents. There's Richard Thomas. So he must have had an issue at the beginning of the race because we hadn't seen him and he had fallen off the timing sheet, but now he's back out there. And he's running a very good lap. He's in 12th in the category, but he's doing pretty well.
You had mentioned there's an upgrade. I went on the website. There are a few different versions of this car from Ginetta.
Correct. There's a Ginetta G56 GTA, which is what these cars are. You know, the ones that we race in the Ginetta Challenge are not exactly GTAs. They are a GTA that's been, we're going to say, slightly improved. It's a mix between the GTA and the GTP. So we take a GTA, put them on 18-inch slicks, and give it a little extra horsepower. That's the basic car that's the base car that we run for the series in North America. They have something called the GTP8, which is the same chassis, but with an LS3 in it with an X-Trax gearbox. So about 400 horsepower, a little bit more horsepower, and then a more substantial gearbox. And then there's the GT4 variant, which is for FIA GT4 racing.
There's our leader, Charles Wicht. But I want to, we have a shout-out comment section, John Buckwalter. We thought Joe Nemechek would be in this race. I saw front row Joe in the paddock. I thought he would be in this race, too. His stock car should be out there, and it's not like front row Joe Nemechek to miss a race, so not sure what's happening there. But Woody Woodchard is closing in on second place, but that is the leader right there of Charles Wick. So we're getting to the back part of this race, mixed group, the SVRA and the Ginetta Challenge, but this is getting pretty interesting here.
Yeah. Woody Woodchard is actually one of our first Kaizen Sport Racing School graduates. Back almost, I think it's now 4.5 years ago. So he's in that Porsche GT4 Club Sport RS.
Charles Wick, come on now. You can't let a Cayman Stuttgart Cup catching up to you. So hopefully his spotters are like, actually, no, watch out. Because, Charles, once he saw Merritt go off, he might be like, I can kind of take it easy. But no, here we go. He is closing in on the lead in a Stuttgart car.
Yeah, so honestly, the GT4 RS Club Sport is not that much slower than
No, they're pretty good. Those 4 liters are crazy.
Especially because I am fairly sure that Mr. Woody over the year has all 500 horsepower in that car versus the restricted versions you see running in SRO or IMSA or something like that, or that you'll see running in the Trans Am GT class tomorrow.
Yeah.
So he's got a
but
little
IGT
more.
Doesn't restrict.
That's
so
true.
If Charles has it set up for IGT specs, but he might just be out there taking it easy or trying something. But you can see he's running kind of a different line here through that Cube 3 section.
Now, Woody's also been racing a lot this past year in Porsche Sprint Challenge. Oh, that's Peter Heffing again in front of Mark Swain. It's a good battle going on right now to the uphill S's. And Preston Peebles is right behind with Christian Thiel on his tail as well. It's a good battle for the top, for the basically the final battle on the podium. Preston has a freshly wrapped car, so he's excited. It looks really great. His whole family's here. Both of his young children, one just under 2 years old and one that's less than 6 months old. So it's nice to have his whole family out here for the final race of the weekend. I do hope that the lap traffic ahead won't interfere in the Ginetta battle too much, because that's just not how you really want these races to end, with traffic ahead.
Again, closes up on him just a little bit down there. It is a great battle, as you talked about before, and group of 5 with those cars down in there.
It's really all going to matter when they catch the lap traffic. If you can use them as a nice tow down the front straight, or use them as a slingshot going into turn 1, that'd be great. But it looks like Mark Swain's got a really nice run coming out onto the front straight. He's gone a little bit narrow, and he's right there. So they're going to be probably side by side going into Mission Foods turn 1. They are side by side in the Mission.
Ooh, the moment.
Lay it on the brakes, perfect, keeps ahead, and then that's Merritt, Thomas Merritt trying to get in on the fun as well.
I think he made a good decision there. He's like, don't want to stuff it underneath him right here. It could definitely turn into him.
Mark Swain trying to make a nice over-under going into turn 4. Peter cut him off a little bit, which is fine. You're allowed one move. You can't, as long as you don't move under braking. And so now I wonder if Thomas Merritt's going to try to pass him going into the uphill S's.
Probably not at South Bend.
Probably not at South Bend, you're right. Or maybe at South Bend if he's got a really...
I do like, and we talked about this, I do like the Ginettas still look like they have a smile on their face. I don't know why modern cars are made with a frown or an angry face. I like the smiley, happy cars.
Well, I can definitely tell you that the designer from Ginetta was very happy about your comment from the last race and even made a mention of it, so he's very thankful.
Yeah, I love it.
Christian Shield and Preston Peebles having a nice battle as well.
So now Wicht is going to try to take these 3 cars, not Wicht, I'm sorry, Merritt before the roller coaster, but let's see if he can.
He should be able to power pass them. The Cup cars are about 20 miles an hour faster in a straight line, so he should be able to get by them pretty quickly.
By the way, congratulations to the Ginetta Series. They released their schedule for next year, so another 5 events that will be happening. If it's something you think you'd like to do, I would definitely look up the website, find out about purchasing a car. Great battle going on here as well. It's staying pretty tight. I'm guessing there's some teams out there that will provide an arrive and drive if somebody can come in with a helmet and a fire suit and jump in the game, right?
Yeah, so right now the only team that does arrive and drive is ourselves, Kaizen Autosport. We have one car that we do it with. Most are customer owned. We are in the process of getting a couple more cars for arrive and drive. We have a number of cars committed for next year and for the series. You know, we have 22 cars that are committing for the series for next year. Oh, and there goes Christian Shield off into turn 1. He barely kept it off the wall. I wonder what happened.
I hope that wasn't a punt.
He was not ahead, so I don't believe that he, unless he punted himself, which is...
I have done that several times.
Yeah, I'll admit...
That is a beautiful car, Charles Wick.
It is a gorgeous car.
And Kenny's coming to take the white flag on our last lap here.
And Woody Witchard is very close, but he's definitely come off. He's fallen up back a little bit as well, so it should be Charles should have one more clean lap throughout the race, and he should have no problems taking the win.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful car, man. So capable. Sounds sweet. Inside of him just as beautiful as the outside.
Yeah, and Charles owns a team based out of Florida that does a lot of arrive and drive programs. They have this really awesome new car, innovation race car that they have on display here. That it's very similar to like a Brazilian stock car or a V8 supercar from Australia. So if you're interested in those, definitely reach out to him. They have some pretty amazing cars that they're coming in. They're importing now for sale. And he has a great arrive and drive program in Florida as well. Yeah, it's nice to see a team owner also getting out there racing, not just helping other people go racing, to having that fun themselves.
They're going to charge up through the back around turn 10, making their way to that historic Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn.
Looks also like Bill Brewster got back up to 3rd overall. I wonder when all that happened, but that's a fantastic run for seeing as he lost all his positions at the beginning of the race.
Henry still up front with the Ginettas, followed by Lecco. Michael Merritt with that big off a little bit earlier. Back there in 10th, followed up by Bacon and Heffring. Heffring having that great battle there with Swain for a while. Closing up this final lap here, Ben, and that beautiful car making its way around.
Yeah, unbelievable. Nice job. Congratulations, Charles Wick. Just really from the get-go going after it. George Michael Merritt tried to get him there at South Bend, but what a fantastic race. Great finish there. Nice job for Charles Wick, but it's not over, Heffring, for the Ginettas.
Yeah, but there's Seth Hidry. He's coming, he's pretty much led start to finish, hasn't had too much of an issue. The real question is what's happened to Richard Thomas at the beginning of the race, and then, just basically bringing it in at home. Dave Lecco will finish second. It's pretty much just been alone for the rest of the race. There's Dave Lecco and just behind, in the back of the shot there. So, at this point, it's just kind of hit your marks, bring it home, get the win, and then get ready for tomorrow to make sure you can secure the championship.
He didn't get too much airtime here, but I got to throw a little love to my buddy Eric Arms. He jumped in here. He's a world-class mechanic, car chief, crew chief, has won some championships in that position, if you will. Super talented, had the opportunity to jump inside of this Ginetta series and do some racing here. Was super happy for him to help him out, get a little bit of sponsorship, a fire suit, and a couple of other things. So really glad to see him out here and finding out what it's like on the other side of the car.
And he's done really well. We're glad to have him out here. So that's, you can't really ask for any more than having more drivers out there. I think this is going to be a replay of the finish or the pass, possibly.
Well, there is Charles Wick on the cool down lap. Woody Witchard right behind him in that beautiful Cayman 4-liter. And you can see we have great spectators here. The grass is that green here at Virginia International Raceway for the VIR SpeedTour. We have lots of great racing, including my favorite group coming up here next. And we've got a special presentation with that next group as they come around here up the uphill S's after the checkered flag.
Well, I want to thank you guys for having me on. I have to get to my race, which is next after this. So hopefully you can have a nice, clean one for the next one. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Andrew. Thank you very much, man. All right, we're going to bring you some highlights here from the Class 10 and Ginetta race as they make their way around here on their cool-down lap. Show you how things got started, Ben.
Yeah, there we go. They come in, the Ginettas side by side, and there was the spin we talked about from George Michael Merritt going around, and that's a little bit of an agreeable spin, and we had another one in the same place, which made me kind of put the radar out for oil, but I don't think that was the case, as we see here the pass from, I believe, Heffring as they come down. But these Ginettas, they always put on a great show, but I just tend to love that car of Charles Wick there. But these Ginettas, they keep showing us kind of event after event that they are really good, competitive, fun racing. So if you're looking to get involved, check out this Ginetta Challenge as this driver goes off there at the Mission Foods Turn 1, and Wick flashing his lights coming into the, and then I think that's Henry, right? The Seth Henry there in the Ginetta, I think wrapping up the Ginetta Challenge Championship.
Awesome job. Yeah. Great racing. And a couple of the Porsches being really respectful of the race going on in front of them there in the Ginetta category as well. We like to see that. Man, what a spectacular shot. You were talking about how green the grass is. I mean, just look at this place.
Yeah, I love coming to Virginia International Raceway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break here. We have a lot more great racing action coming your way from VIR, all part of the VIR SpeedTour. Stay with us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the VIR SpeedTour. Beautiful. You could see the chalets there, and they've built some more chalets. Connie and her team at VIR, just unbelievable. You've got to come up and see this place, experience it in real life. The Optimus search for the ultimate street cars going around this inner track here called the Patriot. But we are going to introduce the SpeedTour presents stories from the paddock, starting with Landon Matriano Lim, a great driver driving in the FR Series, and then followed by the mad scientist of Claudio Burton in the TA Series. So take it away.
Just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. My name is Landon Martriana Lim, and I'm car 73. So I actually just started with doing track days with my dad. We would take a Lotus Elise on track and just have some fun. And then I started competing in the club series just to see what it's like and everything. My competitive spirit really took over. And it was all during COVID, so it gave me a new passion to go for. And then I found out this is all I want to do. So the people in the club were just like, okay, wait, you've got a shot at this. You should really go for it. And I took it. So here I am now, made it to Formula Regional Americas and ready to go. Last year, I ended the season on a definite high with the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. So I had the most successful overtakes in the season with 64. It's going amazing. I just did the FR Oceania Championship in New Zealand, January, February, and we did that developmentally to catch me up to anything I might be behind on, and it was the perfect thing. It was absolutely what I needed. So I'm really looking forward to this FR America season. I think we're ready to go, and my goal is definitely to be in the top 5 this year, so that's what we're pushing for. So the turbo is definitely a big difference. I mean, you just have so much more speed overall, and then the aero as well. This FR car actually has working aero compared to the F4 car last year, so getting used to that's a lot of fun, no doubt about that. It's going great so far. We finished P6 in the last practice yesterday, so I'm really comfortable, and this is a home track for me. So super stoked. It's a little extra pressure, but I'm ready for it. I love everybody here. These are the people that got me into motorsport. So I couldn't be more thankful for them, and I want to give it back to them and give them a good show this weekend. Secret's not losing your focus for 1 second. You have to be on point, pinpoint, just ready for every next move, thinking 2 steps ahead, that way you're ready. Oh, it's absolutely huge. They help us a lot out on the test days, so that's a whole extra day we get to be in the car at the track before the race weekend. So that's really helpful for getting extra time in the car and getting to learn more. It's more chances to learn, which is the biggest thing. So with the mostly Filipino background for my family, it's really big for us, and I love our culture and everything we're about. So it feels good to be able to represent those as well here in America. So my great-grandfather was Chinese, and to get out of the war in China, he had a best friend who was Filipino. So he used his last name to get out of China, and shortly after, his best friend passed away. So he combined the 2 names, and that's how we got Martriana Lim. Doing everything I can to improve and prove that I have a place here in motorsport, even starting so late. And I guess I'm technically old for the crowd, being 22, but that's just even more reason to push hard right out the gate. So just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would
Well, Ken, this should be exciting. We are here. This is the VIR SpeedTour SVRA Groups 5A, 7, 9, 11, and the Prototype Sprint Series Association. But I will say, one of the best race cars that I've ever heard is the car out front, Lewis Cooper Jr. in his Group 9 Boss Panos DP01 with that Judd V10 motor. It just screams out here, making some beautiful music, so it's so much fun to have him out here. So that's Lewis Cooper Jr. out front. Tom Gladys is second in a Radical SR10. Nicole Haverda, I thought it was Havarda, in a Ligier JSF3. She was just with us at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, a really good driver. We just heard from Landon Matriano Lim in that Ligier JSF3. Zach Mosley in a Revolution A1 500 SC. Paulie Gatto in the JDR F1000. Starting 7th is David Albin in a Radical SR10 XXR. Then we go to Scott Wagner in 8th in a Radical SR10. Kevin Jansen, also one of our FR drivers. He's a longtime FR driver, really good driver. He's going to be in a Ligier JSF3. Also did really well at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park with us just a few weeks ago. Wyatt Foster with Kaizen Motorsports is going to be out there in a Sebeco SPX, part of the PSSA group. Starting 11th is Timothy Pierce. 12th is Charles Livingston. 13th, Barrett Wolf. 14th, James Booth. 15th is Jason Slayer in a Citation F1000, another one of those great sounding cars. Benjamin Myers is here actually with his uncle Todd Treffert and his mom Dawn Myers in different groups in a Carbier CS2. Keke Hawanua in a Ligier F4. We've got Gary Gray. Hopefully he's out there. Gary Gray did give me a box of peanuts here, so I really appreciate that, Gary. Thanks for bringing. The commentators always love a gift, you know. And then we've got Andrew Heffring, who was just up here in a Radical SRX SR3 RSX. Then we've got Goebel Newsom in a Sebeco NP01. And then starting 21st, Victor Sieber. 22nd is Richard Duoker, I hope. 23rd is Sean Monet. 24th is Mark Calzaretta. 25th is Dimitri Nolan. 26th is Charles Habas Rudinger. Man, I'm really going to be struggling with these. In a Swift S2000. 27th is Michael Lang. 28th is Michael Pritchard in a Sebeco. 29th, Mark Hannafin. 30th is Kevin Whitman. Yuri Zalikman in a Sebeco is 31st. Harry Colson, 32nd. 33rd is Charles Duncan. 34th is Sterling Hamilton. And 35th, Charlie Locklear. And Ken, you can actually hear me hitting like a reading speed bump when I get to some of these drivers, you know, and I haven't really pre-read them, and some of these drivers have got some interesting names because we're at VIR. This is international racing here with the SVRA, Sportscar Vintage Racing Association. Look at how beautiful this place is as the Ginetta leads this field. Ken, this is going to be some exciting racing here.
Yeah, look at the sheer number of cars that are out here and a beautiful mix of everything. 4 different categories, one of them being the 5A class, Small Bore World Sports Car Championship and Prototypes. Is raced between 1960 and 1972. How cool is that? All 3 classes of Sports 2000 cars, SRFs as well as WSR cars. So that's just one of the 4 classes that's out here as well. Group 7 out here, World Championship of Makes on slicks under 2 liters. Sports cars is raced after 1972. In other words, Can-Am as raced after 1967. Center seat Can-Ams, SCCA ASRs, and PSRs. So really, really cool mix of different cars out here.
Yeah, unbelievable. In fact, I'm hearing from Race Control that somebody from one of the teams has asked the pace to pick up the pace because the car is overheating, because these cars aren't meant to go this slow for this long. You know, they're just built right at that prime spot. As Lewis Cooper Jr. leads the field down, the Ginetta takes off. So he is the one that's kind of holding up the field here, is Lewis Cooper Jr. in that Judd V10. You can see he's doing something with his hand. He's moving off. Yeah, so he's going off telling them to go off. So I'm sure he's going to try to let the field pass and coast down into pit lane. That's not like Lewis Cooper Jr. to have problems like that. We'll see if they throw a green flag here. Maybe he's going to try to coast down the roller coaster into this Q3 section. Follow along there with 57 of Sean. Hopefully it's Monet or Monet in that Radical SR3. We'll see if they take the green. Not sure what's happening here, Ken, but I'm sure we're not going to let Lewis Cooper Jr. sit out in that part of the track without throwing a double yellow if he doesn't get power.
Perfect formation coming to that green flag. They do throw the green flag. We're racing here with the PSSA, groups 5A, 7, 9, and 11. A bunch of race cars out here. A little lock up there going into the Mission Foods turn number 1.
That's Zach Mosley there behind that white Radical of Tom Gladys. And Lewis Cooper Jr., I'm hearing from our producers, is still running, but he's at the back. Not sure if he's going to come into pit lane or if he just wanted to work his way through the field. That might also be the case. You never know. But Zach Mosley in that Revolution. And then Nicole Haverda right there in that pink car right in front of Landon Matriano Lim in those FR cars. Those are F3 spec cars with a Honda K20 turbocharged engine. So this is going to be fun. We've got some downforce cars here. We've got the Revolutions and the Radicals. A mixed group of race cars here, Ken, at VIR.
Yeah, and some of these things, man, words can't describe how sweet they sound when they go ripping by us here on the front straightaway into Mission Foods turn number 1. I mean, they are absolutely singing.
So there's Zach Mosley there is the second car. He's the first car on screen. And then Landon Matriano Lim, and then Scott Warner in a PS1, and then Paulie Gatto in those 1,000cc motorcycle engines that just scream like you were saying. And then here comes Kevin Jansen there. Kevin Jansen, he always makes the joke. He's been racing with us in FR a long time, loves open-wheel cars, but he is usually older than most of his competitors' parents. He always makes that joke, but just very fit, really competitive guy is Kevin Jansen. So it's really cool to see, but these little 1,000cc screamers here, that 99 of Paulie Gatto, you got to hear these things in person because they sound like they're just right at that bitter edge.
Hopefully they get some of that audio at home there on the stream. Love the roll bar up there, obviously to keep the driver protected. Newer technology.
Yeah, that halo, you know, to be honest, I was kind of against that at first, and then I saw what happened with Romain Grosjean, and I think the only reason he's still with us and racing IndyCar now is because of that halo. Now I absolutely love him. You know, it's sometimes I'm a knucklehead, and I'm from Missouri, so I'm the show me state. Show me why the halo is important, and they did, and I love it now. And Scott Goodyear does such a great job in the F4 and FR series with us. Great to have them out here. And there's our first Sebeco there. That should be Wyatt. And then this number 13 coming up, that's Barrett Wolf, another FR car. But these FR cars, that's basically the F3 car as the step up. And they're here just to run the race. They were with us at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park with Crosslink Kiwi. And now they're out here just getting ready for COTA. But they will be back next year at the VIR Speed Tour. And that's actually Charles Livingston there in that Sebeco. Not sure what happened to Wyatt. Oh, Wyatt Foster. That might be Wyatt Foster. There's a 33A and a 33. So I think that's Wyatt Foster there in that 33.
This is the race. If you like open wheel cars, or if you wanted to come out here and compete with us, this would be the group you're in if you loved open wheel cars. All open wheel cars on slicks from 70 to 2014, from early F2 cars to modern F1 cars, and everything in between. So it is a broad scope here. Formula 1, Indy Lights, Formula 5000, Formula 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula B, 1600s, Formula Super Vs. I mean, anything and everything. Formula Continental, Formula 3 as well, 1100 cc's. So this is where you would slot in. Part of why we have so many cars in this group.
And there goes Andrew Heffring there. We just saw him come through that Cube 3 section in that brightly colored Radical SR3 RSX.
Yeah, really knowledgeable guy. Just had him in the booth here during the Class 10 and Ginetta race. Did a great job here in the booth. As father was competing in the Ginetta category, so great to see Andrew out there having a good run as well. Was scheduled to run a McLaren here, but I think they had clutch issues.
So I'm hearing that the 8.1 and the 8.9 possibly had some metal-to-metal rubbing out there.
Little shenanigans.
Not suggested in the open wheel classes. There's Andrew Heffring there in that Radical. Hopefully we don't give him the commentator's curse, but he does have so much knowledge, especially here at VIR, that's kind of Kaizen Motorsports' home track. Going up the hills into the chalets. You know, I've never been in one of those chalets, but what a great place to watch racing and then to stay here at the track. And then that's the number 35 right behind Andrew Heffring, I believe. Can't see that on my sheet. That's James Booth, Jim Booth.
Look at those Radicals, and there's a number of different combinations in those Radicals, with some of them are absolute rocket ships.
Yeah, and then I believe the person that started Radical left Radical and then started the Revolutions, which are the kind of more, to me, the Revolution cars look like they're 20 years in the future. Zach Mosley, for instance, running overall second place, is in one of the Revolution cars that the rear wing is kind of a reverse dihedral. They almost look like Batmobiles. And there goes the S2. Here it is, the 29A. That is Benjamin Myers.
Driving that thing too, man.
Yeah, he is a very good driver. His brother races an S2 with him, but right now his brother's in Germany in Oktoberfest. So hopefully he's having a good time there. But his, like I said, his uncle Todd Treffert was with us in IGT, and he's racing with us in SVRA. And then his mom, Dawn Myers, is racing in 911 with us in SVRA. So it is a family affair when they come out. And that's KK Hanua. I'm never going to get the name right. I'm so sorry. But hopefully, if you're SpeedTour TV, you can phonetically spell our pronunciations that we get wrong, or if we get any of the information wrong, please feel free to yell at us in all caps. Let's start a little YouTube war here in the comment section. It's your chance to yell at the commentators, which is every motorsports fan, right, Ken?
Yeah. That's exactly right. We want to give everybody some love, but it's impossible for us to go chat with everybody that's on the property, so we don't mean to destroy their names. Some of them are pretty tricky, to say the least.
Victor Sieber there in a Group 9 F4 car. I like that American flag helmet as he goes up the hills here at the VIR SpeedTour.
Yeah, and you can see right behind him as well, an enclosed, looks like a P car. I went through the classes as we're looking at one of these here. That is the number 99, yeah. Beautiful hot rod there for sure. But in Group 11, that's where they fit in. GTP, Group C, ALMS, PSCR, WSC, Grand Am, prototypes, SCCA P1s and P2s as raced from 1981. So a number of examples would be Aston Martins, the AMR1s, the Intrepids, the Audi R8s, Ford Mustangs allowed in this one from Trans Am, Oldsmobile Aurora, the Pontiac Grand Am, Porsche GT2 and Cup. So again, a lot of variety, a lot of different options here that fall into Group 11 if you like the enclosed cars.
And you can see there that the Can-Am car, that is actually a modern Can-Am car built to look like the McLaren M8B, but a lot safer there. And then behind him was Lewis Cooper Jr. So I think maybe either he had an electrical problem that he fixed, that he kind of like Control Alt deleted on the computer system and went back out there, but now he's in the back with that Judd V10 power. We might see him work his way through the field. So there's that Can-Am car right there with Lewis Cooper Jr., but there's the 79. Let's see if I can find who that is. That's another S2 that's out there coming up right on that Radical, and that should be Gary Gray in the Radical. But look for Lewis Cooper Jr. to work his way through in that open wheel car. It sounds like my favorite era, the early 2000s to 2008s of the Formula One cars that just sounded so good before they went to the hybrids. It's got that V10 power base that just is a screamer. Oh, the Can-Am car.
That looked pretty sketchy. He did force him down in the grass, but he got the pass made, and no harm, no foul.
I hope. That's called a New Art Can-Am, Group 7 of Mark Hannafin, I believe with Concierge Motorsports out of Dallas, Texas. Lewis Cooper Jr. just absolutely screaming that Panos DP01 with that Judd V10. That's Dimitri Nolan in that Ligier F4. And Dimitri, that was quite a moment there with that Can-Am car. So way to hold it together, because you don't want to come side by side in an open wheel car like that. And the Can-Am car, he does have some visibility issues like they did back in the day.
Yeah, no question. He cannot turn his head to and know that somebody's there, and no spotters back there would be my presumption. Once in a while, maybe they put somebody over there in turn 5. But I doubt if anybody was back there where that pass took place. Look at this battle right here, man. Sucking up on the back on that rear wing, man, trying to get some aero on it. Takes a look to the inside, but running out of track here pretty quickly.
The Sebecos, they are set up very similarly in the PSSA class. I'm loving watching these Sebecos come out. We had a big variety of them at Road America, and it was kind of a big class in the NASA series. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like, I don't know what happened. I don't know the politics of it, or if even anything did happen, but they didn't have a place to run anymore. And Rob from SVRA, our chief of tech, he said, hey, come and run those things in PSSA with us. That's kind of what we like to do. We like to say, hey, if you have a race car and if it fits the criteria of safe and a race car, we're going to find a way to fit you in on one of these SVRA weekends. And now this class is really growing as the Prototype Sprint Series Association. I think this is our second year of the championship with Hankook Tires, a great partnership. And we allow the Revolutions, the Radicals, the LMP3 cars, and the Sebecos. And it looks like, for a while, it looked like we were going to have a lot of Revolutions. Then it looked like we were going to have a lot of Radicals. But now I think the Sebecos are kind of taking over, as there is. Doesn't that look like a McLaren like M8F? The later McLarens, if it was that McLaren orange. But that is a new car built to look like the McLarens. But if you know anything about Can-Ams, back in the day, Can-Ams were just put the biggest engine in the lightest car, and what could happen, you know? So this is built a little bit more stoutly, which is why they had to kind of do away with that Can-Am class. So he's kind of bringing them back. And then there is the Ford GT40 there, the Mad Croc. Love this car. That is Michael Lang.
Spectacular looking.
Yeah, really cool car.
Huge under tray, rear diffuser on that one, looking for a lot of downforce, both top and bottom of the car. They're going to go 3 wide back there. Chose not to go 3 wide, probably a good decision, but once you get through there.
That white Radical is moving.
Driving away from everybody, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out
who that is.
I can't see who that is, but
yeah, we never saw a number. So a slow mover up there too, just ahead of him right now. That's a situation where you'd want a spotter.
That is our leader that we watch in that white Radical. That's Tom Gladys in that Radical SR10 PS1. And so he's moving his way through the field. And then there is one of those 1,000cc motorcycle engines. Thanks for missing my sign there on the left. I appreciate that. Don't have to fix that tonight.
It looked to me like it might have been one of those Ford GT40s that was way off pace there in the back as well. Hopefully can roll down into the pits.
So that's Charles Livingston there in that JDR 002, I believe. The black car.
Yeah, Gladys out there ripping for sure. And around here, a 149 flat. That's 1 full second quicker than what we saw the TA2 cars a little bit earlier, just to put things in perspective. So for sure a car that can get around here.
And there goes Nicole Haverda and Landon Matriano Lim, 2 teammates. They've been racing together all season long. Landon Matriano Lim got the better of Nicole somewhere on the track, but she is right behind him. And really, they're very smart. The Crosslink Kiwi team, they know that we're going to be back here next year, so they're here just getting some data. They were also with us at Laguna Seca this year. So when they have some time off between the races, they want their drivers to come here because it is a development series these drivers are wanting to do the ladder up into F1 or into IndyCar, as we've had Kyle Kirkwood come through this ladder system of F4 to FR, and that's exactly what they're doing, is just getting seat time. And really, there's nothing more valuable than seat time at different tracks.
By the way, it was that Mad Croc car that was off the pace. It's down here on pit road as we speak right now, so very disappointing there in that gorgeous car.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. As we see here high above the roller coaster section, absolutely beautiful weather. You know, this area has been hit hard by storms, as we knew Helene came through just a couple of weeks ago. Didn't hit this area as bad as it did Asheville, but they had about a week of rain here, so now they deserve about 2 weeks of sunshine, and they are getting that here at VIR.
Perfect race weekend, perfect weather.
We never know what we're going to get at this weekend. There's been times where I put water bags in these signs that you see here at Turn 1 with Mission Foods on them, and one time I came by in the morning to check them, and they had frozen solid at the same weekend. And then sometimes it's super hot, and it's pretty hot here this weekend. There's that Sebeco of 456 of Harry Colson, Sebeco NP01. Haven't seen Zach Mosley. I don't know if he must have come. No, he's in fourth. So Nicole and Landon Matriano-Lim have overtaken Zach Mosley in that revolution. I believe our points leader in PSSA currently is Zach Mosley.
Great overhead shot there from the drone.
46 of Kevin Whitman in a Swift DB2.
Yeah, and the 13 right there as well, Barrett Wolf.
Those S2000s shouldn't be holding up with these. They must be some really talented drivers in these S2000s, because they have very little downforce, Ford Pinto engines, 2-liter engines, but usually the S2000 drivers are very skilled, talented drivers, so they're holding their own out there. Oh, thank you so much. 456, Harry Colson, my hero. I love when our drivers have the big day glow gloves that you can see what their hands are doing, especially around there, the oak tree, because the oak tree turn, some people take 2 apexes, and some people try to just one corner, one roll of the wheel, and there's all different kinds of approaches to take that. A lot of people try to diamond the oak tree, and you'll see their hands doing all kinds of different left to right movements. So when they wear the gloves, we can really see how hard they're working out there. So KK is currently leading the points in JSF4 class with 1 round remaining at COTA. So that's Moke 1 Kenobi is saying that. So thank you so much, Moke 1 Kenobi. And his last name is pronounced Hawaneo. Hawaneo. Okay, so thank you. KK Hawaneo. I'm going to try to do that better. And there's the 7-Up car. I love that car there in the Sebeco. So see, we've got some knowledgeable people in the comment section, and I have learned a lot from the comment section. So yes, it is constructive criticism, but we absolutely love that here. So tell us what you know and tell us what we don't know. Now Jonathan is usually in the booth with me here. He's a little bit thinner skinned. When I say that, he's always like, oh, please don't open up that can of worms. But I am fine with it, you know.
I give him a lot
this
of
is
material
supposed to be
with.
have fun, and yeah, we have to know 100 years of motorsports and a bunch of different series up here in SVRA, so we can't know it all. And this is a group that I'm definitely the weakest in with my knowledge. Now this is a Rive Drive Motorsports. These 1,000cc engines that Nathan Bird was running with us last year. Just very, very light, high revving cars. Dustin Hodges' team, they are just real screamers.
Made his way right up through the S's, made it look easy.
And there's Lewis Cooper Jr. coming up behind the Sebecos.
You think, you know, when you hear 1,000cc, you think, oh, it'd be easy to run here flat out. But when you make them real lightweight and you put a small tire on them, I mean, they're very nimble, don't get me wrong, but you still drive those, or they drive those cars right on the edge.
Yeah. That's Sterling Hamilton there in the Sebeco NP01. And I think Charlie Locklear right behind him. So I like having all these Sebecos out there. And so you can see there on our top left the groups and the orders that they're in. And we've got an 8-second lead with Gladys, Tom Gladys, in that Radical SR10. Not backing down at all. You can see our full paddock. We've had a lot of spectators out here at the VIR SpeedTour. We've had the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with about 120 cars, plus the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car. But there is our leader, Tom Gladys, Radical SR10, and I believe he's coming around to take the white flag here at the VIR SpeedTour.
Clock ticking down here in this 30-minute contest.
There's Heffring coming around there, South Bend.
They're getting sorted out here. Took another move right here.
Yeah, Nicole.
Got a nice run.
Come on, Nicole. Now, I will say this. I was out there setting up those signs you see on the side of the track. And
lap traffic.
Pick. There's a pick right there. Pick and roll. But she was doing a track walk. And I didn't see Landon Matriano Lim out there doing a track walk. So she might have some more information. So here you go, Ken. Here comes the white flag for our leader.
Just listening to that car, it almost sounds like it might have a turbo on it. That thing is a rocket ship for sure. We saw it sailing down the back straightaway, passing everybody else. Wonderful job there out of the 24 car of Kevin Jansen.
The American flag winglets there of Tom Gladys. The white flag is out. And yeah, I do believe the Radical SR10 is the kind of top end of the Radicals, and I do believe that has a turbo. But I'm sure our comment section can tell us exactly what it has in it. This is a great shot here coming up the S's. It's going to get really light right here, right next to the camera, almost zero gravity. And a lot of these cars, including our TA cars that will be out tomorrow, can go flat out through there if they hit it just right. And they actually use the curbing to help rotate them. They don't turn the wheel as much as they just try to hit the curbing in a way that will manipulate the car. So you can get into a rhythm through those, through the uphill S's here at VIR.
Yeah, my apologies. There's a couple of 24s inside of this group. It's 24A. And
yeah.
Gladys has been ripping for sure. Tom is on the pipe.
Going down into that roller coaster section through the Cube 3 section. But this was our Group 5A, 7, 9, 11. Ken Stout, take us to the checkered flag with Tom Gladys.
Coming around here through the final turn. Cube 3, turn 17. Now we'll look to take that checkered flag, and it is waving for him. Congratulations to Tom Gladys, the first one across the stripe here. Awesome.
That was a great race because he had to navigate through a lot of lap traffic at some not ideal times.
Yeah, and at speed. I mean, that car rips.
Nicole got the better of Landon Matriano Lim there in our FR, and then Kevin Jansen comes in fourth, followed by Barrett Wolf, Paulie Gatto, and I believe Scott Wagner. So unbelievable there, top 7. And what a great race here at the VIR SpeedTour. Mixed class racing, but good clean racing, Ken.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Everybody's super respectful out here. They know there's a lot to, it's called multi-class racing. And whenever you do that, you really have to have your patience on. Pay attention to the other drivers around you who knows what's going on. Different classes, different speeds.
Now, what's Nicole doing? She's just wanting to get in. These FR cars, they do have to run a certain temperature. And sometimes I'll go down and interview the drivers, and they've got these blowers just blowing into the radiator, so you can never know. Beautiful images here from Greenlight TV. Thank you guys so much for coming out. And it's my dream. Sometime, Connie Nyholm, if you're listening, Kerrigan Smith, I need to rent one of those chalets from you guys because that just looks like too much fun.
Ooh. One out there in the grass. Drivers out. Yeah, how cool would that be to wake up in the first thing in the morning to race cars driving around? That's awesome. Here's some highlights from this race here. 5A, 7, 9, and 11 in PSSA. And Tom Gladys right there in the front. Made good use of that front row start.
I'm getting caught up in the images, but there's Myers there going around the 29A with the 29B. Like we were saying, too many cars out there, too many different numbers. There's Andrew Heffring in that Radical, Lewis Cooper Jr. There's the Can-Am car, but Tom Gladys was the class of the field. But I do like all these Sabecos out there, kind of that more spec series of racing. And then I really appreciate him missing my Bennett sign, so we don't have to clean that up tonight. Yeah.
Out there potato picking. I'll have to do a little bit of cleanup there on that one tonight to get ready for tomorrow.
And, you know, the funny thing is I'll go out there and shoot photographs, and a lot of the corner workers have planted watermelon, and there's watermelon growing because I've tripped on some watermelon along the track fence, which is really funny.
That is great. So some safety trucks are going to go out there and help some racers that are in need. They'll clean up the track and get ready for our next race. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here. Stay with us. We'll be back with more racing action here, courtesy of the VIR Speed Tour.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the VIR SpeedTour. Those are not slot cars or matchbox cars. This is my favorite group, the only group that matters. Group 1, 3, 4, 5B, Group 8, and 12B. These small, medium bore production cars. I absolutely love this group. This is how I got started in this. And we're going to say this name a lot today, but that's Todd Treffert in position number 1. Todd Treffert, one of our Speed Tour Presents stories from the paddock, is his whole family. His dad, him, his sister, and his nephews all race with us in SVRA and many other great vintage organizations. But a beautiful 901 shop prepared Porsche 911. That is a Group 12 car. Then we go to the Group 6, the number 66 Group 12 of David Agratellis in a Porsche 911 ST, showing the number 1 there. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what the ST in Porsche is, so leave us a comment here on the SpeedTour TV YouTube channel if you have some great insight on the cars or the drivers, or just want to start a fight with me. If you want to yell at me as if I get something wrong, please do it in all caps. One of my favorite drivers right here, Graham Edelman. Absolutely great driver. Fabulous gentleman. He is actually here racing in the same class against his wife, Sharon Edelman. And don't see Owen Edelman on the list, but you can see this beautiful Lotus 23. We were talking about the lug nuts here in the Lotus 23, how there's 3 lug nuts in the front, I believe, and 4 in the back. And the FIA, that was how they found a way to disqualify them from racing at Le Mans. Then the beautiful Ginetta hardtop. That's the G12 Joe Bajalad. I love these beautiful Ginettas, so lightweight. We saw the Ginetta race here in the Ginetta Challenge, and this is kind of the early iteration. Same kind of approach as Lotus of just make the cars as light, as nimble as possible, as we saw. Then the 911, black 911 right behind there that I think our cameraman is approaching as the cars leave. That is Dawn Myers there, Todd Treffert's sister, in another one of the 901 shops. Then we go to the 38 of George Wright, the beautiful Datsun 240Z. Then Tom Benjamin, come on Tom, start that Alpha. They're waiting on you. There he goes, there he goes, there we go. Tom Benjamin, Alfa Romeo GTV. And then Linwood Staub in a beautiful Datsun 240Z. John Nash, longtime racer now with SVRA. Group 3 champion from years ago in that Lotus Super 7. Mark Gobble starting 10th in an Elva Courier. Sharon Edelman, the wife of Graham Edelman, is in this beautiful, you got to see this thing, Ginetta G4R, beautiful blue Ginetta that they got to catch up there because Tom Benjamin didn't start quickly. Larry Lunda in a Porsche 914. Then one of the people that kind of gave a recommendation to Tony Pirelli that Tony needed to hire me to do this is Peter Kraus. And I've never seen Peter in this, a Fiat X19. Beautiful car, and I was doing a little bit of reading about this car a couple of years ago, and I believe Pontiac took some of its styling for the Fiero after the Fiat X19 mid-engine car. Roy Crowninshield in a Datsun 240Z starting 14th. Gary Jepson in one of my favorite cars, the Volvo P1800 15th. Simon Briggs in an MGB. Alan Good, Triumph TR4A. Anthony Olisoff in an Emerson Experimental. Now, he sent me an email, so I'm going to get a little bit detailed here. So the 1960 Emerson Experimental Elfin MK1, driven here by Anthony Olisoff from New Zealand, is a front-engine, front-wheel drive car using a Morris Minor 850 engine and a VW Beetle split-case gearbox and Ford Anglia Morris and Morris Minor drum brakes. It is a continuation of a design for the championship-winning Formula 250, and he is out there. So thank you for that information, Anthony. He's out there starting 18th. Peter Uzdavinas in an MG Midget. Michael Orrit starting 20th in an Elva Mark IV. David Bearden from Zapata Racing, one of my good friends, got me into this. Zapata Racing brought me to my first ever vintage race here at the Gold Cup in 2009. So if you don't like my commentary, you can blame David Bearden in that Porsche 911 ST, Eric Russell in an MGA, Doug Sanders in a beautiful Fiat 124 Spider starting 23rd, Jeffrey Butzer in a Porsche 914-4, and then V. Carl George right there in that black MGA 107. That's the guy that got it started, and all he had to do was invite me to my first vintage race here in 2009 at VIR, and that's kind of how the story went to get my involvement in SVRA. We were making a movie called Vintage Racing Today, but it all started here in 2009 for me, so I appreciate that. But Carl George, this is going to be his last SVRA weekend after 42 and a half years racing with SVRA. He is SVRA member number 18, and he's hanging it up after this year. This is his last race in SVRA, and then we're going to go to the VDCA Roebling Road in December will be his last official race, as he says. Gregory Rivas in a beautiful Nissan 240, and the number 20, the starting 26, he has a beautiful helmet. Travis Smith, 27th. William Demarest Jr. in a Falcon Shells, number 28. Starting 29th is Russell Jones in an Alfa Romeo GTV. And William Jones starting 30th in a Fiat Abarth two-door coupe. So quite an eclectic mix here, Ken, of all these 30 cars and quite a history of cars as we see the green light drone getting up around as they come through. But, man, some beautiful, beautiful cars in this race.
Very unique looking cars. I love the diversity for sure, all the different looks. By the way, you started the fight as soon as you said this is the only group that matters. I wanted to lock the door because I figured, people can get in here and they might mistake the two of us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, before they knew who to yell at because one has a British accent and one is definitely very Southern American. But yeah, they may not be able to differentiate here. So yeah, feel free, everybody. But this is, to me, this is my group. Everybody's got their group that they love, but I like the small to medium bore production cars.
Look at those two Porsches. That's absolutely awesome. So here we go. They'll come around here for the green flag. Group 1, recognized small displacement production sports cars and sedans, the Sprites, the Midgets, the Mini Coopers, the Triumph Spitfires, Lotuses, Abarths, Select Gs, and H Modifieds, D Sports Racers, Formula Vs, a little bit of everything. That's just Group 1, by the way.
Yeah.
And there's Group 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12B out here. Green flag is out. We're going racing here.
And Todd Treffert there in the red Porsche 911, but Edelman there, Graham Edelman in that first Lotus 23, he's got the nimbleness and the brakes as David Agratellis now has to take around the outside of Mission Foods turn 1. Graham Edelman sees him, and now David should be able to take it into the NASCAR turn as it looks like everybody's getting away smoothly there. There's Michael in that Elva and Todd Treffert jumping out. But David right behind him. But watch, that's a great equally yoked battle, these 911s. But Graham Edelman and Joe Beaujolad have a pretty equally...
Oh!
Getting a little bit sideways there. Come on, let the tires warm up as Graham Edelman kind of sneaks inside there.
Yeah, I think Edelman, had an opportunity there. He said, I'm just not sure I want to get up there because the snapback or the death hook back the other way would destroy him.
Graham Edelman is just a very good, calculated racer, and I've never seen him make a low probability move on the racetrack. Just a very good driver, as is his son Owen Edelman and his wife Sharon Edelman, who's out there in a Ginetta as well. You can see now Todd Treffert is teammates with David here. Right behind him, David Agratellis, both of them with Brady in the 901 shop. I'm still looking for some information on the 911 ST, as Chance G is saying, go V Carl George, the Chief. We all call him the Chief. So I love it. So who you guys rooting for here? Leave us a comment on SpeedTour TV on YouTube. Now, the Lotus 23s and the Ginettas, they don't have the power of these Porsches. But they do have the nimbleness. So it's going to be really fun to watch. You can see where the Porsches are going to be good at the track. But right now, these light cars behind these two Porsches have the advantage going down the roller coaster.
Yeah, and it might be a thing. I mean, these aren't real long races, but it might be a thing where a little bit later on in the race, the tire starts to go away a little bit on the Porsche. Maybe these cars can come back and have something for them. You can see him steering that thing just a bit. That Ginetta had a nice run on him coming down the back straightaway, so a little more power there.
Yeah, Owen Edelman, if you're watching, I know that you just had a baby. Congratulations there. Owen Edelman, one of our fastest drivers, especially in the S2 class. But leave us a comment. Who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for mom or dad? Let's really get some fights going here. There's Dawn Myers, Todd Treffert's sister, coming into Mission Foods Turn 1. I love the whale tail Porsches like this, Ken.
Yeah, such a unique design. And oddly enough, I mean, how good is it? People say you can't fix perfection, but here we are 40, 50 years later, and it's still the car is still based off of that same design.
Yeah, the lines of the 911 as we know it now, the 991 or whatever, from the 356 of the 50s till now, you would still think you can see the evolution there. You know, it still keeps that same kind of Volkswagen Beetle line there that Ferdinand Porsche came up with, and it really is just a great looking car. And look at this, now we've got some Datsun 240s going at it.
Such an iconic look as well. So many people love these cars. Still good in the aftermarket as well. The collector car area going up in value every day.
That's George Wright going through in that VRE looking 240Z. And then I believe there's Sharon Edelman, followed by Tom Benjamin and John Nash and Peter Krause there. That's the 22 of Linwood Staub in that Datsun 240. Beautiful colors on that car. And he's got the BRE tag on there as well. So this is what John Morton, Paul Newman would have raced. I spoke to Bob Leitzinger at the car show. He would have raced one of these red, white, and blue BRE looking Datsun 240Zs in the day. And look at that. Oh, no, we got an engine. Motor. Yes, that is an...
Oh, yeah, fluid all over the track, parts and pieces out of the bottom of the car.
Pull over
trying
to
get off to the left-hand side.
You can see the oil there. Yes, that is an unscheduled disassembly of an engine. Right as we're talking about it. So that's going to have to be...
We just hope that everybody else is going to come over there behind him. Doesn't go for a ride there in that oil down. And we're assuming it's oil down. I mean, maybe we get lucky and it's water, but most likely oil. So hopefully everybody stays on track here and doesn't lose control of one of those gorgeous cars.
Back straight from to the motorcycle chicane at 240 went off to the left, but there's oil down.
Look at the number 3 car coming through there. That is that 1960 Emerson Experimental Elfin MK1 of Anthony Olasoff.
Yeah, from New Zealand. Sorry, I didn't turn my mute off, but I was talking to RC. So RC is race control, and he just to tell him if there's oil down, just to make sure. Now, at least it's oil down on a straightaway, you know, so that's not as severe as we saw the oil down there at South Bend, but anything can happen here. So I'm not sure what I'm hearing yet from race control, but we'll see what they say here. Oh, here we go. Peter Krause. They're in that number 35, and you can see kind of the Fiera-ness of that
Fiat. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's, that was Pontiac's kind of mid-engine car, but Fiat, and Peter Krause, that's a 1500, but I know Peter Krause from his SCCA days. He used to race the Fiat 850, and I've driven a Fiat 850, and I can't imagine how they race those things.
And I wonder if any relation to Kevin Krause, who's a driving instructor, a real capable driver. Has worked with a number of people along the way, a number of the younger drivers that are coming up through the ranks, real talented. Up there at the Autobahn Arena there in the Chicagoland area.
Maybe Peter Krause is one of the best-known vintage driver teachers, but there goes Sharon Edelman in that beautiful Ginetta, and then the 99, the Porsche 914. That is Larry Lunda. Look at this battle here. So you've got a mid-engine Porsche, and then you've got a mid-engine Fiat, and then you've got the Elva. I'm not sure. A lot of those Elvas had an MGB engine in them. Not sure what they've got, but you can see the Abarth Scorpion there and the X19. So it doesn't look like the oil is presenting a problem yet. So hopefully that was just water down, but it doesn't look like it. When an engine disassembles like that, that's oil usually.
When parts fly out of the bottom, that's a bad sign.
But maybe they have enough straightaway that the oil that they cross isn't causing a problem when they get to the braking section there. But look at Sharon Edelman's car. I just love the look of these Ginettas. Wait till you see, because that Alfa Romeo behind her is not a big car by any means, but if it does get behind her, it looks monstrous.
Again, so that is a 3A, not a 3.
Like Jepson is around Peter Krause. No, I misspoke because Jepson's in the Volvo. There is Peter Krause there. So happy to have Peter Krause back here with us. He's taught probably half of this paddock how to vintage race. And he's got a great video here from 1998 going around the track with Connie when they were buying the property, when you could barely see the ribbon of asphalt around the farmland because it had just disintegrated over the years, and they were buying the property and they came out with like a plow and mowed the grass, and you could see the asphalt ribbon, and they're driving around what used to be VIR, and it's basically they just went over exactly the old track of VIR to remake it and redevelop it in the late 90s and early 2000s. And here is Peter Uzdavinas in that beautiful MG Midget, followed by that Volvo P1800 just waving that Swedish flag. And then that Triumph TR4A. And then there is that Formula Junior of Anthony Olasov and that Emerson Experimental Elfie Formula Junior. Front engine Formula Junior, because they started out kind of front engine, but then they learned quickly that the rear engine Formula Juniors were a little bit quicker. So that's a really cool car to bring out here, all the way from Kiwi land of New Zealand.
That 44 Triumph TR4A is a super cool looking car as well. Alan Good.
I mean, that Formula Junior is basically an open wheel car, and he was just drifting.
Are we going to go 4 wide back here?
And there
You're not giving them any room either, man.
There's oil down right where they are.
All good, man.
But we do appreciate the driver there, that 240, pulling off to where we can still stay under green. What do they call that? A rapid, unscheduled disassembly, a RUD of that engine. We saw that live, people. I think I saw a crankshaft bearing fall out.
It was a pretty good chunk. Whatever it was that blew out of the bottom, it was a chunk. Maybe part of the block. Who knows? New sight glass.
Yeah. You can see there, Olasov coming
Look at this,
up
coming
behind.
right back at him in that open wheel car. No fear, absolutely no fear.
Unbelievable. So your regular Morris Minor does not go that fast. And here's David Bearden with Zapata Racing. So any of my Zapata friends watching. And I'm hearing we need to check the tires of David Aqua Bearden. That's from Chance G. I agree.
You think he's cooked him a little bit?
No, he's been known to add some weight and some scales and stuff like that by doing some tire remanufacturing and rebranding. So a little bit of the guys with Zapata, the drivers in Zapata, they're always trying to beat each other or win something or have some kind of bet. Whoever loses has to buy Cracker Barrel. So it's just it's a funny thing here.
I just saw a video with the boys there playing the games in NASCAR back in the day after they came back in from qualifying and put a set of roller tires on it, and the wheels had lead in them. So, yeah there's a little shenanigans going on.
Little things like that. That's Michael Orritt there in that Elva MK Mark IV. As we see them coming around the Mission Foods Turn 1. Beautiful shots here. You can see the BMW Club here, paddock to our bottom. Lots of fans here to the bottom right. We've just had some great weather, and with the rain here for the last 2 weeks, I think everybody was kind of ready to be back outside, have some fun here with VIR SpeedTour. There's the MGA, and Todd Treffert coming up behind. So Todd Treffert now navigating through the lap traffic. Mixed group racing, group 8 cars. Then there's David Agratellis right behind him there in that 911, that beautiful MGA, giving the pass by wave Eric Russell in that beautiful MGA. That's what I have. I have a 1959 MGA. I just love the look of those cars. But there's the leaders of Michael Orritt getting out of the way there of David Agratellis. As I hear they're going to come and take the white flag this time by. And this is still a fight. I love the white gloves there, David. Racing that 901 shop, and let's see if that ST can get behind. We've got the Gibson man, 60, is saying go John Nash. Loves that Lotus 7. So there's David Bearden and Todd Treffert. David Bearden, I believe, in a 72 Porsche. So this is the fight, and what a fight it is with Group 8. Todd Treffert, David Agratellis. Same shop, same team, so they should be pretty equally yoked there. And I know Todd Treffert to be a very talented driver. currently leading in this, Ken. So I'm going to make you pick, Ken. What's your favorite car out there in this group?
Oh, man. Let's really
make some people mad.
It's a tough call. I mean, honestly, without seeing them all again, they're just, I love the diversity. I love the uniqueness of it. As the white flag comes out here for first and second, and they're pretty close here. Wouldn't take much of a mistake here out of the 14 car to give that thing up, give that lead back. So we'll see if, in fact, he can hang on with that 1972 Porsche 911.
Beautiful car. But now, I love awkward, so I'm not going to let it go. You got to pick a favorite.
Yeah, no, well, I love awkward too. I'm just not sure I'm smart enough to pick one.
I have to pick a British car.
I love the Emerson Experimental that you were talking about.
Yeah, that's a really cool car, and I've never seen it before. But I like either Sharon Edelman's Ginetta or this car right here, the car that got me into vintage racing. Carl George, 42 and a half years of racing, SVRA, beautiful MGA, the 107 with Zapata Racing from Franklin, Tennessee. The Chief is what we call him. And this, ladies and gentlemen, may be one of his last laps with SVRA and that beautiful 107 MGA. So love that car, love the driver, basically like a second father to me. A big influence and mentor for me for probably the last 14, 15 years. I hope his family's watching this. We're about to bring everybody into podium for a big celebration, but there is V. Carl George. He spent many, many years with the Hospital Corporation of America, racing a long time with Bob Coleman, David Bearden, David Conrad, Mark Craig, Dave Nicholas. I know I'm missing a few, but love having him out here and really going to miss him racing with SVRA. If he does retire, that's always a question. So that's going to have to be my favorite car here, the car that got me into vintage racing. And I have a black MGA, just like that. Bert Stein races with him. But here we go, up to lap traffic. Take us to the checkered flag, Ken.
We're about to have a pass for the lead here if they're not careful. I think the 14 car is going to hang on to it, but I mean pressure right on the back bumper. And the checkered flag is going to fly. He's going to hang on. Congratulations to Todd Treffert. That was pretty exciting right there at the end. Got hung up behind a little bit of lap traffic and didn't take much for him to close it up.
No, it didn't. I'm going to run down real quick and do this winner's circle, Ken, but you can finish up here, and I'll be back up here in the booth with you.
All right, my friend, great job. Obviously, tell the passion there from Ben Sissel about these style cars, these older vehicles. Absolutely loves them, and the knowledge soon there follows. So great to have him up here in the booth, and the passionate people online as well that are chiming in. We appreciate you as well. That's what it's all about, man. It's a car club, and there's something different for everybody. So we'll bring you some highlights here from this group as well. Keep in mind, once again, 6 different classes here all together, and we had some pretty good action right off the bat here. Big moment right there, and those little open wheel cars have to think better of passing a full-size car whenever they're getting squirrely like that. So backed off a couple of 240Zs, and then, of course, we saw that Datsun blow that thing up there and pull off out of the way. A little bit of fluid underneath didn't seem to affect anybody else, so they kept racing here. The drivers there, the nerds in those little open wheel cars, absolutely amazing. And the diversity here, of course, incredible. And we'll close things up there with that number 107 after all the time out here. Congratulations there to Mr. George. We appreciate all of his dedication and effort throughout the year. And, of course, Todd Treffert and David Agratellis finishing up here 1 and 2 in this group with those 2 beautiful Porsches. So, once again, we will take a break here. We have one more race in the afternoon. The IGT sprint race will be the last thing to close things up. So, don't go away. We're not finished just yet. Stay with us here at VIR.
I don't know what it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me. I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
what does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, VIR SpeedTour, the groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12. This is a very special thing. I said it in the broadcast, but for 42 and a half years, SVRA number 18, my friend V. Carl George. This is the man that got me into vintage racing. He invited me, just simply invited me here to the VIR Gold Cup 2009, and you're hanging up your SVRA hat possibly tomorrow after 42 and a half years. How does it feel?
Well, it feels like a long time, but it feels good. Made a lot of friends and a lot of people helping me, so felt good out there.
Nice. I love it. Well, Carl, thank you so much for everything that you've done. Now, something we were talking about at dinner the other night, like I said, he simply invited me to come vintage racing. He didn't even really know me that well, just knew I was an MG enthusiast, a car enthusiast, and invited me. I can think of about 12 or 15 people here in this paddock in vintage racing that got involved in vintage racing because he simply invited them to come to a race. It's as easy as that, ladies and gentlemen. So, Carl, thank you so much for everything. You come in here to the podium with all of your friends here with Zapata Racing. Thank you for everything you've done with vintage racing.
Thank you, Ben. Thank SVRA. It's been a long time, but it's been fun all the way. Thank you.
Now, your kids and Brandy and Dodie, the people that are watching, I know you've got a lot of grandchildren out there. What would you say to them right now?
I'm still going. Got a few more races to go, so I'm not ready to quit yet.
Nice. Well, there he is, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief, V. Carl George. Thank you so much.
I don't know what it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Your horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we welcome you back to beautiful Vintage. Where are we at?
The VIR SpeedTour. Uh-oh.
Virginia International
Now,
Raceway.
if both of our medicine's wearing off, this may be real interesting.
End of the day, that's stuff that goes on. Hey, there's a look at Pank, and he had a great run back up through the pack after a tough start in our IGT feature number 1. Did lay down quick lap of the race on the last lap, though. Consequently, he will start off on the pole here in race number 2. Reg Williams, who won race number 1, will start off on the outside pole here. So those two guys had a great run a little bit earlier today. We'll find out how things shake out here. Charles Wick did an awesome job, was up on the podium there. So Todd Treffert, and speaking of Treffert, we just saw Treffert in that last group of racing as well. Related?
Yeah, that's the same person. Yeah, he's out there. He's running a 911 in the Vintage, and he's running a, a 993 in this group. Porsche GT3R 4000, a 4-liter Porsche GT3R, and he I don't see his car in there just yet. There's David Tuati in that number 60. There he is. So yeah, Todd Treffert went right from podium and then got in this car.
Ready to rip. So we also want to congratulate Woody Witchard, doing a great job in the Stuttgart Cup as he grabbed that win a little bit earlier today, followed up by Ross Poole, who led a bunch of that race, but ended up in the second position there very, very late in the race when Woody made that final pass. And then Larry Wexler as well to round out the podium in the Stuttgart Cup. So we'll bring them all back out here. One more 30-minute sprint race, and then, of course, they will have an enduro, what they call an enduro tomorrow, that will be 60 minutes or 65 minutes in length.
Yeah, it's a 1-hour enduro with a 5-minute mandatory pit stop. Most of the Porsches don't have to refuel in that pit stop, but sometimes there's a driver change, and it's kind of a strategy because you want to come in under a double yellow, and there's a timing line at the beginning and the end of the pit lane, and that's where you hit the start of the 5 minutes. So if they go out at 4:59, they get penalized, like a drive-through penalty or something. So if you want to go out at about 5:01 just to keep it safe.
Yeah, talking to Mike Skeen, he is scheduled, I believe, to hop in one of these Porsches and co-drive, but he said depending on if a caution flag comes out or not, he said sometimes it's not worth putting the second driver in.
Yeah, Pippa Mann will usually come out and race with TLM as a driver coach, and she'll get in some of the drivers' cars, but only if the strategy works out, meaning like a caution early or late, or there's different rules to it. I think the owner driver has to start the race and drive the first 20 minutes of it or something like that, but it's really fun to watch, and that is happening early tomorrow morning, or first thing tomorrow morning of the broadcast. And these enduros, they do get a little bit hairy because it's strategy. It's an hour long. Sometimes they put a hot shoe in halfway through the race.
I saw Catherine Lake got in one here just recently as well, and I want to say had a really good run up through the field too. Might have finished on the podium. Or
Watkins Glen, she was with us, and you see we've had Owen Trinkler has been with us. We've had a lot of big drivers with us.
Definitely get it done.
Ooh, it looks like Lucas Pank is out there in the back there behind that Supra.
He had that mechanical. We did not see him earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Tom said that his car had broken, so he actually let Lucas drive his car to qualify. I'm not sure how that works, but he had not driven the car because they were going to share Tom's car in the Enduro tomorrow, ironically enough, after we're talking about that. But now maybe they did get Lucas' car fixed. And speaking of Watkins Glen, Lucas had a fabulous run at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, Lucas, always a really good driver. I believe he went to college in Virginia and just graduated just 2 or 3 years ago. I think maybe I'm going to say Virginia Tech, but I'm not sure. But I know he went to college in Virginia. He's from the state of Maryland, and really, really good driver. Won a championship with us here, but having to start from the rear of the field, we're going to see that car move up pretty quickly through there. But Charlton Holmes in that 2022 Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo. And I'm hearing from Molly Hammond. Where is Stephen Hammond? Where's your husband? She says, go TLM. So, Molly, where are you guys at? I'm sad to not see you guys here and not see your husband leading the Enduro and have me say very insulting things to him during the Enduro. That was another one that, I get it wrong sometimes. We didn't broadcast Group 6 today So sorry about that, Chance. But yeah, here we go. The Ginetta leads them on. The lights are out. Tom Pank and Reg Williams, exactly the opposite of where they were in this morning's race. Hopefully Tom can have a better start. And then there is David Tuwadi.
Yeah, Jay Smith on the inside of row number 2. Finished up 7th in the race, but laid down a nice lap time. So here we go, and one off in the grass already, way out in there.
Oh, no, that's Tom Pank. I think he came, I don't know what happened. He came across Reg Williams there over into the grass as David Tuwadi now comes into the lead at Mission Foods Turn 1. But I think that's Jay Smith now taking the lead in the Mission Foods Turn 1, but not sure what happened there.
Yeah, is that Reg Williams out front yet, I believe?
No, Reg Williams had to hold way back because Tom Pank came across his hood. But we've got Jay Smith, I believe, out there in the lead, I think, because I saw Reg Williams come way back.
Todd Trefford right there, you saw him off the corner. Wow, crazy start there.
We're on board with Reg Williams, so it looks like there's no damage to Reg Williams, but he had to let Tom Pank go across his bow as, yeah, that is Jay Smith right there in the front.
So Jay Smith finds himself in the catbird seat there. Had a nice run, a good lap time, finished up 7th in this morning's race. And after all the craziness that went on there at the start of this one, keeps his nose clean, finds himself at the point of this IGT race. So we'll see if we can get a replay here and show everybody what happened.
See there, Reg Williams right behind Wicht. He is our in-car camera car. This is going to be quite a fight up here in the front. If, you know, I think some people are just like, what just happened? Here's the replay.
I mean, didn't give us any indicator what happened that Pank turned left or made a left-hand turn. I mean, there's no way he did that intentionally.
Here it is. Here's your in-car. Tell us what you see, Ken.
Oh, that was just contact. Is that contact between the two of them? Is what it looked like right there, where they were leaning on each other. Maybe Reg Williams got down into him and on that left rear, and he wanted to feed a little bit back and ran across the bow of the car. Man, that's a tough situation for those two guys fighting there at the start. Be really curious. I'll bet you there's two different opinions from both different drivers. So.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those ones where both drivers might get out a little bit heated. And I'm just not smart enough to know really what happened there, or if Reg didn't give him enough room. But there's David Tuwadi and Charles Wicht coming around Mission Foods Turn 1 behind Jay Smith. Now we're right on board with Reg Williams, who was very fast in this morning's race.
Yeah, Reg Williams certainly very, very, matter of fact, had the fastest lap of the race right up to the very last lap. So very capable here, and wow. Trevor really trying to hang on to that thing. It was all over the place. That's what I was wondering, if Pank spun the tire at the start of that race and maybe something happened that way. But after watching that replay from Williams' car, and I don't know that Williams moved. I mean, Williams might have just held his ground, and Pank wanted to lean on him a little bit, maybe turned himself. So it's very difficult for us to tell. I mean, you're not driving the cars, but.
And that wasn't Trefford, that was Wicht, right?
That was
in front of
Wicht. Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
And
that beautiful V power, that shell car.
Now we're on board with Muzaffar Ghafarov, that beautiful blue car out there that's just behind this front group. So I think that's Trefford there in front of him. Yes, that's Trefford, and then Reg Williams in front of them, and then Wicht, and then it's Tuwadi, and then it's Jay Smith. That should be our leaders there. We ride back on board with Ghafarov.
In this morning's sprint race, lap time put him 7th on the grid here in this afternoon's race. Listen to that thing, man.
Yeah, sounds great. But look at this battle.
Yeah, those first four are nose to tail here. And you know there's a lot of speed in that car back there in 4th place, so it's got to be really patient here.
So there's
find a good spot.
On board with Reg Williams, looking at Charles Wicht, who got a little bit squirrely there going through NASCAR, and Wicht looking out on David Tuwadi.
I thought he had a run right there, to be honest with you, and he's going to come back the other way. He does have a run now, late on the brakes. Look at the nose of that car set. Keeps nice control of it, drives it right through there. Man, beautiful pass there from Wicht.
And we saw Wicht in the Group 10 race with SVRA and the Ginetta, so he's had a little bit more time out there, knows what the track changes and conditions have been after that long Trans Am race, may have a little bit more information here than David Tuwadi or Reg Williams or Jay Smith.
Tuwadi with that beautiful car. We talked about that this morning. Just absolutely work of art. Gorgeous piece there, but A couple of hard-charging cars back behind him. Was up there in second place. Now it's fallen back to third. And Reg Williams with a bunch of speed inside of that car as we go back a little bit deeper. And that is the number 141 of Todd Treffert there.
And Todd Treffert going up the hills around South Bend, trying to catch this group as Reg Williams right behind David Tuwati there.
See if he can get a run here through Oak Tree and down this back straightaway. Didn't look like he got a great run there through Bennett Bridge Hall, Oak Tree. Not really closing that gap too quickly just here. It'll be all in the brake zone if he gets something.
Brady Bierman saying hi to Molly Hammond, who's joined us on the broadcast, Ken Fangler. But Ken, I wasn't expecting you to be here after that start. I thought you might have to spend some more time in race control with Ron Zitza. But hopefully that all got sorted out as we ride on board right here with that Goldcrest car of Reg Williams.
And look at the lines that he's taken. I mean, right front tire right down on the gator strip, left front tire on the gator strip. Tuwati there eats a little bit of curb, but he eats a bunch of curb right there. So he's shortening this track everywhere you possibly can to get a run here. And that's what you got to do to find all the speed. He's got a run on him right now. We'll see if he ducks here to the outside as they head towards Mission Foods turn number 1. And he is going to stay in line with him right here. Definitely had a nice run. He's got a hot rod. He's ready to go.
And we've got a battle for the lead here with Wicht and Jay Smith coming into the NASCAR section of VIR. Ken Fangler, what's happening here is we take a new leader there. It's Charles Wicht.
Yeah, actually that's Jamie in the car. Okay, driver number 2, his co-driver for the, so they changed on that. That was supposed to be done through timing and scoring. But yeah, that's his co-driver. And yes, new leader.
What's the driver's name? Do you know?
First name is Jamie, and I forget the last name
right
on that.
There.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you read it there, Ben? That's pretty good eyes, buddy.
Couldn't read it.
Tell him to slow down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Tom Pank is now the fastest car on track, and Tom Pank is seeing red, so this could get real interesting here.
I think he fell back to about 7th in that first race and came back up to 2nd. He fell back a bunch more here. Look at Reg Williams all over the back bumper. Tuwati here trying to get a run down this straightaway. He had a nice run on the front straightaway. I think he's got a bit of a run right here. We'll see if it's enough. Here it goes. The arrow comes into effect here in the high speed. Can he dip out to the left-hand side and then out braking? It's going to be a send-it move if he decides to go for it. And there it is, right there. Dive right down. Tuwati trying to close the door. Doesn't want to give him any more room than he has to. And somehow hangs on to the spot.
That was close.
That's awesome.
I saw Ken Fangler hit the brakes on his stool.
Bail out.
But look at this racing here. Reg Williams, I'm sure that he's thinking, I'm starting P2, everything is going to go great in this race, and then as soon as the green flag flew, it didn't.
Yeah,
and now he's trying to catch up. He's flashing the lights, doing everything he can to distract Tuwati, coming into Mission Foods turn 1, but Tuwati is holding his own.
Yeah, you know, David's an experienced driver. He's enjoying this cat-mouse game, no doubt. And it's going to be tough. I mean, David is down on power. He's in a 4-liter car, not an R. But on those long, slick straightaways, that arrow, it's a narrower car, and he has some good speed coming down the hill. So, there's nothing he can do there. I'm not quite sure what happened on the start. I just saw some people going off and some people in the grass doing a little John Deere lawn tractoring, and here we are. It changed the grid up at the top 5-6 spots dramatically for this race.
So that's not an R. I thought this newer car was an R for him.
No, it is not. It's a newer spec, 4-liter car. All right, the newest rendition, and it is. We know that car is very capable, though, of running R times. We've seen it in the hands, and although it's not as wide, doesn't have as much tire, it is still very capable. The latest rendition of Porsche Progress.
One thing I will say, and Molly Hammond, you can leave a comment here if you agree, but David Tuwati is a faster driver when Stephen Hammond is in front of him.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things. I just, I saw Reg's coach, who was here last week, and said he had a great time working with him. And Reg has taken all those Peter Krause tips, driving tips, to heart, and he's using every one of them. The difference being, as I've said earlier in the first race, the qualifying time and technically being correct is one thing. racing is a totally different animal, okay? And those that can qualify well, sometimes the racecraft just is not there. On this one, I give the experience advantage to David Twatty. Maybe the technical and mechanical difference to Reg Williams. So it's makes for a good battle.
And there's Jay Smith right out in front of him. So David Twatty not only looking at his mirrors, but looking out at Jay Smith, who's really holding his own out there in that Porsche GT3R.
Yeah, good race for Jay. He's in an R car. That must be that SeaWorld livery that's pushing him forward, you know. But he's on the wave of progress and riding the wave to the front of the grid. And, you know, that was kind of a surprise. Probably a surprise to Jay at that time, but hey, he'll take it.
That's racing, though. You never know what's going to happen. There's Todd Treffert right behind the Reg Williams. You can see the R just a little bit, the fairings just a little bit wider, as Ken was saying. And on this long back straight, David Twatty does cut a smaller hole through the air, but that R, just that little bit wider, helps him through the S's, a little bit wider stance.
Yeah, and the car placement, as Ken Fingler was talking about, is really been superb here by Twatty. I mean, he doesn't take up all of it, but just enough of it that Williams can't make the move. Williams with right on the bumper here again. We'll see if he can make a charge down here in the brake zone one more time. That's where he did it last time. He's pretty close. Starting to sneak up. Lap traffic playing a role here as well. With Twatty staying to the left just a little bit more than he probably would, but this is where it's at, and there's a lapper right there. So that probably took away that opportunity for Reg Williams right there.
Yeah, no doubt. He had to be cautious with that lap car. Shout out to that back marker that stayed offline, stayed out of the way, so these guys could move through. So good heads-up driving by someone who's driving a slower car.
Well, I was talking about eating those curves, and Twatty he ate the entire curve that time. I don't even think he touched the gator strip, the gator tracks there with the left side tires.
Yeah, you can see it going through the S's, how they use the curbing to help rotate the car. They're not even really doing a lot of driver input. They're just trying to move the car with those curbs. As you see here, you got Todd Treffert coming into Mission Foods Turn 1. There's that Stuttgart car that we were talking about, the 333. So Jeffrey Thompson there in the Cayman 3.4 liter. So very unevenly matched against these big 4 liters, but doing a great job heads-up driving there as we see Gaffarov coming up right behind him. He's holding his line. It's up to the faster car to make the pass, which they're doing. So some great heads-up driving there by Jeff Thompson.
We're mesmerized by this top 5 running here and, switching all the time. What's going on in the Stuttgart Cup? Because that was a great battle in race 1, and I'm interested to see what Stuttgart Cup looks like at this point. I think that the Stuttgart Cup winner at this morning,
Woody Witcher.
Yeah, Woody, up there in 10th overall.
Yeah, and he made that pass way late. I'm not sure it wasn't the last lap on Ross Poole.
Look at the back mirror there. There comes Tom Pank, I believe, in the back. That's not Lucas, is it? That would be Tom Pank coming up right behind Gaffarov. So unbelievable there if Tom Pank was able to pull this back out. No, that's Lucas.
Last time around, it was Lucas Pank that was behind Gaffarov.
Starting from the back all the way up to 7th. Sorry, Lucas. I don't mean to insult you. I just didn't expect you to be all the way up there that fast.
Yeah.
Tommy
Obviously, the car is
there
fixed
as well. and Tom Pank just one position. Tommy Ballister, and then it's Tom Pank. So, 2 positions back behind his son. So Tom Pank making a charge back up through here as well. A 150.3 lap time for Tom Pank, and that is clearly the fastest. No. Big hit in the wall here.
That's Jay Smith. And that's down at the Q3 section as Lucas Pank goes around, passed on yellow. So Lucas, you're going to have to give that back. Oh, no. And then here comes Tom Pank. Tom Pank around Gaffarov. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is just, surely that's time. You've got to see that yellow. We're going double yellow. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was a really hard hit.
Yeah, that was a big moment. Just dipped the left side tires off there.
So we're going red flag. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is they are supposed to just stop right there at the corner worker station. All the corner workers have a fire bottle in there. The drivers can stay, but they got to stop at the next corner worker station. As you see Bob Weisen doing the exact right thing, stopping there. Driver is out of the car. I can't see, is that the 141 of Todd Treffert?
I think so.
No, that's the Supra. The hood line, the roof looks like a Supra.
And then we've got the 68 car as well.
I think that was the you know how the Supras have the two humps on the top? That looked like the Supra. But a car hitting like that, you can never tell.
Yeah.
Is Todd Trefford on the lead lap? Yes.
Yeah, he was fourth.
So
he was fourth.
And then I believe it was Jay Smith that was involved in that. So I'm
pretty sure I saw a 68 car too, which is Twatty.
But Twatty isn't. He's on the lead lap, so he's through. And then there's Gaffarov, who we were on board with. But I think it's Jay Smith and the Supra of, it's the 1-4 car.
Look at the 42 car there of Pank, who saw a bunch of that go on right in front of him.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the reason we do a red flag stop like this, we're seeing it right in front of our eyes, is that's so the safety and the emergency vehicles can go out any way they want to go out as quickly as they can to help the drivers in need. You see the Flagtronics board there shining, the red light meaning red flag, and it looks like all of the International GT drivers did what they were supposed to under these red flag conditions, Ken.
Yeah, well, and the other thing that I think we have to talk about here is the location of where the incident is. So coming there off of turn 17, the Cube 3 turn 17, is crazy high speed. So if anybody dips a wheel off and anybody's out there trying to help another driver, they could have another car right into them. So they've got to stop all the action here and just make it safe for them to get out there and take care of those drivers. That is Jay Smith there, number 37. He's out of the car. That's great news.
Really great news that we saw the driver of the, I believe, the Supra, and race control did say it was the number 1-4 of Charlton Holmes, get out of the car, because that was a really hard hit into that 3-row Armco there.
Yeah, obviously safety personnel checking with him. You feel okay? Seem okay? And they'll do probably do a little cognitive with him and see how he walks, that type of stuff. They always grab a hold of their arms, just steady him a little bit. Standard operating procedure, if you will. That car slid back into the tire wall. Yeah, big moment. High speed part of the track. I want to show take him now that we know he is okay. We'll give you another look at it here.
No, we don't want to do that. If we can stop from the replay, we don't want to show a replay of this, ladies and gentlemen.
So, yeah, a big hit over there. And we saw Jay Smith is okay. So we'll continue to monitor our drivers and let you know, give you an update whenever we get back. In the meantime, we will take a break here, and we'll be back with more action from VIRginia International Raceway.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The COTA SpeedTour returns to Circuit of the Americas, Austin, Texas, November 1st through the 3rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association and their national championship, International GT, Formula Regional Americas, F4 US Championship, and the Ligier JSF4, PSSA. And Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the COTA SpeedTour November 1st through the 3rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
And a beautiful overhead shot here of VIRginia International Raceway. A look at the paddock there, which is stacked full. And unfortunately for us, we're under red flag conditions here with the IGT race, a second sprint race here of the day. And, of course, we'll have that enduro for them. We'll wrap things up tomorrow morning. But a big moment there. You can see some of the safety personnel out there by the guardrail off the end of Cube 3 turn 17.
Yeah. So this is going to be how this race ends, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the end of our today's broadcast, but tomorrow morning we are going to start with the IGT Enduro around 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Then we're going to show the groups 1, 3, 4, 5 starting at about 10:35 to groups 5, 7, 9, 11 PSSA. And then we have a lunch break, and then we have the Trans Am and the GT classes. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at 1:20. So we're going to start the fan walk, grid walk at about 1 o'clock here. And then we will be done with the groups 6 and 12. And then 2:50, we've got group 10 and Ginetta. And then 3:20 to 3:50 Eastern Time is the group 6 and 12A. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at the VIR Speed Tour. So sad to end it this way, but Ken Stout, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. I've watched you for years, so it's really cool to be up here in the booth with you, and expect for some good racing tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to it as well. It was an honor to be here for sure. Enjoy all of this stuff. Great to have people like you with such knowledge sitting alongside, and especially with the historic cars. Such mad respect for them, but certainly do not have that knowledge base that you have. So thank you very much for all of your help as well. It's a pleasure calling the Trans Am race, and of course we will have another one live on MAV TV tomorrow when the TA class comes out here along with SGT, XGT, and GT. So it'll be a busy day here tomorrow one more time as well. Excellent, excellent day, with the exception of this red flag right at the very end. But we're going to wrap things up here at Virginia International Raceway. We thank you for joining us at home and hope you will join us back here tomorrow morning. For Ben Sissel, Ken Fengler, Andrew, the rest of the gang, all the staff, I'm Ken Stout. Mike Skeen, don't want to forget him. Thank you very much for everything, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Goodbye.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
The COTA SpeedTour returns to Circuit of the Americas, Austin, Texas, November 1st through the 3rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association and their National Championship, International GT, Formula Regional Americas, F4 US Championship, and the Ligier JSF4, PSSA, and Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the COTA SpeedTour November 1st through the 3rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.